Chapter 801. Gu Junqing did not know exactly what would happen. To be safe, he used the excuse of going to the restroom to observe the cabin. An empty flight attendant seat sat at the aisle between economy and business class. Ji Hanyan, the second sister, was sitting there organizing some items. Seeing Gu Junqing approach, she stood up and smiled. "Mr. Gu, is there something you need?" She studied him carefully, secretly curious about the magic he possessed to become her fifth sister's boyfriend. Her fifth sister was one of the top high-called female CEOs in the capital. Although Chu Yuchan had explained that Gu Junqing was not her boyfriend, Ji knew her too well. Based on the intimate bickering between them, it was clear that Chu Yuchan had lied. "I am just heading to the restroom," Gu Junqing replied with a smile. "That is the economy class restroom. The first class facilities are on the other side," Ji Hanyan responded politely. "I know. The first class restroom is currently full," he said. "Then let me show you the way," she answered after a moment of hesitation. "Thank you," he agreed. Once Gu Junqing agreed, Ji Hanyan pulled back the curtain divider, and they walked toward the economy section together. The passengers in the cabin were currently chatting among themselves. Except for the first-class cabin, most of the economy seats had been booked by a single large company. Most of the people here were colleagues, so there was no need to worry about disturbing strangers. When the curtain opened, many people looked over. Ji Hanyan's stunning beauty and graceful, elegant walk immediately captured the attention of almost everyone in economy class. Everyone knew that flight attendants were generally beautiful. However, Ji Hanyan's appearance ranked among the best in the industry. "Holy shit, I never knew such a beautiful woman existed in this world," one man exclaimed. "She looks even better than a celebrity," another added. "Wait, isn't it said that flight attendants are promiscuous? I wonder if there is a chance to pay for her time," someone muttered. "As if you could afford it. Even if you offered millions, she would not even look at a loser like you," a female employee retorted, mocking the men. Ji Hanyan was already accustomed to such scenes. She kept her expression neutral as she led Gu Junqing toward the restroom. Among the passengers, one young man with an ordinary appearance was watching Ji Hanyan. His eyes were filled with intense shock and burning desire. He had fallen for this flight attendant the very second he saw her. "Suchin, what are you looking at? Do you think you are even in her league? Keep staring, and you might get your eyes gouged out," two men sitting next to the young man jeered. "Exactly. You should look in a mirror. You want to chase our department beauty, and now you have the nerve to pine for a beautiful flight attendant? Go take a piss and see your own reflection," they mocked. "I will look if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Do not think that just because you are Chen Xiao's dogs, you can bark at everyone you see," the young man named Suchin retorted, glaring at them. "You are looking for a beating, aren't you?" The two men were enraged and raised their fists to strike Suchin. The commotion caused by Suchin successfully attracted a lot of attention. This included the attention of Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan. Ji Hanyan frowned slightly, hesitating on whether to intervene to stop them from fighting. "Enough. Stop messing around and be quiet. Do not make things difficult for the staff," a man wearing expensive clothing spoke up from behind Suchin. He wore a faint, mocking smile. This was the Chen Xiao the men had mentioned. Chen Xiao had his arm around a dainty-looking girl. She could not compare to a great beauty like Ji Hanyan, but she was still quite pretty. Suchin felt complicated and hurt when he looked at the woman Chen Xiao was holding. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. This woman was the department beauty he had once pursued. She had rejected him, only to climb into bed with the department leader's son. She had even turned him into a joke, spreading rumors throughout the company. Chen Xiao had begun to suppress him ever since. With an ordinary background, no connections, and poor emotional intelligence, Suchin had to endure the bullying, unable to resist. However, Chen Xiao was no longer concerned with bullying Suchin right now. His gaze was completely fixed on Ji Hanyan. Although he came from a good background, he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. He was eager to get to know her immediately. "Damn it," Gu Junqing cursed under his breath. He could see the entire situation clearly, and he felt like he had been bitten by a dog. He did not even need to activate his inside eyes to know who the protagonist was and who the villain was. He was certain that this Suchin was 100% a child of destiny. He was a guy who worked at a company, was suppressed due to incompetence or bad relationships with leadership, and was usually a background character. Then, after a plane crash during a trip, he would end up on a deserted island with the masses. He would rely on a cheat or survival experience, kick the small villains and big villains, and end up with a beautiful flight attendant and a high-cold female CEO in his arms. However, he needed to check Su Xian's data. Protagonist Suchin. Protagonist trope, deserted island survival system cheat. Protagonist book, My Deserted Island Survival Days with a Flight Attendant. Combat power 54. Charm value 65. Protagonist luck aura, 2132. Great, my guess was spot on, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Even with his gentle and humble character, he felt like cursing. After all, he had already been stranded on a deserted island once, and he really did not want to go through that again. "I swear, if I ever take a passenger plane with a female lead again, I will write my name backward," Gu Junqing vowed internally. "Well, taking a private plane does not count," he added. "Mr. Gu, why did you stop?" Ji Hanyan, who was walking in front, noticed Gu Junqing had stopped and turned around to ask, puzzled. She had zero interest in the conflicts of that company. Now, because of her fifth sister Chu Yuchan, she only felt a hint of curiosity about the man in front of her. "It is nothing. Let us continue." Gu Junqing shook his head slightly and said, looking perfectly calm. He was wondering why the plane would experience issues. The aircraft would certainly have been inspected when it took off, and if there were any problems, they should have been discovered. Of course, with the protagonist's heaven-defying luck, he would not be surprised if anything happened. If the protagonist could run into a 1 in 200,000 to 1 in a million crash probability, what was impossible? Chapter 802. The roar of the airplane engines echoed through the blue sky. Looking out the window, one could only see a vast expanse of blue and clouds as white as snow. After Gu Junqing entered the lavatory, the second sister, Ji Hanyan, waited for him outside. Once inside, Gu Junqing stood in place, deep in thought. During his brief stop in the economy cabin, he had scanned everyone present several times. After getting a handle on the situation, he began to think about how to solve it. At the very least, he could not allow the plane to crash. To resolve this matter, he first had to deal with the protagonist. Gu Junqing made his decision after a moment of thought. Even if it meant lowering his villain luck value, he had to take out the protagonist, Suqin. Beyond the protagonist, he noticed another important situation. In addition to the company tour group, there were a few passengers in the economy cabin who looked suspicious and tense. He felt these people were strange, so he used his inside eyes to see through them. He discovered something incredible. Each of these individuals carried a special kind of business card blade. When laid flat, it looked like a business card, but a few folds could turn it into a sharp, non-metallic dagger. Could it be that these people are the ones responsible for the plane hijacking? Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, wondering to himself. With that thought, he pushed open the lavatory door and walked into the aisle, looking solemnly at the second sister, Ji Hanyan. He was about to tell her what he had discovered when he saw her pause, frown, and point to his hands. Ahem, Mr. Gu, you haven't washed your hands. Didn't the second sister know that for a man, washing hands before using the restroom is a sign of respect for his brothers, and washing after is a sign of distrust for his own little brother? Besides, he had only stepped in to think. Gu Junqing felt speechless. Second sister, never mind the hand washing, that's not important. The problem right now is that someone might be planning to hijack the plane. Gu Junqing said gravely. It is important. One should be clean. I only reminded you because you are my fifth sister's boyfriend. Ji Hanyan nodded slightly when she heard second sister. Although this brother-in-law was a bit unhygienic, he was at least polite enough to greet her. Her expression changed drastically when she heard what he said next. Wait, what? You said someone is planning to hijack the plane. Ji Hanyan frowned, looking at Gu Junqing with suspicion. Yes, that's right. Gu Junqing nodded lightly, his expression serious. Are you serious? Tell me everything you discovered immediately. Ji Hanyan's brows furrowed tightly, her clear eyes fixed on Gu Junqing's face. Ignoring the potential optics, she pulled Gu Junqing back into the restroom to hear his explanation privately. A hijacking was no small matter. It involved the safety of hundreds of passengers and flight attendants, and it was not something to be joked about. In truth, Gu Junqing did not know how to explain it. Could he say he had X-ray vision and saw the criminals' weapons while looking through them? When I passed through the cabin earlier, I saw a few people acting suspiciously. I accidentally noticed them exchanging a special type of business card. It looked like a normal card, but with a few folds, it could become a sharp dagger. After a moment of thought, Gu Junqing spoke calmly. He was not entirely sure these people would cause the accident, but having them searched was the right call. Are you sure they are going to hijack the plane just because they exchanged business cards? Ji Hanyan looked at him hesitantly. I'm not sure, which is why I quietly told you about it first. However, if we don't check after suspecting something like this, how can we guarantee everyone's safety? Gu Junqing replied earnestly. True, if such weapons really exist, we should definitely conduct a thorough check. Ji Hanyan took a deep breath and let it out, easing her anxiety. She thought Gu Junqing might be overreacting out of nervousness. Regardless, if passengers had concerns, they had to be verified. If it was a misunderstanding, the worst case was an apology and some compensation. But if those men were truly dangerous, it involved the lives of everyone on the plane, which was far beyond money. I will have someone conduct a search. You return to your girlfriend. If something really happens, you must protect her well. Ji Hanyan stated seriously. Of course, I will protect Yuchan well. You can rest assured, second sister. Gu Junqing nodded with a pure and earnest expression. In reality, if it were not for the trouble of killing in public, he would have just killed the protagonist, Suqin, and thrown his body out of the plane. Since there were so many people around, he had to take a more indirect approach. Good. Seeing Gu Junqing's serious demeanor, Ji Hanyan nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, he was responsible. Having traveled the world, she had seen many men abandon their partners and children in times of crisis, a behavior she despised. Gu Junqing's clear and attentive attitude made her feel much better about him dating Chu Yuchan. Initially, she worried that he was only after her sister's beauty and wealth. This was her natural instinct as the eldest currently present, responsible for protecting her younger sisters. But now, she was quite satisfied with Gu Junqing. Ding, heroine Ji Hanyan's favorability toward the host has increased by 5, now at 10, acquaintance. The host is rewarded with 5,000 villain points. While Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan were talking, the atmosphere in the economy cabin remained lively and excited. Hee hee, young Master Chen, do you know what I just saw? A male employee from the company smiled mysteriously at young Master Chen after returning from the restroom. What did you see? Young Master Chen asked, arm wrapped around the company beauty he had snatched from Suqin. While exploring her body, his heart was still filled with the image of Ji Hanyan's stunning beauty from earlier. He felt he had fallen in love, and the woman beside him seemed tasteless in comparison. I went to use the restroom and saw something I shouldn't have. That beautiful flight attendant and that handsome male passenger went into the men's room together. Who knows what they were doing in there? The subordinate chuckled lewdly. He did not lower his voice, so many passengers in the cabin heard the gossip. The male colleagues exchanged knowing smiles. What else would a man and woman do in a restroom together besides that? The female colleagues began whispering and slandering Ji Hanyan, calling her a vixen. They had no idea that Ji Hanyan and Gu Junqing had only entered the restroom because they were worried about everyone's safety. Chapter 803. The male colleague's attention-grabbing remark sparked a heated discussion among his peers. However, it also drew immediate pushback and notice from others. Stop talking nonsense. They are definitely discussing business. Suchin, the protagonist of Fortune, stood up and declared loudly. He believed that siding with the beautiful flight attendant would surely earn him her favor. Moreover, he subconsciously refused to believe that such a beautiful goddess could be the kind of loose woman they were implying. This male colleague was aligned with young Master Chen. He naturally wanted to suppress Suchin, who was an adversary to Chen, to gain favor with his boss. The man sneered and asked directly, "Then tell me, what are that flight attendant and that man doing in the restroom together?" There are many possibilities. For example, maybe they know each other, or they are discussing flight schedules or security issues. Perhaps the passenger discovered a hazard on the plane and informed the attendant. You never know. Suchin offered a few dismissive guesses. However, he failed to notice that as soon as he spoke, the men who were not from their company turned visibly tense. "Boss, have we been discovered? Should we act early?" "No, wait and see. Even if we die, I want the world to see the resolve of the Asura Society. I want everyone to know that the Asura Society will never be destroyed." The thugs communicated silently. Just as the male colleague was about to retort to Suchin, he noticed the curtain of the cabin had been pulled back, so he stayed silent. Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan were stepping out from inside. Because the restroom was located at the very back of the aircraft, they needed to pass through the economy cabin to have the flight attendants check on the suspicious individuals Gu Junqing had identified. After conferring for a moment, they emerged calmly to avoid startling the potential threats. Ji Hanyan was surprised to find the entire cabin focused on her the moment she stepped out. She did not care much about the others, focusing instead on the group of men with the suspicious, strange expressions. She glanced at the brawny men casually. They looked extremely nervous, with one man keeping a hand tucked inside his jacket as if ready for something. This made Ji Hanyan's heart skip a beat, and she began to believe Gu Junqing's judgment. These people were definitely not right. "Beautiful flight attendant, what were you doing in the men's restroom with that passenger just now?" the male colleague asked with a smirk. "I already said. The flight attendant surely had urgent matters to discuss with this passenger. Who says a flight attendant cannot talk to a passenger alone? What if this passenger found a safety issue on the plane? Can't they report it?" Suchin argued righteously as soon as he saw Ji Hanyan. Ji Hanyan frowned deeply, wondering if these people had lost their minds. She was trying to consider the safety of all passengers, yet they were busy discussing her private affairs. Did she need these meddlers? It was no wonder the thugs looked so tense. It seemed they were afraid of being exposed. Were they planning to strike first? Ji Hanyan's heart tightened. "Sir, I apologize. I was simply discussing some matters with this passenger." "There is no such safety issue as you described," she said with a forced smile. "Did you hear that? They were just chatting." Seeing the beautiful flight attendant's graceful and gentle demeanor, Suchin's masculine desire to protect her flared up. "Just chatting. Can we ask what you talked about? Is the flight attendant feeling guilty by not saying anything?" The male colleague glanced at young Master Chen. Seeing that Chen was annoyed because Suchin was showing off in front of Ji Hanyan, the lackey quickly chimed in. The protagonist could jump into the fray if he wanted, but this cannon fodder was also acting out. Gu Junqing's expression turned cold, and his eyes revealed a deep chill. He wanted to handle the potential aircraft incident as quickly as possible. Whether it was the protagonist or cannon fodder standing in his way, he would not hesitate to act. Suddenly, he thought of a better way to handle the situation. He stepped lightly to Ji Hanyan's side and wrapped a large hand around her slender waist. "What is it to you if I am chatting with my girlfriend? Do I need to explain that to you?" Ji Hanyan was startled by the hand on her waist. This brother-in-law was being far too informal. She was Chu Yuchan's second sister. How could he touch her like that? However, she quickly understood Gu Junqing's intention. The brawny men who looked like thugs clearly looked much more relaxed now. He was trying to divert everyone's attention. Her stiff waist softened, and she eventually leaned back against Gu Junqing to validate his words. "No." Suchin felt as if his heart were shattering, bitterness flooding his soul. Why did heaven have to treat him like this? The office flower he had crushed on for a long time had been snatched away by the department's young master, and now this beautiful flight attendant he had fallen for at first sight had a boyfriend. His life was just too bitter. Ding, the host has caused the protagonist Su Xian's mindset to collapse. You have plundered 200 points of his fortune. Host's villain fortune plus 200. Ding, the host has slightly altered the plot. You are rewarded with 5,000 villain points. You are a flight attendant, yet you are having a secret rendezvous with your boyfriend. You clearly have no professional ethics. The male colleague wanted to say more, but he was scolded by his direct supervisor, young Master Chen. Not Chen Xiao. "You dog, get back here. Stop being a busybody." The airplane's air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, so there was no reason to be hot or cold. However, large beads of sweat were rolling down young Master Chen's face as cold sweat poured from him. This idiot had no eye for detail. Was this man someone they could afford to offend? Initially, because people were blocking his view, he had not seen Gu Junqing behind Ji Hanyan. But when Gu Junqing stepped forward, he realized how stupid his decision to have his men provoke Ji Hanyan was. Although he did not know who Gu Junqing was, he had seen the clothes and accessories Gu Junqing was wearing at a world exhibition. Each item was something a young master of his company could not afford. Added to that was Gu Junqing's regal and imposing air. He concluded that Gu Junqing was definitely not an ordinary person, and certainly not someone he could afford to provoke. Gu Junqing glanced at this young Master Chen dismissively, not caring at all. A character of this level would likely only serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist in the early stages. He was just a minor villain. The male colleague who kept shouting was likely just a lackey for this minor villain. Such small characters were not even worth a second glance from him. Chapter 804. After Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan returned to the aisle, Gu Junqing consciously lowered his hand. However, the slender softness of Ji Hanyan's waist had given Gu Junqing a real treat, and he could not resist squeezing her tender skin one last time before letting go. Ji Hanyan glanced at Gu Junqing, but did not say anything. After sending Gu Junqing back to Chu Yuchan, she immediately summoned all the flight attendants. She shared everything she knew with the group. Upon learning that the plane was at risk of being hijacked, many of the flight attendants were terrified. Several beautiful flight attendants even felt their legs go weak, forcing them to grab onto the cabin walls for support. This was a matter of life and death. If the plane crashed due to a hijacking, everyone's life would be in danger. The probability of surviving a plane crash was less than 1 in a million. Chief Steward Ji, what should we do now? An attendant who knew Ji Hanyan asked anxiously. Although Ji Hanyan was an international flight attendant, most of the crew were not very close to her. Every time the plane arrived at a destination city, Ji Hanyan would disappear for a while, acting extremely mysterious. They only interacted when they were on the plane. The first thing we must do is control them. We cannot let them pose a threat to the passengers on board. After Gu Junqing left, Ji Hanyan's expression turned cold, and her eyes flashed with a hint of chilliness. But what if we recognize them incorrectly? Yes, if they are not intending to hijack the plane, and we forcefully control those passengers, we will definitely face severe punishment. Our jobs would be gone, and we might even be sued. Several experienced flight attendants were still hesitating. However, Ji Hanyan issued the order without the slightest hesitation. Those people are definitely trouble. If there is no problem, I will take full responsibility for any consequences. The flight attendants felt relieved after hearing this. As long as someone was willing to take responsibility, there was no problem. Besides, Ji Hanyan was extremely mysterious. She was beautiful, and her background was unfathomable. Once, a senior executive of the airline took a fancy to Ji Hanyan's looks and wanted to harass her. The very next day, that executive was kicked out of the company along with his belongings. Later, that executive mysteriously disappeared, and no one could contact him again. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Ji Hanyan. So, at this critical moment, everyone subconsciously followed her instructions and orders. There are 3 suspicious individuals in total. Later, 2 of you will use the excuse of serving passengers to get behind them, and then you 2 act. Ji Hanyan began to arrange the plan. To avoid alerting the enemy and causing them to act recklessly, every action had to be planned with extreme precision. As for the female flight attendants, stay outside the cockpit. You must not interfere with the pilots flying. If they really are the problem, remember to inform the passengers through the broadcast immediately. Remember, the suspicious individuals might be carrying sharp weapons. Everyone must be careful. Ji Hanyan's leadership ability made everyone nod in agreement, and they went to carry out her plan. The male flight attendants secretly approached the suspects, while the female flight attendants stood by according to her instructions. All of this was being observed by Gu Junqing, who was paying close attention to the situation. Ji Hanyan's handling of the situation was flawless, and Gu Junqing nodded to himself in approval. At the same time, he planned to intervene personally. If the male flight attendants could not take them down, then it would be his turn to act. The situation in the economy class remained unchanged. The colleagues from the company had initially been in a state of excitement due to the occasional turbulence of the flight. However, after the plane had been flying for a long time, everyone had become sleepy and tired. They did not pay much attention when several flight attendants entered the cabin. The male protagonist, Sachin, was resting with his eyes closed. He had felt miserable for a long time after learning that the goddess he fell in love with at first sight had a boyfriend. It took quite a while for that sour and painful feeling to subside. Just at this moment, the heirloom necklace hidden under Su Xian's clothes suddenly emitted a faint, ghostly glow, like a shining star. However, Sachin was completely unaware of all this. Do it. Suddenly, a loud shout awakened the drowsy tourists in the cabin. The crowd realized that several male flight attendants had surrounded a few fierce-looking men. The male flight attendants seemed to be planning to subdue these brutes. However, when these men took business cards out of their pockets and easily folded them into sharp, non-steel daggers, the flight attendants hesitated and dared not approach first. Only then did the passengers wake up from their dreams, screaming and crying in terror. Everyone started running toward the back like they were crazy. When Sachin saw this, he also followed the crowd in terror. However, the space behind was limited, and there were so many people that it was impossible to squeeze any further. One of the criminals even successfully used a knife to kidnap a man who was trying to push toward the back. This man turned out to be the same male colleague who had been rude to Ji Hanyan earlier. The two sides were now in a standoff. The criminals were wary of the number of flight attendants, while the flight attendants were wary of the weapons and the hostage in the criminals' hands. The two sides were in a tense standoff where violence could break out at any moment. The male flight attendants had not expected these men to be actual criminals, and their vigilance was too high. The moment they got slightly closer, the criminals stared at them with extreme alertness. In the end, they had no choice but to force the confrontation. It was a pity that they still failed to subdue them before they could resist. Ji Hanyan frowned slightly as she watched the situation. These people were definitely well-trained soldiers, or perhaps some kind of private bodyguards. Otherwise, they could not have possessed such vigilance. Moreover, judging from the force and speed of their weapon swings, these people even possessed some martial arts ability. They had definitely undergone practical combat training, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, although there appeared to be only 3 of them, if they really fought, they would not fear her group of more than a dozen flight attendants. The key was that with so many people watching, she could not easily unleash her full power. Ji Hanyan narrowed her eyes. She thought for a moment and then said, "I am the chief steward of this flight. Let that passenger go, and I will be your hostage instead." Yes, she wants to switch hostages. I am useless, and she is so beautiful, she will definitely be of more use than me. Before the criminals could even speak, the male colleague, who had a knife at his throat, spoke up with a face full of fear. Chapter 805. The flight attendants were in a standoff with the hijackers. Ji Hanyan stood at the front, appearing weak and harmless. The hijackers began to confer among themselves. "Boss, she is right. It would be better to take that girl. The chief stewardess is likely important, which would make it easier to demand the cockpit door open," one suggested. "Exactly, boss. They are both hostages, and this pretty girl seems easier to control than that man," another added. The leader nodded faintly after hearing his henchman. The male colleague hostage chimed in eagerly. "This flight attendant is so beautiful, and she looks like she might still be a virgin. You could not only use her to threaten the crew, but the brothers could also have some fun." The flight attendants were incensed by his words. They had been willing to risk their safety to replace him, yet he responded with such base betrayal. It was pathetic, even to his own company staff. His boss, Chen Xiao, felt ashamed to even be associated with him. But they were helpless, as the terrorists were armed. Chin clenched his fists, debating whether to step up and protect the flight attendant. He hesitated, reasoning that since the flight attendant's boyfriend had not stepped up, why should he? So he stood down. Ji Hanyan remained unfazed, understanding the man's desperate fear of death, though her resolve to swap hostages held firm. "So this brat is that afraid of death?" The leader sneered at the man's comment. Ultimately, he agreed to Ji Hanyan's request for an exchange. Ji Hanyan walked toward the terrorists with her hands raised, signaling she carried no weapons. As she neared the 2 thugs, she abruptly stopped. "Release him," she said coldly, noting the leader's lack of intention to follow through. The leader narrowed his eyes, loosening his grip on the knife at the man's throat, and shoving him toward the crew. The colleague stumbled forward, and Ji Hanyan exhaled in relief. As long as he reached safety, she could act. Did they really think she was just a weak woman? Cold light glinted in her eyes. Her 5th sister was on this plane, and she would never let her come to harm. "Grab her." The leader roared, and the 2 henchmen lunged. Ji Hanyan was still at a distance, and the male colleague had not yet reached safety. The leader wore a cruel smirk as he suddenly drove his knife into the colleague's chest. He had never intended to trade hostages, nor did he intend for anyone on the plane to survive. The sudden turn caught Ji Hanyan off guard. By the time she reacted, it was almost too late. The makeshift blade plunged into the man's chest. "Ah, run. He is killing someone." Women and children on the plane shrieked in terror. "Don't run, everyone. The terrorists have no hostages now. Charge them. Don't let them grab the stewardess." Chin shouted, finally regaining his senses. As the 2 thugs grinned and closed in on her, Ji Hanyan prepared to strike. She caught a flash of a black object in her peripheral vision. Rip. Ah. The object pierced the palm of one thug, who fell to his knees in agony. The onlookers were stunned, unsure of what had happened. Ji Hanyan, being close, clearly saw it was nothing more than an ordinary stainless steel fork. Such an implement could not easily pierce flesh without immense force. She glanced back to see Junqing, her sister's boyfriend, as the one who had thrown it. Beside him stood her sister, Chu Yuchan, wearing an expression of surprise. "My prospective brother-in-law seems to have some skill," she mused. However, the other thug gave her no time to ponder. He was surprised by his companion's sudden collapse, but with their leader having finished off the previous hostage, they needed to secure Ji Hanyan as a bargaining chip. They could not afford to fight the remaining crew without one. Seeing the thug charge, Ji Hanyan's eyes flickered, and she executed a swift backward step. She followed with an unexpected, perfectly aimed kick to his wrist. Swish! The knife flew from the thug's hand. She immediately followed up with a sweeping kick, tripping him to the ground. With a sharp stamp and kick from her high heel, she rendered him unconscious. She frowned, feeling that her flight attendant uniform hindered her movement. Wow, she is so cool. The crowd was amazed by her martial prowess. No one expected a woman with such beauty and grace to be so skilled in combat. They knew that hijacking required dangerous skills, yet she had incapacitated the thug in 2 moves. Chin watched with envy, wishing he had such a beautiful and capable girlfriend. Not bad, Gu Junqing murmured as the golden light in his eyes faded. Heroine, Ji Hanyan, age, 31, charisma, 98, combat power, 772, affinity with host, 15, heroine halo, 4205. Aside from his master Ji Ziyu and senior sister Chen Lingyu, Ji Hanyan was a rare heroine with combat power. She was quite capable, with over 700 points of strength. This level of ability was already at the Grandmaster level. It seemed this second sister was not simple either. He and Chu Yuchan had been on the scene from the start of the chaos. Chu Yuchan had wanted to rush forward when she saw Ji Hanyan wanting to put herself in danger. If not for Gu Junqing's dissuasion, she would have already acted to protect her sister. He had waited to act because he wanted to see if the terrorists would kill that male colleague. Otherwise, doing it himself would have been beneath him. Chapter 806. Seeing Ji Hanyan's skilled combat, and his two fallen subordinates, the gang leader stood frozen. His eyes flickered with chilling coldness and wariness. He was only a fringe member of the Asura Society. He planned this hijacking to retaliate against the factions that kicked them, while they were down following the deaths of the organization's top brass. He did not care if he sacrificed his own life. He never expected such a powerful opponent to be on the plane. He knew his two subordinates' strength well, as ordinary men would need a group of 7 or 8 to take them down. Yet, he never imagined they would be beaten like this by a woman. Who exactly was this flight attendant? He had no time to ponder this, as Ji Hanyan had already pursued him after taking down the two henchmen, swinging her delicate, snow-white palm toward him. In his desperation, the gang leader brought his hands together, managing to block the strike with his arms. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? He could not withstand the force at all. Sent flying to the floor, he was filled with utter shock. Do you still want to put up a futile struggle? Ji Hanyan asked him coldly as he lay on the ground. Even if I die, I'll take a few with me. The gang leader slowly stood up, his eyes icy. He was filled with both terror and rage. Is that so? Seeing that he intended to keep fighting, Ji Hanyan shook her head slightly. It seemed she would have to knock him unconscious. Seeing her prepare to attack again, the leader sneered and suddenly charged toward the passengers in the rear cabin. What? Don't you run? Ji Hanyan glared and pursued him rapidly. Hey, stay away from us. The passengers screamed in terror. It's over, the criminal is coming our way. The crowd began to panic. Help, he's coming. The passengers in the rear economy cabin had relaxed, thinking the crisis was over after seeing the flight attendant defeat several hijackers and even the leader. They never expected the criminal to ignore the attendant and run straight at them with a knife. The passengers scrambled backward in a frenzy. The space was limited and the crowd so dense, however, that they could barely retreat. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. If you let me live to go back, I'm docking all your pay. Chen Xiao tried angrily to squeeze into the crowd. These colleagues usually fawned over him, yet in this life or death moment, they were all throwing him under the bus. In the midst of his rage, he spotted Su Qin, who was also trying to squeeze inside. Chen Xiao's eyes shifted, and while he kept shouting for everyone not to push, he grabbed Su Xian's shirt and kicked him out into the open. Which asshole kicked me? Su Qin stumbled from the kick, and upon turning back, realized it was his nemesis, Chen Xiao. Just as he was about to curse, he saw the sinister grin on Chen Xiao's face. He finally realized the situation. He was now at the very front of the crowd. Chen Xiaoja, I curse you to have a son with no asshole, and a daughter who sells her own. Su Qin cursed angrily. It was impossible for him to squeeze back into the crowd now, as the hijacker was right behind him. He could even see the cruel smile on the criminal's face, and the cold glint of the knife swinging toward his chest. Seeing a man pushed out into the open, the leader swung his blade and lunged forward. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm where the flight attendant had struck him earlier. The intense pain altered the trajectory of the knife. It did not pierce the man's chest as intended, but merely grazed his skin, drawing droplets of blood. Unbeknownst to Su Qin, the blood dripped onto the necklace he was wearing. The leader's expression shifted, and as he tried to strike again, Ji Hanyan caught up from behind. With a single elbow strike, she knocked him unconscious. The accompanying flight crew rushed to check on Su Xian's injuries. They breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he was not seriously hurt. Another male colleague had already died, and if another person were to perish, the blame on them would be immense. In the distance, Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew it would not be so easy to deal with this protagonist. The attacker's angle had been perfect, yet it shifted at the final moment. It seemed the protagonist's luck was still at work. After the leader was subdued, the crew tied him and the two unconscious henchmen tightly, tossing them into the lavatory and handcuffing them. The passengers finally breathed a sigh of relief, having survived the ordeal. Second sister, are you okay? Unable to suppress her worry, Chu Yuchan rushed to Ji Hanyan's side to ask anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry, they couldn't hurt me. Upon seeing her sister, the indifferent expression on Ji Hanyan's face vanished, replaced by a warm, doting look. It seemed this was the case for all 7 sisters. They were cold to outsiders, but incredibly warm and kind to each other. We have to thank your boyfriend for this. If he hadn't noticed it in time, we really would have been caught off guard. Ji Hanyan said this specifically to Chu Yuchan while looking at Gu Junqing, who was smiling gently nearby. She believed Chu Yuchan refused to admit Gu Junqing was her boyfriend because she was still testing him, or perhaps fearing their sisters would disapprove. Thus, she made a point to praise him, as she truly felt he was a decent man. However, What Ji Hanyan did not know was that Chu Yuchan refused to admit it, because Junqing was also the boyfriend of their 6th and 7th sisters. Why thank him? It's what he should do, Chu Yuchan muttered. To thank Junqing further would mean paying him with her own body. Indeed, it is my duty, Junqing replied with a nod. Chu Yuchan was already his, and the 2nd sister would surely not escape him either. With both girlfriends on the plane, he would never let any untoward accidents happen to them. Yuchan, you can't say that. You are the president of a company now, not a child anymore. You must thank him properly. He saved everyone on this plane. Sensing the tension between Junqing and Chu Yuchan, Ji Hanyan pulled her sister aside and whispered, "Second sister, you don't know how lecherous this guy is. If you give him an inch, he will truly take a mile." Chu Yuchan kept this thought to herself and managed a bitter smile. "I don't understand, but I think this man is quite good. He's sensible, observant, handsome, and judging by his clothes and taste, his background isn't bad either. He is worthy of you." Thinking Chu Yuchan was claiming she didn't know Junqing well, Ji Hanyan advised her earnestly. I know, I will thank him properly." Helpless, Chu Yuchan could only agree. However, neither she nor Ji Hanyan knew one thing. In the distance, Junqing watched them with a slightly peculiar expression. Chapter 807. The hijacking incident on the flight left the passengers in a state of shock. Fortunately, only one person had died and one was injured during the incident. Otherwise, the situation would have been entirely different had the entire plane met with an accident. The injured passenger was, of course, Suchin, the son of Destiny, who had been slashed. He was currently being carried back to his seat. Yet for some reason, despite only sustaining a minor injury, Suchin remained unconscious. This caused some anxiety among his company colleagues. If Suchin kicked the bucket, the company would have to pay compensation. However, none of them knew that Suchin was in a rather peculiar state. Somewhere in the haze, he felt a warm current flowing through his chest, circulating through his body. The wound just inflicted by the thug was gradually healing. Ding. Host injury detected. Host approaching deserted island. Deserted island domination check-in system activated early. Ding. Do you wish to check in? In his dazed state, Suchin faintly heard a voice in his mind. What was a check-in system? Although bewildered, he instinctively blurted out, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Newbie starter pack issued. Reward: 1 bottle of physical enhancement serum, 1 automatic fishing net trap, and 10 cubic meters of system storage. Suchin reflexively used the physical enhancement serum immediately. He felt the heat in his chest surge, a strange energy reshaping his body. He let out an involuntary groan and snapped his eyes open. He could easily see the situation around him and sense every movement. The world seemed significantly clearer to him now. So all of this is real. Suchin touched his chest, still finding it hard to believe. The deep wound that should have been there had completely vanished. Suchin clenched his hands into fists, feeling an incredibly explosive power within his body. It felt as if he could punch through the earth with a single blow. Where are the thugs? Suchin turned his head to ask a colleague. The other passengers were busy with their own concerns, and the atmosphere in the cabin was stagnant. Although the ringleader had been taken care of, everyone remained suspicious of the identities of the surrounding passengers. Whenever anyone moved, a barrage of vigilant gazes would instantly turn toward them. They were all terrified that there might be more accomplices lurking among them. Oh, you're awake. The colleague beside him was startled at first, but relaxed upon seeing it was Suchin. Seeing it was Suchin, those around them also let out a sigh of relief and looked away. After all, Suchin had been injured by the ringleader, so he clearly wasn't part of that vicious gang. That ringleader had gone for the kill, and everyone felt it was a miracle that Suchin was still alive. Those thugs are locked in the lavatory. Don't worry, they are sealed tight, the colleague said wearily. This incident had truly given everyone a massive scare. A hijacking was the sort of major news event one only ever saw on television. Never did they expect to experience it firsthand. I see. Suchin's eyes flickered, and he spoke calmly. Since he possessed the deserted island domination system, he figured he couldn't escape the fate of ending up on a deserted island. The system's starter pack had thoughtfully included an automatic fishing net that could identify targets and capture them on its own. If he ended up on that island, he would definitely be able to live comfortably by relying on his system. Food would certainly be the most important thing on the island. Plus, there was that stunning flight attendant on the plane, the department beauty he had a crush on, and the gorgeous female CEO in first class. If he and all of them were stranded on a deserted island, the possibilities would be endless. Thinking of that stunning flight attendant's charming demeanor and statuesque, proud figure, Suchin drooled with delight. Furthermore, whether it was young Master Chen or that flight attendant's boyfriend, they wouldn't be able to leverage their power once they were on the island. When that time came, he would toy with their women right in front of these powerful men. Just picturing those wealthy second-generation heirs, currently fawned over by everyone, kneeling at his feet and watching him be intimate with their women, made excitement surge within Su Xian's chest like a fountain. This would be the peak of his life. As for whether anyone died in the plane crash, Suchin didn't care. Those company colleagues were just passing acquaintances, and many had gone out of their way to suppress him just to curry favor with young Master Chen. He wouldn't care if every single one of them died. As long as those beauties survived, that was all that mattered. Bang! Ouch! At that moment, the plane suddenly lurched violently during its flight. Many people were thrown about, and panic and fear began to permeate the hearts of the passengers. No one knew what was happening. Is it crashing? Suchin thought, his eyes flickering with excitement. Possessing the deserted island domination system, he didn't believe for a second that he would die in the crash. Time to rewind a few minutes, to the other side of the cabin. After securing the hijackers, Ji Hanyan headed straight for the cockpit. Chief Purser, we've been trying to contact the pilots in the cockpit, but we can't get through. What should we do? A graceful flight attendant asked Ji Hanyan, sounding frantic. The cockpit was the most critical area of the aircraft. That was why Ji Hanyan had dispatched several flight attendants to guard the area during the struggle with the hijackers. However, they had no idea why they were unable to contact the pilots. On top of that, they had no clue about the situation in the economy cabin. The beautiful flight attendants could only fret anxiously, unable to do anything. Fortunately, they soon received news that the hijackers had been caught, which allowed everyone to relax slightly. But they still couldn't reach the pilots. No contact? Could something have happened to them? Ji Hanyan furrowed her delicate brows. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. After all, they had just been through a hijacking. It wouldn't be surprising if the pilots had met with disaster too. Where is the key to this door? Ji Hanyan pointed at the cockpit door and asked coldly. There is no key from the outside. The only key is hanging inside the cockpit. The flight attendants on duty hurriedly spoke up in a flurry of voices. What are we supposed to do? Even Ji Hanyan was at a loss. The cockpit door was no ordinary door. It weighed a full 100 kilograms. Furthermore, once the aircraft equipment was powered on, the steel bars of the cockpit door and the steel frame were locked together tightly. Opening the door through unconventional means was nearly impossible. Even with her strength, she could hardly blast open the cockpit door directly. Chapter 808. How can we be this unlucky? It is either a hijacking or the pilot has gone silent. Ji Hanyan felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. This flight had been plagued by one disaster after another. They had finally resolved the hijacking, only to lose contact with the pilot now. You all go out and calm the passengers down. I will handle things here. Ji Hanyan sighed and gave the order as she looked at the terrified flight attendants. The flight attendants wiped away their tears while sobbing. Although they were terrified, they managed to stabilize their minds under Ji Hanyan's comforting gaze. Now was not the time for them to be afraid. If even they panicked, the safety of the passengers would be completely compromised. After watching the flight attendants leave, Ji Hanyan turned to look at the cockpit door. She knew she could not break down the door on her own. However, if the pilots inside could not be reached, a crisis might occur at any moment. Ji Hanyan prepared herself, picked up a blunt object, and struck the cockpit door with great speed. Bang! A deafening sound of impact echoed through the cabin in front of the cockpit door. This area was separated from the first-class cabin by a small compartment. The sound was so loud that people in first class could still hear it. Junqing was not far away. He felt a sense of helplessness when he heard the commotion in front of the cockpit door. He had thought that once the thugs were taken care of, the flight would return to the summer country normally. He had underestimated the influence of the child of destiny. Junqing narrowed his eyes, and a golden light flashed within them. He first looked at the child of destiny, Suqin, and discovered that his luck value was fluctuating violently, burning intensely like oil on a fire. This indicated that the outcome of the plane crashing on a deserted island had not been completely changed. A cold chill emanated from Junqing's eyes at this thought. He then projected his gaze into the cockpit, and discovered that the scene inside was a complete mess. The main pilot and the co-pilot were both in a state of unconsciousness. This meant that the entire plane was now flying unmanned. If it were not for the autopilot function, who knows where the plane would have flown off to by now. Junqing frowned. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and there was still time to save the situation. Knowing the cause, Junqing did not hesitate and headed straight for the cockpit door. Ji Hanyan had sensed someone approaching while she was striking the door. She was on alert but relaxed upon seeing that it was Junqing. You should be staying with my sister, so why are you here? Ji Hanyan asked with slight surprise upon seeing him. She was worried that her fifth sister, Chu Yuchan, would be scared during this time of panic. She had specifically instructed Junqing to take good care of her. Second sister, isn't there a problem here? I heard your discussion just now. Junqing glanced at the dent on the door and pointed at it, indicating that he already understood everything. If you know, then I will not hide it from you. We have lost contact with the pilots, and if we do not open this door, the plane is at risk of crashing. Ji Hanyan replied in a low voice. Don't worry, second sister. Leave the lockpicking to me. Junqing said with full confidence. He could say that lockpicking had become second nature to him. For example, his seventh sister, Chu Yuchan, and his sixth sister, Mu Painting, had even changed the locks on their own bedroom doors to refuse his endless demands. They did this to prevent Junqing from having spare keys to their rooms. However, their bedroom doors could not stop him. He had broken through every single time. He just could not tell Ji Hanyan about that. He was afraid that if he told her, Ji Hanyan would turn around and fight him for his life. He had already seen through these 7 sisters. Each one was more protective than the last. This is not an ordinary lock, Ji Hanyan said with a wry smile. She also possessed some lock-picking skills. If the door had been that easy to open, she would have opened it long ago. Just then, the sunlight streaming in through the airplane window dimmed significantly. The plane also lurched violently. Ji Hanyan and Junqing were both strong, so they did not fall from the shaking. However, Ji Hanyan's expression turned extremely ugly. Based on her flight experience, the airflow was not right at all. It was very likely that they were in front of a thunderstorm zone. This was extremely common at sea. The passengers on the plane were still unaware that the unmanned aircraft was currently flying into a world shrouded in pitch-black clouds, wind, and rain. Chapter 809. Damn it, I will kill you sooner or later. Gu Junqing cursed Suqin in his heart. He knew the situation could not be delayed any longer. If the door was not opened, the plane would definitely hit the storm ahead. After all, there was no pilot to change the direction now. Gu Junqing casually took out a wire he had prepared and poked it into the lock. He actually started to circulate the true qi in his body, skillfully feeling the shape and length of the lock, and then simulated a condensed key of true qi. A light sound was heard in his ear. Click, creak. The cabin door actually popped open a gap. Ji Hanyan was originally worried about the storm outside, but now she was stunned in place when she saw this situation. A rare look of surprise appeared on her mature and charming face. This was simply ridiculous. She would believe it if a small wire could open an ordinary door lock. But this was the door lock of the airplane cockpit, and a wire could open it. I think if you can, why don't you report it to the police station after returning to the country? Ji Hanyan stood gracefully in place for a while, her figure as beautiful as a willow in the wind, but she hesitated for a long time on her face, before speaking slowly. Gu Junqing was speechless in his heart. He was such a big rich second generation, did he still need to be a petty thief? At most, he would just open the rooms of the heroines to have in-depth exchanges with them. What bad intentions could a pure and good young man like him have? Second sister, let's check the situation inside first. Gu Junqing said helplessly. Ji Hanyan nodded slightly. Although she admired Gu Junqing's lockpicking skills, the most important thing now was the situation in the cockpit. After Gu Junqing pulled open the cockpit door, he found that the pilot and co-pilot were in an inexplicable state of deep sleep. Ji Hanyan's face changed suddenly. She knew that something must have happened in the cockpit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to be able to contact the cockpit. Just at this moment, the plane's passengers swarmed into the room in front of the cockpit, wanting to ask about the current situation. It was obvious that everyone was panicking due to the abnormal vibration of the plane. After the hijacking incident, the nerves of the passengers became extremely fragile. They needed to know the cause and effect of everything that happened. What exactly happened? I just looked out from the airplane window and saw a big storm in front. Why are we flying forward? Exactly, the plane is shaking so much. Does the pilot know how to fly? Are they treating the plane like a car? My daughter almost fell over. The passengers expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Suqin, who followed, had a slight flash in his eyes. Only he knew some inside information now. He was sure that something must have gone wrong with the plane, and it was about to crash. Otherwise, how could he go to the island to become a king? The flight attendant sent by Ji Hanyan wanted to stop those passengers. However, there were still many unreasonable passengers. They still forcibly squeezed in. When everyone saw the pilot that Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan carried out from the cockpit, everyone had a confused look on their faces. Is this the pilot and co-pilot? Su Xian's rival, young Master Chen, asked Gu Junqing hesitantly. Although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed them. Gu Junqing glanced at Suqin, who had an unknown expression in the crowd, then moved his line of sight to young Master Chen's face and said lightly, I can't wake them up, I don't know what happened. An experienced doctor helped check the pilot and co-pilot who were carried out and said with an ugly expression, of course you cannot wake them up. Gu Junqing muttered in his heart. Because these two people were completely affected by the protagonist's luck. Then what should we do? The pilot and co-pilot were unconscious now, so what should happen to the plane? Many passengers looked at the fainted pilot, their faces pale as ashes, their hearts mourning. Some people had even started to cry while writing their wills. Stop writing. If the plane crashes, not even your body will be left, let alone your paper. I advise you to put your ID card in your mouth so as not to make it difficult for the body search team. Someone who saw through the situation sighed and advised. Mom, the plane crashed, are we going to die? A little girl of only a few years old threw herself into her mother's arms and cried, no, my child, surely someone will save us. The mother's eyes also contained tears and fear, but she still hugged her daughter tightly and patted her back to comfort her. Is it like in the TV? Will there be a Superman to save us? The little girl asked innocently and ignorantly. Yes. The mother nodded blindly, hugging her daughter tightly, and tears had already uncontrollably covered her face. Where could there be any Superman? It was just a pity that her daughter was still so young. Ji Hanyan no longer wanted to care about how these passengers were. She walked straight to her fifth sister, Chu Yuchan, looking carefully at her sister's beautiful face. Yuchan, it seems we haven't seen each other for a year, Ji Hanyan said affectionately. 1 year? I only remember 355 days and 22 hours. Chu Yuchan hummed a little proudly. You, Ji Hanyan chuckled, then suddenly showed sadness on her face. It's just that I didn't expect our sisters to potentially be buried here. I don't know how sad the eldest sister and the other sisters will be when they find out. Don't worry, two beautiful ladies, I will protect you from harm. Suqin, who was not far away, had been eavesdropping on the conversation between the two beautiful women, and couldn't help but speak to guarantee it after hearing such sadness from his favorite beautiful flight attendant. He did not think that a man like him who owned a deserted island domination system would have any accidents. And he must save these two beautiful women. Otherwise, he would be too lonely on the deserted island. He must conquer these two women with tall figures and beautiful faces. Chu Yuchan looked at Suqin impatiently. What kind of cat or dog was this? Why did he interrupt her conversation with her second sister? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that the flight path of the plane was becoming more and more wrong, and the speed seemed to have become extremely slow. The inside of the cabin also began to shake violently, and everyone's bodies began to tilt a lot toward the front of the cabin. This made everyone even more panicked. Many people had already closed their eyes and prayed to various gods and Buddhas for blessing. I can fly the plane, let me do it. Gu Junqing, who had slightly closed his eyes, suddenly opened them, said a word to everyone, and then moved directly into the cockpit. He had just used villain points to redeem the skill of flying a plane. He was just accepting the information about flying techniques. Now, if he wanted to keep the plane from crashing, only he could fly the plane. Chapter 810. Gu Junqing's words brought a glimmer of hope to many of the passengers. His demeanor was not one of a man who would joke about such matters, and they were certain he would lead them to safety. Only Suchin frowned slightly at this, though his expression relaxed the moment he considered the implications. The plane crash was unstoppable, a matter of destiny. He did not believe that this man could possibly defy the heavens. He admitted that without his system, he would be no match for this man in real life. But now, he was the one chosen by fate. Why should this man be able to win the heart of a beautiful flight attendant simply because of his background? Once they reached the deserted island where power and money meant nothing, he would make the stewardess and the arrogant CEO fall into his arms. The plane was moving closer and closer to the ocean surface. The once shimmering waves had turned pitch black, and when combined with the violent weather outside, it truly resembled the gates of hell. The crowd watched Gu Junqing, who was operating the plane, with expectant and anxious eyes. They were so tense they dared not even breathe. Gu Junqing quickly pressed a few buttons on the complex control panel that no one else understood. Then, he began to pull the joystick up with force. The plane had been plummeting toward the sea, but the angle of the wings shifted slightly. Just as it was about to crash into the water, the nose lifted. After drawing a beautiful arc in the air, the plane began to soar in the sky once more. It's flying. Oh my god, am I dreaming? We're actually flying. We're safe. We're really safe. Wah, after I get back, I am never masturbating again. This plane saved my life. Everyone was shocked and cheered, unable to contain their excitement. Second sister, he did it. My man actually did it. Chu Yuchan stared at Gu Junqing in the pilot's seat with dazed eyes. It was the first time she had admitted he was her man in front of others, a major breakthrough for such a proud woman. Even she, a woman who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, had been incredibly nervous. She had not expected that Gu Junqing could really pull it off. Chu Yuchan's long, fair legs rubbed against each other uncontrollably. She missed his scorching, firm embrace. Yes, he did it. Ji Hanyan looked at Gu Junqing with astonishment. At this moment, she admired his nerves of steel. He was truly worthy of being the man her fifth sister had chosen. She felt relieved that her sister had found such an excellent man. Ding. Heroine Chu Yuchan's favorability toward the host has increased by 20, currently 60. Adoration. Host is rewarded with 10,000 villain points. Ding. Host has unlocked the normal position for Heroine Chu Yuchan. Please cherish it. Ding. Heroine Ji Hanyan's favorability toward the host has increased by 10, currently 20. Acquaintance. Host is rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Ding. The host has significantly changed the plot. Plundered 1,000 luck points from protagonist Suchin. Host's villain luck plus 1,000. Gu Junqing glossed over the string of system rewards, only locking his eyes on the single line about the normal position. Were there abnormal ones? Gu Junqing brushed that thought aside and refocused his gaze on the front. Getting the plane back to Xia country was the top priority. As for what exactly a normal position was, he would have to study that properly later, as it was a profound and deep field of knowledge. How is this possible? Things shouldn't be like this. Su Xian's expression stiffened, turning a shade of green. He stared at Gu Junqing in disbelief. How could he have saved the plane so easily? He had already planned everything he would do once they landed on the deserted island. Why hadn't the plane crashed? Right, I need a co-pilot. Is there anyone else who can fly a plane? Gu Junqing asked casually. I can't fly, I only know how to masturbate, a male colleague mumbled. This remark earned him contemptuous glares from those around him. If there is no co-pilot, will you be too tired flying it alone? Ji Hanyan stepped forward and asked considerately. She had completely accepted Gu Junqing as a brother-in-law. She felt like a mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law with growing satisfaction. I will be the co-pilot. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Suchin stepped out and shouted. He had struggled for a long time, deciding that he could not sit by and do nothing. If he did not make it to the deserted island, his system would become completely ineffective. He had studied the system's functions well. The wilderness reclamation points could only be earned if he were on the island. Without those points, his system might even abandon him, and his dream of rising to power would vanish completely. Can you fly a plane? You're better at eating and sleeping. Chen Xiao, Su Xian's arch-rival, mocked him immediately. Exactly. Don't you know who you are, Suchin? Back at the dorm at night, all I ever saw you doing was masturbating. Now you want to fly. The colleague who had spoken earlier chimed in as well. He and Suchin were work friends living in the same dorm. It was not that he wanted to tear down his friend, but lives were at stake. He could not tolerate Suchin trying to play the hero now. Seeing the strange looks from the women around him, Su Xian's face turned livid. It's fine. Let him come. Gu Junqing's mouth curled slightly. He had been waiting for Suchin, the bait, to bite. If he did not watch Suchin himself, he might pull some dirty tricks. But Chen Xiao was anxious. If Suqin became the co-pilot, and the plane landed safely, Suqin might become one of the heroes who saved them. The pilot and co-pilot would certainly receive a lot of praise and attention. It would be hard for him to suppress Suqin in the future. No buts. Let him come up, Gu Junqing said coldly. Yes, Suqin, you had better fly well. Don't waste his trust in you. Chen Xiao lowered his head to Gu Junqing, then glared viciously at Suqin. He could not muster any resistance against Gu Junqing, given his noble aura, and the fact that he was currently saving everyone. Of course I will fly well. I will fly well, right into the water, Suqin thought maliciously. Chapter 811. Dear passengers, the flight is now in a normal cruising state. Please return to your seats and continue to enjoy this thrilling journey. A sweet flight attendant's voice rang out over the plane's intercom. The flight attendant's playful joke made the passengers smile. It certainly was a thrilling journey. Under the attendant's guidance, the passengers returned to their seats. However, this flight was far too harrowing, as if they had teetered on the edge of life and death several times. Passengers stared at the scenery outside the window in a state of shock, fearing another accident. Outside the cockpit, Ji Hanyan and Chu Yuchan stood by the door, watching Gu Junqing fly the plane with worried expressions. Chu Yuchan even took some food and fed it to Gu Junqing bit by bit. You two should head out and close the door, don't worry. Gu Junqing swallowed a bite of bread and spoke casually, his hands resting on the steering yoke. Yes. The two women hesitated for a moment, nodded, and walked out of the cockpit together. They closed the cockpit door for Gu Junqing. Suqin, sitting in the co-pilot seat, had been watching them flaunt their affection, a look of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Why should this man get to enjoy the service of two beautiful women? He wanted beauties to revolve around him too. However, neither of the beauties even glanced at him in the co-pilot seat. Do you know how to fly a plane? Gu Junqing glanced at Suqin and said indifferently. He intended to kill this protagonist, as keeping him on the plane might cause further problems. I have only seen it on TV, but I can learn on the fly. I learn things very quickly, Suqin said with full confidence. If he had been hesitating earlier about returning to a civilized city, or crashing the plane to end up on a deserted island, he had already made up his mind after seeing Gu Junqing and the women surrounding him. He wanted to enjoy a life surrounded by beauties as well. Fine, your courage is commendable. Gu Junqing turned to lock eyes with Suqin. Seeing the flickering look in Su Xian's eyes, he chuckled softly and said coolly, You just need to assist me. You don't need to be responsible for the complex work. Now I will introduce you to some buttons. That button is for communicating with people outside the cockpit, and that one is for talking to the control tower, though it is currently malfunctioning, and we cannot reach the tower. Gu Junqing slowly explained some of the tasks a co-pilot needed to do to Suqin. Suqin listened and nodded thoughtfully. On the surface, he looked like he was studying diligently, but in reality, he was secretly pondering which buttons would serve his purpose. By the way, you are also responsible for observing whether the plane's windshield has any issues. If it cracks, our cockpit will be in danger. Once the glass cracks, the plane will lose pressure, and an ordinary person will lose consciousness within 15 seconds. Gu Junqing said with a smile, as if offering a kind reminder. Understood. Su Xian's eyes flickered upon hearing this, and he memorized the information. However, he felt as though Gu Junqing was telling him this on purpose. For the rest of the journey, the two spoke and instructed. Suqin scribbled down the information haphazardly. Along the way, Suqin helped Gu Junqing process and record several items. At the same time, Suqin observed the buttons throughout the flight. Unfortunately, he did not find any good way to crash the plane. The only possibility was that shattering the windshield might cause the plane to crash. By the way, what is this windshield made of? Why can it withstand such strong wind force outside? Suqin asked, pretending to be curious. Why do you want to know this? Haha, I just want to know how much force this windshield can withstand. Can I punch it to test it? Suqin laughed, probing. I advise against it. Although your strength is still far from the glass's tolerance limit, it is better not to mess around, just in case. Gu Junqing shook his head. Since you said so, I am relieved. After all, I have never seen a cockpit. I am just a bit curious about the strength of the glass. Can you understand? Suqin laughed it off. Of course I understand. I am also very curious. Gu Junqing chuckled, a trace of trickery slowly surfacing in his eyes. Seeing Gu Junqing nod, Suqin turned to look at the right windshield, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps the version of him before the system could not break the glass, but he had used a physical enhancement serum. Now he might just be able to break it. He had already planned the subsequent events. After shattering the windshield, Gu Junqing would surely pass out due to oxygen deprivation and pressure changes, or even die directly. Then he could replace Gu Junqing and fly the plane to a deserted island. If the passengers asked, he would lie and claim that Gu Junqing's error caused the accident, and that he had saved them in the end. Then everyone would surely thank him for saving their lives, and Gu Junqing's women might even despise him, and end up liking him instead. Thinking of this, Suqin felt his plan was foolproof. To prevent any issues if the cabin failed and Gu Junqing fainted, he worried about not knowing how to fly. Suqin specifically opened his system, and spent the last bit of pioneer points from the novice gift pack, exchanging them for a flight piloting skill book. Here I go. Suqin pretended to strike the glass lightly, but in reality, he exerted his full strength after physical enhancement. He wanted to know just how strong his body had become. Bang! The sound of flesh striking glass echoed. So Xian's expression stiffened with frustration. His hand was swelling, yet the plane's windshield remained completely unmoved. Can I not even break it with the power of the physical enhancement serum? Suchin felt a trace of unwillingness in his heart. Just as he wanted to find another way, a tiny streak of chi flashed past his eyes, striking the windshield directly. Crack, crack. Cracks like spiderwebs crawled all over the window. Looking at this scene, Su Xian's neck moved like a zombie to look at Gu Junqing, his eyes full of horror. That beam of light just flashed past his eyes like lightning. What on earth was that? Before Suchin could react, the windshield at the front of the plane shattered. The massive pressure difference caused the air inside the cockpit to pour out frantically like a gushing spring. The air pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cabin was enormous. Suchin barely had time to react. If he hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, he would have been sucked out the window. Suchin struggled to breathe in the unimaginable gale and was completely unable to speak. He couldn't even open his eyes and struggled to put on an oxygen mask, but a vast and cold voice suddenly rang in his ears, causing his movements to freeze. Goodbye. This voice belonged to Gu Junqing sitting right next to him. Chapter 812. Bitter winds howled, the gale at an altitude of 10,000 meters roaring like a mad dragon. The temperature and air pressure inside the cabin plummeted due to the shattered windshield. The frigid air was almost unbearable, even for Suchin's enhanced body. Yet, he could no longer afford to worry about such things. He realized the gale and freezing temperatures seemed to have absolutely no effect on Gu Junqing. Even as the cockpit was flooded with bitter cold, Gu Junqing remained seated in the pilot's chair, watching him with a heart-stopping gaze. To his absolute horror, Gu Junqing's eyes seemed to harbor the most extreme madness, chaos, evil, and coldness in the world. Then, under his panicked gaze, Gu Junqing simply flicked his fingers a few times. Invisible streaks of light flashed by, and Suchin's seatbelt snapped instantly. What did you do? Suchin roared in angry terror, but the gale turned his voice into a mere whimper, carrying not a sound away. He felt his body completely beyond his control, with half of it sucked out of the window without any resistance. If he hadn't grabbed the edge at the last second, he would have been tossed out of the plane already. The freezing wind howled in his ears, unbearable for any ordinary person. Only then did Suchin truly understand what the fear of death meant. When he first boarded the plane, he had planned to crash it to see if he could wash up on a deserted island, just as his system had promised. He had envisioned living out a survival fantasy with various beautiful women, but the reality now was nothing like he had imagined. He was falling alone from 10,000 meters in the air. If he really fell, forget about a deserted island. Even having a corpse left behind would be a luxury. Outside the plane was a sheer drop of thousands of meters. A primal urge to survive surged through his entire being. Save me, please, I know you can hear me. Suchin gripped the edge of the cockpit window tightly, trying to keep his body from being flung away, his face filled with despair and panic. He no longer cared about being the protagonist. He didn't even have time to wonder why Gu Junqing was attacking him. His only goal was to stay alive. Save you. If it weren't for you, this trip wouldn't have had so many complications, owner of the island survival system. Gu Junqing's cold voice echoed in Suchin's mind. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. None of this has anything to do with me. Please, save me. The gale turned Suchin's face pale, but the physical cold was nothing compared to the terror in his heart. He realized how Gu Junqing knew about his system. Suchin felt panicked. Yet, clinging to his last hope of survival, he stubbornly denied it. Let me take a minute to read your system. Gu Junqing's eyes flashed with golden light. An indescribable torrent of data surged madly into the system within Suchin's mind. Warning, warning, unknown source of attack detected on the system. Repeating, system under attack. Host, please consume exploration points to enable defenses. Detected insufficient exploration points. Automatically extracting host's fate energy. Suchin felt his newly activated system firing off a series of red alerts. He was helpless to resist, completely unaware of what was happening. He felt as if something was being drained from his very soul, though he couldn't comprehend what it was. But he knew one thing. This had everything to do with Gu Junqing. He really knew about his system, and he even had the power to hack it. No wonder your combat power is so much higher than an ordinary person's. So you used a body-strengthening agent, a fully automatic fishing net, and a system storage space. All of this was indeed preparation for your island adventure. Are exploration points your system currency? Since it's empty, you shouldn't have any life-saving items left. Gu Junqing's cold words echoed in Suchin's mind again shortly after. Suchin's heart turned cold, as Gu Junqing could accurately identify the contents of his system. Clearly, his system hadn't been able to stop the intrusion. It was like a bullied girl, forced to huddle in a corner with torn clothes, trembling as the robber broke into her home and rifled through all her belongings. I don't understand what you're saying, but if you need anything, I'll give it to you. Just save me. Suchin shrieked. No need. I'll take whatever I want myself. Why would I need you to give it to me? Gu Junqing's cold words reached Suchin's ears. Suchin felt a wave of despair. He was sprawled over the instrument panel, half his body hanging out, his hands gripping the edges tightly, yet he felt utterly powerless against the buffeting winds. Refusing to save someone in need is immoral. Suchin had no other options, so he resorted to pinning his hopes on the abstract concept of morality. I'm a villain, do I really need morality? Gu Junqing wondered to himself. You were the one who wanted to break the glass. I actually helped you, so how can you say I have no morals? Since you want to go to a deserted island so badly, I'll lend you a hand. Isn't that moral enough? Gu Junking's cheerful voice echoed in Suqin's mind. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Suqin's arms. They were severed instantly by something razor-sharp. Ah! Suqin only had time to let out a single wail. His blood, severed arms, and body were immediately sucked out of the window by the immense pressure. In an instant, everything related to Suqin vanished into the violent wind. So lending a hand meant cutting off my arms? This was the final thought that flashed through Suqin's mind as he plummeted from 10,000 meters. Gu Junqing watched the scene with visible satisfaction. With the protagonist likely dead, the plane should be safe now. As for whether Suqin was truly dead, Gu Junqing didn't even need to wonder. Although Suqin still possessed some luck, it certainly wasn't enough to help him survive, especially now that he had no currency left for his system. Under such circumstances, Suqin's fate was sealed. I lent him a hand, I'm sure that Protagonist is very happy. Gu Junqing thought calmly. He felt that even though he was a villain, his morality and character were quite substantial. Despite knowing that he and the Protagonist were natural enemies, he had still resolutely chosen to lend a hand. Suqin was probably on his way to his deserted island now. Gu Junqing sighed inwardly. He felt that helping others was truly a rewarding experience. Gu Junqing, what happened over there? Why is the plane shaking so violently? The passengers are terrified. Just then, Ji Hanyan's urgent voice suddenly came over the intercom outside the cockpit. Chapter 813. Ding. Due to the host's manipulation, the son of luck, Suqin, is confirmed dead. You have gained 20,000 villain points. Gu Junqing was not surprised by this message. Chu Yuchan's remaining luck value could not possibly sustain him after a fall from 10,000 meters. Moreover, after hacking into Chu Yuchan's system, he discovered that Suqin had run out of system currency. That meant Suqin no longer had any way to save himself. As for the current situation in the cockpit, it was indeed dire. The temperature at 10,000 meters was between -20 and -60 degrees, compounded by high-altitude winds that exceeded the limits of human endurance. However, for someone like Gu Junqing, who was at the foundation establishment stage, he could survive in even harsher environments. Gu Junqing began to circulate the potent blood energy within his body, spreading waves of heat throughout his limbs. The frost covering his body turned into wisps of vapor and vanished in an instant. The freezing temperatures and violent hurricane winds seemed to have no effect on him at all. Gu Junqing, is something happening over there? The plane suddenly shook violently, and the passengers are panicking. Do you need any help? Just then, Ji Hanyan's urgent voice came over the intercom outside the cockpit. At the moment the glass shattered, the entire aircraft had shuddered violently, causing luggage and passengers without seatbelts to sway throughout the cabin. The passengers, fearful of what might be happening, had descended into panic once more. It is not a huge problem. The windshield just shattered, and the co-pilot who came to help was blown out due to the pressure change. Everything else is secure. Only after hearing Gu Junqing's voice over the receiver did Ji Hanyan, waiting anxiously outside, breathe a sigh of relief. But after carefully listening to his words, her expression slowly stiffened. The windshield shattered and the co-pilot was likely dead, yet he called this secure. She could already imagine Gu Junqing trying to fly the plane all by himself. Is my future brother-in-law really this optimistic? Ji Hanyan was momentarily choked for words. Do you need me to come in and help you? Ji Hanyan thought about it and, fearing that something might happen to Gu Junqing, quickly asked. She was still uneasy about him flying the plane alone. No need. If you open the cockpit door now, the wind will destroy the cabin, and the plane is basically safe now. We will be back soon. Gu Junqing said calmly. Now that Suqin was dead, the plot could not be triggered, and the plane was fundamentally safe. Then hold on by yourself. If you cannot persist, you must call me. Understood. Ji Hanyan knew the consequences of a shattered windshield, with the freezing temperatures at 10,000 meters and the high-force winds rushing in. The temperature in the cockpit had likely dropped to several tens of degrees below zero. Although she knew Gu Junqing's strength was beyond that of an ordinary person, she was still worried about his state. After all, the lives of hundreds of people were in Gu Junqing's hands. If he ran into any trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ji Hanyan paced back and forth for a long while, her face showing signs of worry. Soon, her expression hardened, and she spoke through the intercom to Gu Junqing again. Let me in. As long as I close the door quickly, it will not affect the cabin pressure. But the temperature inside is too low. I am afraid you will not be able to handle it, second sister. Upon hearing Gu Junqing's concerned words, Ji Hanyan replied firmly. Do not worry, the temperature and the hurricane cannot harm me. Inside the cockpit, Gu Junqing could not help but feel a little helpless. However, he checked the flight path and saw they were not far from the borders of the Xia Kingdom. He agreed to Ji Hanyan's request to enter, but he did not want her to discover his actual condition. At that thought, Gu Junqing suddenly stopped circulating his blood energy, and frost began to form on his body again, making him look like a snowman about to freeze over. Second sister, I am ready to open the door. Please close it immediately after you enter to avoid too much pressure loss and keep yourself from being sucked out. Gu Junqing added a stern warning. After Ji Hanyan agreed, Gu Junqing immediately pressed the door opening button. As she entered, the air in the cabin inevitably rushed outward due to the massive pressure difference. Fortunately, Ji Hanyan closed the door in time, stopping the gas from rushing out. However, she was shocked by the scene inside the cockpit. Many instruments were broken, the glass on the co-pilot's side was shattered, and the air pouring in carried a chill that could freeze an ordinary person solid. The entire cockpit was in a state of chaos. That young man was sucked out of the plane. Seeing that only Gu Junqing was in the cockpit, Ji Hanyan sighed. Falling from 10,000 meters, it was unlikely that the young man who volunteered to be the co-pilot left even a body behind. This flight had been fraught with misfortune, from the hijacking to the pilot issues, and now the structural failure of the plane. Although they had managed to save the day, 2 passengers had died, and many more were injured. Ji Hanyan looked at Gu Junqing and discovered he was covered in frost, shivering, and his finger joints seemed about to freeze. Why act so tough? You are responsible for the safety of everyone on this plane. Ji Hanyan spoke with a mix of blame and tenderness. He was her younger sister's boyfriend, and he was working hard for their flight. Without him, everyone on the plane would be in danger. Yet Gu Junqing had hidden his difficult situation from her. This made Ji Hanyan feel deeply moved. It is fine, second sister. I can hold on. Even if it kills me, I will bring you and Yuchan home. Gu Junqing blinked his eyes, his voice weak but firm. He really is deeply in love with my 5th sister. I did not misjudge him. Ji Hanyan nodded in approval. But this was not the time for her to dwell on that. I will help you. Seeing Gu Junqing's frozen body, Ji Hanyan did not hesitate. She grabbed the nearby handrails and walked toward his back, seemingly unaffected by the biting, violent wind. Her warm hands rubbed and massaged Gu Junqing's back, arms, and body quickly. This was to prevent his joints from stiffening due to the extreme cold, which would severely affect his ability to control the plane. If his joints were too stiff, any sudden movement might even cause his bones to snap. Although Gu Junqing had stopped circulating his blood energy, the cold still had no real effect on him. Consequently, he felt only the smooth, warm palms kneading and wandering across his body. If second sister went into massage, she would definitely be the top card. Gu Junqing mused to himself inexplicably. Chapter 814. Look at you, still trying to act tough. What would you do if your joints froze up and I hadn't come in? Ji Hanyan said, rubbing Gu Junqing's hands and legs with a scolding tone. She felt his muscles growing stiffer, which forced her to speed up. She even squeezed into his side, half kneeling in front of him to massage his legs repeatedly. Gu Junqing sighed helplessly. The cold wind had no real effect on him, but Ji Hanyan was a different story. Looking down from his perspective, the first thing he saw was her swan-like neck. Further down, he caught glimpses of her fair chest, a willow-thin waist, and legs wrapped in silk, rounded and straight, with skin as delicate as mutton-fat jade. Her figure glowed faintly in the dim cabin light, complemented by her white flight attendant uniform, creating a scene that made his pulse race. Noticing his silence, Ji Hanyan looked up. She realized he was looking down, and his gaze seemed off. Where are you looking? She quickly adjusted her uniform, which had been blown open by the violent wind, a faint flush of anger on her exquisite face. Second sister, it's not like I want to look. My neck is just frozen, and I can't lift it, Gu Junqing replied, half lowering his head with a wronged expression. Only he knew he was lying through his teeth. What a joke, a foundation establishment cultivator frozen by the cold. Frozen. Not suspecting anything, Ji Hanyan stood up immediately to massage the back of his neck. The situation was too critical for her to dwell on it, so she focused on improving his condition. Only then could Gu Junqing fly the passengers back safely. Gu Junqing breathed a sigh of relief, mostly because the warmth of her palms seemed to dispel the chill around him, causing his thoughts to wander. However, he decided not to take further advantage. He was already approaching the territorial waters of the Xia Kingdom. At that moment, the sound of jets roared near the airliner. The military had dispatched fighters to locate the missing flight. Both sides engaged in a brief, friendly communication to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the airline headquarters was heavy and oppressive, filled with the shouts of operators. 2 departing flights were grounded, and the entire airport was placed under full control. Runways were cleared, and emergency crews were positioned and ready. Found it. Found it. Our military aircraft have located the missing flight X-2567. A dispatcher suddenly stood up and shouted in excitement. What, you found it? Do not cut the connection, keep updated. Everyone else, keep trying to contact flight 2567 to see if we can establish a voice link. A flight manager looked relieved and issued calm orders. A plane crash was no small matter, involving hundreds of lives and families. Even the flight managers themselves would face accountability. We can't reach them from the tower, but the military nearby has established contact. The dispatcher hesitated for a moment before continuing. The plane did indeed face a hijacking, just as we suspected. What? And the casualties on board? The surrounding staff and managers felt their hearts sink. The dispatcher spoke quickly. Fortunately, a stewardess named Ji took control of the situation, knocked out the hijackers, and tied them up in the restroom. However, the pilot and co-pilot fainted for some unknown reason, leaving 2 rookies to fly the plane. Then the co-pilot's windshield shattered, and that rookie was blown away, leaving only 1 person flying the plane. The dispatcher relayed the information in disbelief. By the end, she felt numb, and just read the report mechanically. The surrounding staff and airline leadership turned pale upon hearing this. Was this flight cursed? Or how could so many problems happen at once? Every single issue was a 1 in a 1,000 flight occurrence, yet they all happened on this one plane. The airline manager blinked in thought and was shocked. Wait, you said a rookie is flying? Is there an autopilot? Supposedly, the autopilot is broken, and they are flying manually, the dispatcher replied timidly. Has the rookie flown other planes? Is he a student from one of our aviation schools, or a teacher? The manager asked, still hoping for a glimmer of hope. No, the dispatcher confirmed, shaking her head. Dispatch more ambulances and fire trucks, clear the entire airport runway, and prepare for a crash, the manager sighed and gave the grim order. An ordinary pilot needs over 5 years of experience to serve as a captain. With a total outsider flying without autopilot, it was hard to imagine a safe landing, so everyone assumed there was no hope of survival. Can you land it? Ji Hanyan asked Gu Junqing with concern. Even veteran pilots risk crashing during a landing. She had checked Gu Junqing's background with Chu Yuchan, and knew he had absolutely no flying experience, regardless of where he might have learned the basics. Don't worry, second sister, I'll get you on the ground safely. Gu Junqing laughed softly. While his flight skills weren't top tier, they were certainly ahead of many domestic captains. After all, he had spent villain points in the system to acquire master-level piloting skills. Plus, the protagonist was already dead, so he didn't believe anything else would go wrong. Watching the plane approach the ground, many held their breath, fearing the worst. In reality, the plane's landing shocked everyone, as there were no issues at all. It was unimaginably smooth. Seeing the landing gear deploy and the fuselage touch down without a hint of tilt, slowing down perfectly, the managers in the tower dropped their jaws. Could such a skillful landing really be performed by a rookie who had never flown a plane? Even active captains could barely manage such an effortless landing. Is this really a rookie who has never flown a plane? The eyes of the leadership turned to the young dispatcher, who was nearly moved to tears by the pressure, but nodded earnestly. Incredible. Everyone in the control tower broke into applause. As long as the passengers were safe, nothing else mattered. Chapter 815. Once the plane landed, the passengers could not help but weep with joy. The flight had been like a heart monitor, full of ups and downs, and everyone felt like they had survived a brush with death. Even the tough men who had held back their tears during the flight were on the verge of breaking down. It was far too intense, as every moment of safety was immediately followed by a new crisis. Fortunately, they finally landed safely. This left the passengers feeling incredibly grateful toward Gu Junqing for flying the plane. Airport rescue personnel rushed onto the tarmac immediately. Passengers were guided off the plane and reunited with their families who had been waiting in the airport. The entire terminal was filled with the sounds of weeping and joyful embraces. The hijackers were quickly apprehended by law enforcement officers who had been standing by. They had not regained consciousness since the plane landed, evidently due to something Gu Junqing had done to them. Gu Junqing knew that a son of fortune was merely a mobile accident trigger, so he had to prepare for every contingency. Shortly after, the flight crew disembarked and received an equally warm welcome. A high-ranking female aviation official approached, her face filled with admiration as she addressed the crew. She praised them loudly, stating, "This incident was resolved perfectly thanks to your calm demeanor in the face of an emergency. You withstood the pressure at the critical moment and minimized losses and casualties, and we are proud to have such a heroic crew. Thank you for your hard work." The passengers applauded in agreement. One crew member spoke up quickly, saying, "Director, we did not do the hard work. The real credit goes to Chief Steward Ji and a passenger named Gu. If they had not handled the crisis so nimbly, the ending might not have been like this." None of them had ever encountered a hijacking before. If Ji Hanyan had not bravely stepped forward to take down the hijackers, they would have been too panicked to handle the situation so quickly. There was also the matter of the pilot and co-pilot being unconscious. If that handsome young man had not stepped up, none of them would have known how to fly the plane. Everyone agreed that the primary credit for the rescue belonged to the two of them. A little girl, in particular, kept calling Gu Junqing her Superman brother who came to save her, showing him absolute adoration. The female official smiled and replied, "I have already decided to promote Chief Steward Ji by 1 rank. Rest assured, I am very pleased with her. But where is the young man who flew the plane? I would like to ask if he is interested in joining our airline." She had heard that Ji Hanyan played a crucial role in resolving the situation with the hijackers. However, she was more interested in Gu Junqing. Few pilots in their airline could fly and land a plane manually from start to finish with such a perfect landing. Executing such precise maneuvers with a broken windshield in such dire conditions was the mark of a true talent. Just then, Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan slowly walked down from the plane. Gu Junqing rejected the leader's offer with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am still young, so let us discuss such things in the future." He was a wealthy heir, so why would he want to be a pilot? Once Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan appeared, the hundreds of passengers and their families stopped talking and turned their attention toward the two of them. Chu Yuchan, standing in the crowd, felt incredibly relieved. People began to call out, "Thank you for saving us." One woman joked, "If I did not have a husband, I would have offered myself to you." Another chimed in, "You two are such a perfect match, you should just be together." Someone else added, "You two are our benefactors, thank you for saving my family." Thunderous applause filled the area as everyone clapped for the pair, and cheers of gratitude echoed across the airport. People continued to tease Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan. It was, in fact, a fair assessment. Gu Junqing stood with handsome features and a tall physique, his smile radiating like a beautiful deity. Ji Hanyan stood tall, her jade-like face making her appear even more ethereal and captivating. Everyone was genuinely grateful, understanding that without Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan, they would not have had the chance to stand there. They were the saviors of everyone present. Gu Junqing suddenly leaned close to Ji Hanyan's ear and whispered with a mischievous smirk, "Second sister, why don't we share a kiss, and make everyone happy?" Ji Hanyan rolled her eyes slightly and snorted, "I have not forgotten about you peeking at me on the plane. Be careful, or I will tell Yuchan to deal with you." Gu Junqing chuckled, "Yuchan would not be jealous, you are her second sister after all." As for whether Chu Yuchan would be jealous, he knew her well enough to know the answer. In reality, Gu Junqing was technically Chu Yuchan's boyfriend, and Chu Yuchan had effectively stolen her sister's boyfriend. He could not easily explain this to Ji Hanyan, so he would let her discover it slowly in daily life, hoping that feelings would deepen over time until she no longer cared. Amidst the cheers, the survivors seemed to have forgotten that 2 people had perished on the plane. Their sacrifice did not attract much attention. It was a time for celebration, and people subconsciously avoided thinking about such grim matters. "That is what you get for showing off." Sechin, young Master Chen, who was on bad terms with Sechin, sneered inwardly as he observed the situation. He felt only relief in his heart. If Sechin were still alive, he would likely be standing in the center receiving the cheers of the crowd. It would have been difficult to openly go after him later, especially since many people here were their colleagues. Fortunately, Sechin had been foolish enough to test the strength of the windshield, nearly causing everyone on the plane to die with him. Gu Junqing had already explained the incident to everyone on the plane. He simply stated that Sechin had never flown a plane before and, in a moment of curiosity, tried to test why the windshield could withstand the strong winds outside, only for it to shatter easily due to internal and external pressure issues. After the airport personnel checked the black box, they confirmed the truth of Gu Junqing's account. Gu Junqing had even repeatedly urged Sechin not to mess with anything, but Sechin had refused to listen multiple times, almost dooming the entire plane. This was the reason no one mentioned So Xian's death. It was fortunate they were not cursing his entire family. Even So Xian's own colleagues were cursing him under their breath. Does Sechin have any family left? Just as young Master Chen was gloating in his heart, he noticed Gu Junqing had approached him from the crowd and asked him the question. Seeing the oppressive gaze before him, young Master Chen did not dare to spout nonsense. "None," he replied respectfully to Gu Junqing. His resume indicates that he is an orphan. Gu Junqing nodded slightly and walked out of the crowd. Suddenly, young Master Chen broke into a cold sweat, unable to shake the feeling that Gu Junqing was intent on rooting out any trace of the man. When this terrifying thought crossed his mind, young Master Chen quickly shook it away. How could that be possible? As such an upright and noble man would never do such a thing. It must be that he felt guilty for failing to stop So Xian's actions in time, and now wanted to compensate his family. Watching Gu Junqing's radiant silhouette, young Master Chen felt a sudden sense of worship and submission rising within him. Chapter 816. The recent near miss of the airplane naturally sparked widespread discussion in society. Gu Junqing and Ji Hanyan, who saved the plane, were naturally commended. Gu Junqing felt that this brought him no real benefits, so he did not let the media expose his identity. Ji Hanyan did the same. She even left the flight attendant corps immediately after this incident. She had only become a flight attendant to see the world's scenery. Now that she had returned to the Xia Kingdom and reunited with her sisters, she realized that what she cherished most was the bond between them. Having shared the traumatic plane experience with her 5th sister, Chu Yuchan, she was even more determined. She wanted to live with her sisters. Gu Junqing turned down all victory celebrations and took Ji Hanyan back to the luxury villa he had bought for his 7 sisters. "What? Yuchan, you are not lying to me, right? Are the 6th and 7th sisters also living in his house now?" Ji Hanyan glanced at the mansion before her and turned to look at Chu Yuchan, her eyes filled with curiosity. By this time, Ji Hanyan had changed out of her flight attendant uniform into a backless, spaghetti strap dress. Without the restriction of the uniform, her entire aura had transformed. She shifted from being exquisite and capable to appearing mature and alluring. Her fair shoulders were exposed outside the dress, with skin that was delicate, smooth, and soft to the touch. Combined with her stunning facial features and rich fragrance, she exuded the unique charm of a voluptuous and sexy young woman. "Second sister, the 3 of us sisters are already living together, and we saved a room for you." At first, Gu Junqing and the 7th sister proposed it. "After I got used to living here, I wanted to buy the house, but he would not agree, otherwise, I would not live in this stinking man's house." Chu Yuchan's delicate face was half hidden under a pair of large sunglasses as she pointed at Gu Junqing and teased him intentionally. In truth, her eyes, hidden behind the glasses, were filled with amusement. As one of the 5 golden flowers of the capital, no man had ever caught her eye from childhood until now. The 2 most intimate males in her life were only 2. One was her brother from the orphanage, Dao Tianyan, and the other was this man right before her. As for Dao Tianyan, it was entirely because he was their shared brother. Their affection for him stemmed from childhood bonds, especially since so few from their orphanage had survived. They cherished these remaining childhood companions all the more. But this man in front of her was different. He was even the man of her 6th and 7th sisters. She never expected that she, in her pride, would fall for the same man as her sisters, which was simply inconceivable. Chu Yuchan herself could hardly believe it. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He wondered why the 5th sister was acting so tsundere. "I see." Ji Hanyan nodded slightly, then smiled gently at Gu Junqing. "I have to thank you again. Second sister, we are all family. There is no need to thank me," Gu Junqing said, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, we are indeed family. Ji Hanyan looked at Chu Yuchan and smiled with satisfaction. This brother-in-law was truly good, handsome, well-bred, and had clear eyes that did not look at people with disgusting intent. She had traveled to many corners of the world and met all kinds of people with various characteristics. Aside from young children, she had rarely seen eyes as clear as Gu Junqing's. Although his daily behavior seemed a bit problematic and he occasionally peeked at her, it remained within the bounds of normal etiquette. She did not mind it much. Let's go inside first. To surprise the 6th and 7th sisters, I did not notify them that we would return today. Chu Yuchan was now impatient to see Mu Painting and Chu Yuchan. Oh right, we do not need to tell them about the plane incident, so they do not have to worry after the fact. Gu Junqing suggested suddenly. Ji Hanyan and Chu Yuchan both nodded and agreed. They did not want their sisters to worry on their behalf. They would keep it from them as long as possible. Gu Junqing had already reached an understanding with the media, ensuring they would not expose their identities, unless absolutely necessary. As for the passengers Gu Junqing saved, he had explained the situation to them. Being the ones whose lives were saved, everyone agreed not to expose their savior's identity. The three of them discussed it briefly, and then pushed the door open to walk inside. It was Ji Hanyan's first time here, and the luxury of the villa surprised her. It seemed Gu Junqing truly cared for her sisters. Ji Hanyan was increasingly satisfied with Gu Junqing as a brother-in-law, much like a mother-in-law growing fonder of her son-in-law. They seemed to be at the 3rd floor swimming pool. Let's go tease them together. With a mischievous idea, Chu Yuchan chuckled. The three of them walked up the winding staircase toward the 3rd floor pool. Gu Junqing had intended for the 3rd floor to be a large, open space for the sisters to use freely. In the future, the 7 sisters could designate various zones based on their preferences, such as a fitness area, yoga area, pool, sauna, or KTV. The 3rd floor was meant for entertainment. Splash, splash, splash. Giggle, 6th sister, do not splash me, or I will retaliate. Just as the three walked onto the 3rd floor, they heard the sounds of playful splashing. It was clearly the voices of the 7th sister, Chu Yuchan, and the 6th sister, Mu Painting. A hint of excitement appeared in Ji Hanyan's eyes. Usually, she had very little time to communicate with these two sisters, and could only chat via phone. It had been a year since they had actually met in person. She missed these two sisters dearly. Painting, Yuchan, look who is back. Chu Yuchan shouted to Mu Painting and Chu Yuchan as soon as she entered. Gu Junqing chuckled, now understanding the bond between the sisters more and more. In truth, conquering these 7 sisters was neither difficult nor simple. The difficulty lay in the fact that these sisters had high standards, making it hard to win over even one, let alone 7. The simplicity lay in their excellent relationship. Once one was conquered, the others would treat you as one of their own. For instance, the 2nd sister, Ji Hanyan, now clearly treated him as a brother-in-law. Her attitude toward him was completely different from how she treated other men. This provided him with many conveniences in conquering the remaining sisters. The idiom about proximity bringing advantages was not just talk. Chu Yuchan's voice echoed in the 3rd floor room. At first, there was a trace of alertness on the faces of Mu Painting and Chu Yuchan. But upon recognizing the voice, they disregarded their wet state from playing and climbed out of the large pool, rushing toward Chu Yuchan. 5th sister, you are back. Chapter 817. As Gu Junqing walked in and saw how the two women were dressed, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. Mu Painting and Chu Yuchan were both wearing swimsuits. Mu Painting wore a blue, revealing one-piece swimsuit. The curves of her chest were so pronounced that the fabric seemed barely able to contain them. Water droplets trickled down from her collarbone. Her fair skin, exposed to the light, shone with a charming, jade-like luster as she moved with elegance and grace. This was a far cry from her usual dignified, voluptuous teacher persona. It gave Gu Junqing an entirely different and unique experience. Meanwhile, Chu Yuchan wore a black and white polka-dot lace swimsuit. Her snow-white, gleaming thighs were fully exposed. Her fair, smooth toes were neatly pressed together. They looked exquisite, dainty, and adorably rounded. You pervert, stop looking around. Gu Junqing snapped back to reality upon hearing her voice. He realized that Chu Yuchan and Mu Painting had already walked over to Chu Yuchan and were staring at him. Be careful, or I will show you what is coming. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and let out a light laugh. The little girl was probably looking for a beating. However, since the 2nd sister was still outside, he could not go too far. As if I am afraid of you. Chu Yuchan blinked her flashing eyes and huffed. In truth, she just missed Gu Junqing. Even though he and Chu Yuchan had not been gone long, it felt like an eternity to her. Mu Painting and Chu Yuchan were already used to the way Gu Junqing and Chu Yuchan interacted. They both chuckled at the sight. By the way, we actually have a surprise for you upon our return. Chu Yuchan suddenly walked to Gu Junqing's side and said with a mysterious tone. There is another surprise. Chu Yuchan and Mu Painting were both somewhat confused. Chu Yuchan pondered for a moment, then guessed with her hands behind her back. Don't tell me you and Gu Junqing went abroad only to secretly conceive a baby. Chu Yuchan. Chu Yuchan narrowed her eyes. Her flawless, jade-like face seemed covered in frost as she squeezed the words through her teeth. 5th sister, I was wrong. Chu Yuchan immediately stood at attention, her expression becoming serious. Chu Yuchan took a deep breath. She pushed aside the urge to discipline her naive 7th sister, as the 2nd sister's entrance was more important. Ahem. Junqing, hurry up and tell us what surprise you have for us. Seeing the situation, Mu Peining quickly stepped in and changed the subject. Gu Junqing chuckled and walked to the pool door. He pushed the door open. A dreamlike figure appeared before the seventh sister, Chu Yuchan, and the sixth sister, Mu Peining. She walked slowly toward the two women with a charming demeanor. Her every movement radiated the mature charm of a young married woman, and her eyes shimmered with tenderness. Long time no see, sixth sister, seventh sister. Ji Hanyan smiled and said gently, second sister. Chu Yuchan shouted in disbelief. Once she was certain she was not dreaming, she threw herself into Ji Hanyan's arms. Second sister. Even the usually dignified and reserved Mu Peining felt her eyes well up with tears. Among the sisters, the eldest was an ethereal figure. While she cared for them, they had not spent much time together. The second sister, however, had raised them from childhood. In the hearts of Mu Peining and Chu Yuchan, Ji Hanyan was both a sister and a mother. Yet, after raising them, Ji Hanyan had left for a world tour. Opportunities to meet had been rare. My sixth and seventh sisters are growing more beautiful every day. Ji Hanyan looked at the two young women with great gratification. Second sister is becoming even more beautiful too. You must have many men head over heels for you. Chu Yuchan and Mu Peining felt extremely excited. They experienced a sense of accomplishment and the thrill of receiving praise from family. Second sister, don't leave this time. Chu Yuchan held Ji Hanyan's arm and pleaded pitifully. Okay, I will not leave this time. I will accompany you for a while, Ji Hanyan said with a smile. The three women exchanged pleasantries for a while. Gu Junqing stood with Chu Yuchan, observing the scene, with a hint of excitement in Chu Yuchan's eyes. Their sisterhood was becoming more complete. She believed that one day, all the other sisters would reunite with them as well. Let's go eat first. You haven't eaten yet, second sister. Seeing the three women calm down, Gu Junqing stepped forward and spoke to Ji Hanyan. All right. Ji Hanyan nodded in realization. Humph, you only know how to interrupt my conversation with second sister. Chu Yuchan stepped forward and pinched Gu Junqing's waist, throwing herself onto him. Gu Junqing smiled and patted Chu Yuchan's head without getting angry. Seeing his seventh sister, dressed in a cool and revealing swimsuit, throwing herself onto Gu Junqing, Ji Hanyan frowned subconsciously. Was Gu Junqing not her fifth sister's boyfriend? Why was the seventh sister so intimate with him? That's right, but since you brought our second sister back, we won't blame you. At this moment, Mu Peining also smiled and approached Gu Junqing. Their behavior toward each other seemed somewhat intimate. What was going on, and why was the sixth sister so intimate with Gu Junqing as well? Ji Hanyan felt a desire to intervene. However, she suddenly had a second thought. Gu Junqing was the fifth sister's boyfriend, which made him the brother-in-law to the sixth and seventh sisters. Throughout history, there always seemed to be unspeakable secrets between brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. The intimacy between Gu Junqing and the two sisters now seemed a bit abnormal. Furthermore, both Chu Yuchan and Mu Peining were wearing light, revealing swimsuits while hanging onto a man. This was simply improper behavior. Ahem, let's go eat. However, Yuchan and Peining, go change your clothes first. Also, you are not allowed to wear such revealing clothes in the future. Ji Hanyan subconsciously began her lecture. She had been managing her sisters this way since they were children. She had spent an especially large amount of energy on Chu Yuchan. She did not know what to say about her habit of playing the ancient hero and robbing the rich to help the poor in modern society. We only wear them at home. We never wear them outside. Chu Yuchan muttered softly. Ji Hanyan merely shot a glance in her direction, and Chu Yuchan immediately went silent. Yes, I'll go change right now. Chu Yuchan felt as if she had been suppressed by some sort of ancestral authority. With a sullen face, she went downstairs to change. She had feared her second sister since childhood, and now it felt as if her childhood memories were awakening. Chu Yuchan saw this and felt her teeth itch. It was a waste of her affection, as her own lectures had no effect, yet Chu Yuchan obeyed immediately when the second sister spoke. Only the clever Mu Peining seemed to realize something. After glancing at Gu Junqing and Chu Yuchan, she looked pensive. Chapter 818. Peining, why haven't you gone to change yet? Ji Hanyan glanced at Gu Junqing warily, noting how Mu Peining's smooth arms and legs were exposed. She felt a flicker of worry. Having seen too much of the world's dark side, she was particularly sensitive to such things. Even if Gu Junqing was Chu Yuchan's boyfriend, she felt he should keep some distance from Chu Yuchan and the others. After all, both Chu Yuchan and Mu Peining were beauties on par with Chu Yuchan. There were few men who wouldn't be tempted by them. Understood, second sister. I'm going now. Mu Peining nodded obediently and followed Chu Yuchan toward their rooms downstairs. A feudal matriarch, are we? Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. He didn't know how to explain that the fifth, sixth, and seventh sisters were actually his girlfriends, so there was no need for her to guard them. Chu Yuchan realized this too. Her second sister believed Gu Junqing was only her boyfriend and wanted to keep some space between him and her sisters. The brother-in-law and sister-in-law dynamic was an eternal topic in Xia, often jokingly called the half-wife of the brother-in-law. Chu Yuchan had no intention of explaining the truth to Ji Hanyan. She felt nothing, finding it almost funny. She just wanted to watch the show. Let's go eat first. We'll talk tonight. Ji Hanyan hesitated before speaking to Gu Junqing. She also intended to warn Mu Peining and Chu Yuchan about maintaining proper boundaries with their brother-in-law. No man could withstand two stunning sisters-in-law acting coquettishly in revealing swimsuits. Sisters-in-law usually idolized their brothers-in-law, and she feared Gu Junqing might lose control. All right. Gu Junqing felt rather helpless. It seemed Ji Hanyan couldn't yet accept the fact that her 3 sisters were all his women. That would have to wait. In a somewhat strange atmosphere, the sisters finished their first dinner together with their own hidden agendas. Overall, it was still quite warm. Even Chu Yuchan was incredibly well behaved during the meal, keeping her feet together and her eyes straight, not speaking a word. A perfect image of a lady. Clearly, this was all thanks to second sister Ji Hanyan's presence. Mu Peining and Chu Yuchan both wanted to laugh. After finishing, the 4 sisters planned to have a private chat. A pajama party. It had been a long time since they met, so they needed to catch up. Naturally, Gu Junqing, the only man present, was banished from the room. Resigned, Gu Junqing had no choice but to return to his own room. Inside Ji Hanyan's luxuriously decorated room, the 4 sisters sat on the soft bed holding hands. They wore thin, translucent silk pajamas, revealing fair, tender skin while chatting and laughing. It's so good to have you back, second sister. Now fifth sister won't dare to bully me anymore. Chu Yuchan buried her head in Ji Hanyan's embrace, rubbing against her cool, smooth skin with a look of comfort. You little brat, Chu Yuchan. I've wasted my affection on you. Watch how I handle you. Chu Yuchan gritted her teeth in annoyance and tackled Chu Yuchan onto the bed, tickling her waist. Haha, stop, haha. I really won't do it again. Fifth sister, please spare me. Chu Yuchan couldn't handle the tickling, her body twisting on the bed. She couldn't stop Chu Yuchan, and her body went limp from laughing. The two rolled around while wrestling, though the bed was large enough for their playful chaos. Ji Hanyan chuckled as she watched them, old memories returning to her heart like the night. Second sister, how did you meet Gu Junqing? Mu Peining shifted her position and hugged Ji Hanyan's arm, asking softly. We met after some incidents on a plane. At first, he was sitting in the same row as Yuchan, and later I learned he was her boyfriend. Ji Hanyan said, glossing over the details. She didn't want her sisters to know about the plane crash. Did fifth sister admit it first? Or did Gu Junqing admit he was fifth sister's boyfriend? Mu Peining narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice. Gu Junqing said he was Yuchan's boyfriend first. Although Yuchan didn't admit it, I could tell by her shy expression. It was the first time I'd ever seen Yuchan like that. Ji Hanyan laughed softly, recalling Chu Yuchan's appearance when she first saw Gu Junqing on the plane. Fifth sister and that dog of a man definitely had an affair after going abroad, even second sister knows. Self-serving thief. Fifth sister, that's immoral. Mu Peining muttered inwardly. She and Chu Yuchan had told Chu Yuchan to keep a tight leash on Gu Junqing to prevent him from flirting, yet here fifth sister was involved with him herself. Of course, she didn't mind at all. Believing in science as she did, she actually hoped their master's prophecy was true. She had been a staunch materialist her whole life, but regarding Gu Junqing, she hoped the prophecy was real. That the 7 sisters might one day serve the same husband. Second sister, what do you think of Gu Junqing? Mu Peining prodded further. Gu Junqing? Ji Hanyan was slightly stunned, then laughed softly. Are you worried I wouldn't approve of him and Yuchan? Let's say that's the case. Mu Peining coughed lightly. She dared not say that if Ji Hanyan approved of Gu Junqing, she would try to find an opportunity to get the second sister into Gu Junqing's bed. Let's say, haha, he's actually quite good. Smart, handsome, brave, calm, and very talented. Ji Hanyan recalled the events on the plane with a lingering sense of fear. If Gu Junqing hadn't known how to pick locks and fly the plane, the passengers would have been doomed. Furthermore, his calm command of the crowd was incredibly attractive. It was then she understood why her high-achieving fifth sister had fallen for him. If Gu Junqing had heard Ji Hanyan's assessment of him, he would likely have blushed himself. You hold him in such high regard, second sister. Mu Peining was surprised. He is a good man, and I can tell he likes you all very much. However, as sisters-in-law, you and Yuchan need to maintain proper distance. Ji Hanyan warned in a low voice. Chapter 819. As sisters-in-law, you and Yuchan need to maintain a proper distance from your fifth brother-in-law. You have been clever since you were a child, so you understand what I mean, right? Ji Hanyan whispered to Mu Peining. Yeah, I understand. Mu Peining blinked and nodded obediently. Good, as long as you understand. Most importantly, stop wearing such revealing clothes in front of Gu Junqing. Even though he is much younger than you, he is still your brother-in-law, so you should treat him with respect. Ji Hanyan nodded, looking satisfied with her pupil. Maybe I shouldn't wear any clothes at all next time. That would not violate the rule. Mu Peining thought to herself. Since I cannot wear revealing clothes, I might as well wear nothing. Second sister, sixth sister, what are you two talking about? Chu Yuchan and Chu Yuchan, who had been playing around, rolled back into the room and asked curiously. Nothing. Ji Hanyan shook her head. Chu Yuchan was still young, and there was no point in explaining too much to her. Besides, she planned on staying here for a long time, so she could teach her later. You should talk about what has been happening lately. Also, Yuchan, I am curious about how you met Gu Junqing. After seeing that Chu Yuchan had stopped playing with Chu Yuchan, Ji Hanyan asked coolly. Actually, it was Yuchan who met him first. They were classmates and shared a strange bond. At first, Yuchan went to rob the rich to help the poor. The 4 sisters chatted about Gu Junqing for a long time, until Ji Hanyan noticed a hint of drowsiness on the faces of Chu Yuchan and Mu Peining. It is late now. You should go back to your rooms to rest. I am not going anywhere. Ji Hanyan looked at the 3 sisters and smiled. All right then, good night, second sister. Mu Peining covered her mouth and yawned elegantly before walking out of Ji Hanyan's room with Chu Yuchan. Inside the room, Gu Junqing was on the phone with his family. The news of Gu Junqing's plane crash might have been hidden from his relatives in the capital, but it certainly could not be hidden from the Xia family. Upon learning of the crash, the Xia family immediately dispatched several fighter jets and dozens of helicopters to search the flight path. Gu Junqing's grandfather, Elder Xia, and his uncle, Xia Zayed, were speechless about their grandson and nephew's encounter. To encounter a plane crash while flying and a shipwreck while sailing, each was a once-in-a-century crisis for an average person. Yet, their grandson and nephew had managed to run into both. In the end, Gu Junqing was always unharmed, so they did not know whether to call it bad luck or good luck. They even began to suspect if one of their political rivals was deliberately causing these incidents. After explaining things to his grandfather for a while, Gu Junqing hung up the phone. He naturally knew where the problem lay. It was because he had encountered a child of destiny. Every child of destiny was a walking disaster magnet, and nothing good ever happened when encountering them. Gu Junqing's ears twitched, catching the sound of slippers shuffling on the floor outside his door. Soon after, the sound of several doors closing followed, indicating that the sisters' night chat had ended. After returning to her room from Ji Hanyan's, Mu Paining's tired face instantly became alert. She leaned against the door, listening to the movement outside, but the hallway was silent. She silently pushed open her door. She crept toward Gu Junqing's room across the hall and gently turned his doorknob. Click. The handle vibrated slightly. Mu Painting frowned. The door was locked. Was Gu Junqing already asleep? Just as Mu Painting was confused, the door suddenly opened from the inside. The light from the room spilled out, and a tall figure appeared before her eyes. Clearly, Gu Junqing had heard the movement and came to open the door. Mu Painting did not feel shy, walking into Gu Junqing's room with practiced ease. They were already old friends in this regard, and the outlet was already matched to the plug, so there was no need for pretense. Sister Mu, why did you sneak in? Aren't you afraid of being seen by second sister? After closing the door, Gu Junqing felt a surge of heat as he watched Mu Painting's skin, which glowed like mutton fat jade under the room's lights. I missed you. Mu Painting did not hide her thoughts. She had always been like this. Perhaps because of her extreme intelligence, she disdained hiding her true feelings from her lover. She might put on a show when her second sister misunderstood, but she did not hide anything when she was alone with Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing smiled and reached out to hug her slender waist without hesitation. Mu Painting's intellect usually dominated her, so there were not many opportunities to see her being this emotional. It seemed the ancient saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder was true. Just as they were getting intimate, Mu Painting suddenly knelt gracefully, her curves on full display as she clumsily unbuckled Gu Junqing's belt. Even Gu Junqing was slightly surprised by her urgency. Mu Painting had never been this proactive before. Sister Mu, this isn't good. If second sister hears, she will scold us. I am your fifth brother-in-law, after all, Gu Junqing said with a light chuckle. Mu Painting felt a blush creep onto her face. Their relationship with this man had long been inextricably tangled. In name, she was his teacher, his sixth sister. But according to Gu Junqing's logic, she was also his sister-in-law. If all 7 sisters really became Gu Junqing's women, the titles would become even more complex in the future. Yet, she felt she truly could not live without him. It was not just about the physical satisfaction, that sensation of having her soul pierced, but also because Gu Junqing himself made her heart race. Stop talking. Keep it quiet. It is not good if second sister hears, Mu Painting whispered. Since my sixth sister-in-law has said so, as your brother-in-law, I will naturally obey. Just as Mu Painting seized hold of something, the doorknob to Gu Junqing's room was suddenly turned twice by someone else. Chapter 820. Mu Painting's face flushed red, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid. Her eyes welled with moisture, shimmering like spring water, and threatening to spill over. Her hand gripped a certain object, performing repetitive and unskilled motions. Suddenly, the sound of the door handle to Gu Junqing's room turning caused her breathing and her movements to halt instantly. She stared blankly at Gu Junqing, who appeared equally stunned. Mu Painting quickly regained her composure, her sharp intellect reclaiming her mind. She knew it was likely one of her sisters at the door. It would be difficult to explain her presence in Gu Junqing's room, especially if the visitor were the second sister. Is there anywhere to hide? Mu Painting scanned the room and whispered the question. The bathroom? Gu Junqing found the sight of her panic almost amusing, as he had never seen Mu Painting so flustered. No, the bathroom is difficult to hide in, and I would not be able to hear what is happening. I will hide in the bedroom. Mu Painting dismissed the idea and rapidly scanned the room for potential hiding spots. The person outside grew impatient and turned the handle again, clearly puzzled by the lack of an answer. In her desperation, Mu Painting finally locked her eyes on the only available place. The space under the bed. Aside from being less obvious, there was only the wardrobe. She chose the space beneath the bed. Gu Junqing's bed sheets covered the area thoroughly, and she reasoned that most people would not think to lift them to look underneath. I will hide under the bed. If it is the second sister, get rid of her quickly. Ignoring her status, she lowered herself to the floor and crawled beneath the massive bed. All right, Sister Mu, stay hidden. Gu Junqing nodded in agreement. He muttered to himself that this felt exactly like being caught in the act. Once Mu Painting confirmed she was hidden, Gu Junqing opened the door. A figure darted in as soon as the door opened. It was the seventh sister, Chu Yuchan. Why are you here too? Gu Junqing asked, feeling helpless. Shush. Keep your voice down. Close the door quickly so the second sister does not hear. Her ears are sharp. Chu Yuchan ignored his question, glared at him, and carefully checked the hallway before locking the door. I just missed you. After closing the door, she turned to face him with a radiant smile, and instinctively hooked her arms around his, acting coy. Perhaps because she had just bathed, she emitted a faint, fresh fragrance. Her eyes were misty, filled with a mix of resentment and affection. You did not miss me at all. You made me worry about you for so long. Chu Yuchan pouted her fresh, tender lips and complained softly. Your image is deeply engraved in my mind, and I dream of you. How could I not miss you? Gu Junqing felt a warmth in his heart, and wrapped an arm around her waist, looking at her with genuine, earnest eyes. Listening to his sweet words, her heart raced, and her cheeks burned. Her pent-up grievances vanished instantly. Gu Junqing had spent all his time talking to the second sister, and the others upon his return, making her feel he favored them more. Although she was as close as one body with her sisters, she could not help but feel a deep sense of gloom. After all, she was the one who arrived first. However, she could clearly feel his affection for her now, and she was satisfied with that. Gu Junqing led her to the bed, speaking softly to comfort her. Older sisters like Mu Peining and Chu Yuchan had busy careers to shift their focus. They were mature and sensible, so they did not suffer from such insecurity. Chu Yuchan was different. Her life outside of her studies was filled with Gu Junqing, and she thought of him day and night. With him gone for so long, her emotions were bound to fluctuate. Gu Junqing was exceptionally patient as he comforted her. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the teacher hiding under the bed. "Pa, scumbag. My foolish sister, how could you be so easily deceived?" Beneath the bed, Mu Peining rolled her eyes, feeling frustrated. This was clearly just a scumbag's tactic. Was her sister really going to be tricked so easily? Still, she sighed in her heart, knowing she had been tricked by his sweet words just the same. When she was the one being tricked, she only felt sweetness. Seeing her sister being tricked made her realize his ulterior motives. After Gu Junqing comforted her for a while, Chu Yuchan's mood finally settled. Happy again, she sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her watery, charming eyes reflected his handsome face. "Can I sleep in your room tonight?" she asked, blushing. The intention was obvious to both Gu Junqing and the woman under the bed. "You want to learn the ropes too?" Gu Junqing thought helplessly. He would be fine with it, but the sixth sister under the bed might not agree. Thump, thump. True to his expectations, the bed frame was tapped twice. A subtle movement came from under his feet, and a small, fair hand grabbed his ankle and pinched it. It was clearly Mu Peining's hand. She felt like crawling out now. Was she really supposed to lie under the bed and listen to her sister's intimacy with Gu Junqing? She would never be able to hold her head high again. "Did you hear a sound?" Chu Yuchan tried to look down at the floor. "It is nothing, you heard wrong. The night is short and precious." Gu Junqing felt a jolt of alarm and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. "Hey, what are you doing?" She blushed, shyly squinting her watery eyes and pouting slightly, as if anticipating something. What was he trying to do? Was he going to do it with her and her sisters? He mocked himself, but the situation was almost comical. He held the younger sister in his arms, while the older sister lay beneath the bed. Mu Peining regretted her decision. If she had known it was the seventh sister, why would she have hidden under the bed? If she were to come out now, her dignity as the sixth sister would be completely gone. Chapter 821. Chu Yuchan closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling shyly. Her moist, glossy lips pursed slightly, wanting to meet Gu Junqing's movements. Just then, the sound of the doorknob turning rang out again, exceptionally loud in the empty room. Gu Junqing was speechless. Had these sisters planned this, teasing him on purpose? Mu Peining arrived, then Chu Yuchan, and now another heroine sister was here. They were coming one after another, like a relay race. It was truly a case of too many cooks in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, Chu Yuchan froze for a moment before scrambling down from Gu Junqing. Could it be that the sixth sister misses you too, and came to find you? She guessed after a moment of daze. She knew her sister well. She realized immediately that since she was the one under the bed, it couldn't be her outside. "It's not Mu sister." Gu Junqing shook his head with certainty. "How are you so sure? Regardless, is there anywhere here to hide?" Chu Yuchan asked curiously. After hearing the lock turn again, she had a sudden thought. She wanted to see which sister had come to find Gu Junqing. "Why do you have to hide?" Gu Junqing looked helpless. Mu Peining had wanted to hide immediately, and now Chu Yuchan wanted the same thing. "If it's the sixth sister, I've always wanted to see what she's like when she's with you," Chu Yuchan said with a cheeky look, as if her scheme had succeeded. Mu Peining was never overly intimate with Gu Junqing in public. After all, at school, she was still his and Chu Yuchan's teacher. She had to maintain appearances in front of others. Moreover, Mu Peining was rational, dignified, and brilliant. She had hardly ever lost her composure since she was a child. Chu Yuchan had certainly never seen her sixth sister lose her cool. She was incredibly curious about what her sixth sister was like in bed with Gu Junqing. Would she end up like her, occasionally losing control of her bladder? Chu Yuchan was filled with curiosity. Even if it were the fifth or second sister, she wasn't very worried. They didn't have a physical relationship with Gu Junqing like the sixth sister did. They would likely just talk to him, and it wouldn't take long. "As you wish. Hurry up and hide. You can hide in the bathroom or the closet. I'm going to open the door." Gu Junqing shook his head helplessly and got up to head toward the door. His room was sparse, with very few places to hide. Just the bathroom, the closet, and under the bed. Since Mu Peining was already under the bed, Gu Junqing could only suggest the bathroom and closet to Chu Yuchan. Chu Yuchan thought for a moment, her eyes rolling. While Gu Junqing went to open the door, she knelt on the ground, lifted the bed sheet with one hand, and crawled inside. The space under the bed was pitch black, and she crawled forward happily. In her view, nothing could stop her from seeing her sixth sister lose her composure. But as she crawled, her head suddenly bumped into something warm. She paused, panic rising in her heart, and reached out to touch it. It was soft and tender, just like human skin. Bang! The dark shape in front of her suddenly moved, startling her. She instinctively tried to stand up, only to smack her head directly against the bed frame. Ouch, that hurts. Ji Yuchan cried out in pain. Ignoring the throbbing, she panicked and tried to crawl out to call for Gu Junqing. Gu. Just as she was about to shout that there was a ghost in his room, her mouth was covered by a pair of hands, and she was dragged back into the darkness. Fool, be quiet. Mu Painting was at her wit's end with her silly seventh sister. Setting aside whether ghosts even existed, what ghost would have body heat and flesh? Sixth sister? Why are you here? Ji Yuchan was stunned, wondering how the ghost could have her sister's voice. But after catching the familiar scent, she realized it truly was her. Are you afraid of me being here? Mu Painting's cold voice echoed. Of course I'm scared. The space is small and dark, and anyone would be terrified to bump into something that moves. Why didn't you discuss coming to Gu Junqing's room with me? After exhaling in relief, Ji Yuchan rattled off a long string of complaints. Previously, she and Mu Painting had taken turns, planning who would go first. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. I thought you were worried about me hearing your conversation. Yuchan, are you really that curious about me losing my composure? Should I show you next time? Mu Painting grabbed Ji Yuchan by the throat, her tone filled with menace. And no, I'm not curious at all. Feeling the pressure in Mu Painting's voice, Ji Yuchan quickly replied. Is that so? Mu Painting's hand slowly moved downward, though it was unclear what she was doing. Ha ha ha, sixth sister, don't tickle me. Ha ha ha, ouch, you know that's my most sensitive spot. Faint noises of laughter mixed with pathetic screams drifted out. Gu Junqing had a headache. He noticed the commotion in the bedroom. He had told Ji Yuchan to hide in the bathroom, or closet, but she insisted on hiding under the bed, leading to this conflict. He was speechless that the two sisters could still play around even under the bed. Helplessly, Gu Junqing decided to introduce an external conflict, to resolve the internal one between the sisters. Kriok. Gu Junqing slowly opened the door, and before his eyes stood a mature and charming figure. Sister Chu, why are you here too? Chapter 822. After Gu Junqing opened the door, a mature and charming face peeked through the gap. It was his fifth sister, Chu Yuchan. She wore a purple silk camisole nightgown, exposing her smooth, jade-like arms and straight calves. The exposed skin was snow-white and flawless. The low-cut neckline of the pajamas was barely concealing her chest. A slight downward glance revealed a glimpse of soft, pale skin. If Ji Hanyan knew that his incomparably beautiful sisters were choosing to knock on Gu Junqing's door in revealing clothes at the dead of night, he would probably be so distressed he would cough up blood. Sister Chu, why have you come as well? Gu Junqing felt both helpless and amused. Ever since he returned home, he had felt that the way Chu Yuchan looked at him was off. After recalling their experience on the plane, he had a premonition that the day he would become intimate with her was not far off. Why did you take so long to open the door? And can't I come over? Hurry up and let me in. Chu Yuchan rolled her eyes and glanced back toward the bedroom where her second sister, Ji Hanyan, was staying. She then crept into the room and locked the door behind her. Why are you so surprised to see me? Didn't I give you a look during dinner that I would come over tonight? Chu Yuchan's voice was languid and soft, carrying a hint of allure. It was sexy and enchanting. She did give me a look, but so did your younger sisters. How was I supposed to know what kind of game you girls were playing? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Chu Yuchan's two younger sisters were still under the bed right now. He wondered if Chu Yuchan would be able to let go when the time came. As Gu Junqing thought about it, he began to feel excited. If Chu Yuchan truly intended to do something with him, perhaps even saying suggestive things or making certain moves, it would be social suicide for her in front of her sisters. After realizing this, Gu Junqing smiled and ushered Chu Yuchan inside, even picking her up and tossing her onto the bed. Ugh. After being tossed onto the bed, Chu Yuchan let out a soft moan with an alluring tone. Is it really okay to make such a seductive sound? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Gu Junqing pretended to be casual as he glanced down at the floor. The two women under the bed seemed to have gone quiet. Weren't you reluctant to let me in just a moment ago? Why are you being so impatient now? Chu Yuchan narrowed her eyes with a smile, twisting her body slightly as she lazily climbed up from the bed. How could I not let Sister Chu in? I was just too surprised. I thought you weren't coming. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He then casually stripped off his clothes, baring his lean, muscular, and upright upper body. Seeing his fair, toned upper body in front of her, Chu Yuchan instinctively stuck out her tongue and licked her moist lips. Her eyes misted over with desire, brimming with flirtatiousness, and she let out a lazy breath. Don't say women aren't lustful. When it comes to being lustful, men don't even stand a chance. At the age when women begin to be lustful, men are still playing with Ultraman figures. By the time men start to be lustful, women have already learned how to hide it. Don't be so impatient yet. Let's talk first. Chu Yuchan chuckled. Her arms slithered forward like snakes, and she pressed a finger gently against Gu Junqing's chest, tracing seductive arcs. Fine. Gu Junqing nodded readily. He also wanted to have a good talk with Chu Yuchan, hoping to lure her into saying something shameful. When she found out her words were overheard by her two sisters, she would definitely be mortified. Then help me get a massage first. The corners of Chu Yuchan's mouth curled into a seductive, charming arc. She stretched out her beautiful legs and lay prone on the mattress, resting her head on the pillow. Her prone figure was long and slender, with an alluring, curvaceous frame. She was truly worthy of being one of the most famous beauties in the capital. In truth, aside from the final step, they had done everything else, so Chu Yuchan was no longer overly concerned about their physical contact. Upon hearing this, Gu Junqing blinked and sat on the edge of the bed, placing one hand on the back of Chu Yuchan's head to massage it. The reason he didn't climb onto the bed was that two flawless, white hands were gripping his ankles, making it impossible for him to get up there. Clearly, Ji Hanyan and Mu Painting under the bed were growing dissatisfied. This was indeed the case, as the two women were currently gritting their teeth. This guy, Gu Junqing, had actually made their fifth sister fall for him, and what was he planning to do now? Something with their fifth sister right above their heads? Why aren't you coming up? Chu Yuchan tilted her head slightly, looking at the stiffly sitting Gu Junqing, and asked lazily. She seemed to think of something a moment later, and smiled. Never mind, you'd better not come up. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop yourself from doing something bad. Let me tell you, second sister doesn't know about you and Yushin and painting yet. What are you planning to do? Chu Yuchan asked when she saw Gu Junqing remain silent. Well, we'll take it slow. Since second sister accepted me as the fifth sister's husband so easily, she should be able to accept me as the sixth and seventh sister's husband as well. Gu Junqing replied after some deliberation. He didn't want to die of social embarrassment, so his words were very measured. That's not the same thing. Second sister accepted you as my boyfriend firstly because you protected me on the plane, and secondly because she isn't worried that I, at my age, would misjudge a person. However, if she finds out you've swept all three of us sisters off our feet, she will definitely suspect you used some kind of trick. Chu Yuchan analyzed slowly for Gu Junqing. What kind of tricks could I use? I simply exchanged my sincere heart for yours, Gu Junqing said, sounding righteous and unyielding. Your heart must be quite large then. Chu Yuchan gave Gu Junqing a look of disdain. It was her first time seeing such a shameless person. To think he could say such brazen things with such a straight face. Gu Junqing suddenly felt the strength of the two hands on his ankles increase, gripping and scratching. Besides, has your heart only exchanged for the three of us? I don't think so. The hearts that our young Master Gu has exchanged for must have spread across the entire Xia country by now, right? Chu Yuchan propped her head up with her hand and said slowly, times are really changing for the worse. Spreading rumors doesn't cost a dime now. It's not that exaggerated. My business has only just expanded from Lulida to the capital. At most, that's just including a dozen blonde maids in Eagle Country. Gu Junqing looked at Chu Yuchan with dissatisfaction. All right, enough talk. I just wanted to tell you that second sister isn't that easy to fool. Stop fooling around outside in the future. Aren't we sisters enough for you to handle? Seeing Gu Junqing's dissatisfied expression, Chu Yuchan was slightly satisfied. Since he could still get angry, it seemed he hadn't wooed too many women. If Gu Junqing had been expressionless, she would have felt worried instead. It can only be said that Chu Yuchan had underestimated Gu Junqing's shamelessness. I'll ask you one last question now. Do you have designs on second sister? When Chu Yuchan asked this, her eyes became sharp, and her entire demeanor changed. Meanwhile, the strength of the two hands on Gu Junqing's ankles suddenly increased. They seemed to place great importance on this question as well. Chapter 823. Chu Yuchan's question struck right at the heart of the matter. If he said he had no intentions, the three sisters certainly wouldn't believe him. If he admitted he did, it would confirm that he was the type to love every woman he saw. What kind of person do you take me for? Gu Junqing's tone was resonant, laced with a hint of indignation. After all, he wasn't just speaking to the woman on the bed, but also the two hiding underneath it. Sister Chu, when we first met, the moment I saw you, I just thought you were a beautiful woman. I had no other intentions. But when I saw how protective you were of your sister, I knew that beneath your tough exterior lay a soft heart. The deep affection between you sisters made me secretly vow that you, Yushin, and Painting would be the women I would protect and cherish. I followed my heart's will without questioning the reason. Why would you suddenly think I have designs on the second sister? Do you see me as a man who only acts on lust? Gu Junqing looked sorrowful, as if he had been deeply misunderstood. Aren't you? Chu Yuchan and the two sisters under the bed muttered simultaneously. However, Gu Junqing's words were so tragic and moving that they couldn't help but choose to believe him. Gu Junqing liked them for more than just their appearance. Their sisterly bond was also one of the things that drew him to them. Thinking of it this way, they didn't seem to hold much of a grudge against Gu Junqing anymore. Ding. Host has moved heroine Yushin. Reward. 5,000 villain points. Ding. Host has moved heroine Mu Painting. Reward. 6,000 villain points. Ding. Host has moved heroine Chu Yuchan. Reward. 7,000 villain points. Excellent. Praising the bond between the sisters was indeed the right choice. Gu Junqing smiled inwardly, though he kept a sorrowful expression on his face. His words were actually nonsense, lacking any real technique, just pure emotional manipulation. All right, if you keep going, I'll end up being deceived. Just tell me honestly, do you like my second sister, or not? Chu Yuchan had been touched at first, but as a business executive who conquered the corporate world, she realized, after reflecting, that Gu Junqing's words were vague and unclear. He had said so much, but in reality, it was no different than saying nothing at all. It annoyed her that she had been so moved. I do. Gu Junqing nodded honestly. Shameless. Utterly shameless. The three sisters felt deceived by a scum man who had played with their feelings and youth. You are certainly honest. Chu Yuchan's heaving chest made her current mood quite clear. She forced herself to suppress her desire to beat Gu Junqing and her surging anger. Forget it. I didn't hold much hope for you to begin with. Chu Yuchan glanced at Gu Junqing's handsome face, her anger fading after a while. She turned and laid back down. Who told me to fall under your spell? My body is already yours, so it's too late for regrets. Lying down, Chu Yuchan sighed, sounding quite regretful. One of the two pairs of hands on Gu Junqing's ankles trembled slightly at Chu Yuchan's words. The other pair gripped his ankles firmly, though the pressure increased slightly. It was clear the trembling hands belonged to Chu Yuchan. She didn't know how her fifth sister had gotten involved with Gu Junqing. New Painting had already realized the relationship between Chu Yuchan and Gu Junqing. Though her heart was uneasy, she remained calmer than Chu Yuchan. Sister Chu, you actually still have a chance to regret it. We haven't taken that final step yet, Gu Junqing said with a chuckle. He thought for a moment and added, I haven't used my spear to pierce you yet. Pa, I might have the chance, but Yuchan and Painting have already given themselves to you. Are you planning on not taking responsibility? Chu Yuchan spat, her expression filled with disdain. Sister Chu, you can rest assured about that. While I may not be a good man, I will absolutely take full responsibility for Yuchan and Painting, Gu Junqing said with a firm tone. So that means you don't want to take responsibility for me. Do you like Yuchan and Painting more than you like me? Is my figure not as good, or is my face not as pretty as theirs? Although Chu Yuchan had a deep sisterly bond, seeing how much Gu Junqing liked her two sisters made her jealous. Is Sister Chu jealous of Yuchan and Painting? Gu Junqing teased, his eyes filled with excitement. If you have more to say, then keep talking. I'll make you taste social death for forcing me to say such shameful things just now. I won't tease you anymore. The truth is, that night we spent together in Eagle Country already revealed my intentions. I am indeed very interested in you. After all, Chu Yuchan was a Tsundere CEO. Even if she liked Gu Junqing, she would only ever admit to being interested in him. The reason I'm interested in you is partly thanks to our sixth and seventh sisters. It's inseparable from their trust in you, which has led me to trust you as well. Actually, the second sister is the same as me. You understand what I mean, right? Chu Yuchan looked at Gu Junqing suggestively. I understand. Gu Junqing chuckled. He had realized this long ago. The sisters were very united and loving, and in their love for one another, the other sisters naturally trusted their boyfriends implicitly. Coupled with how they were raised as children, this was the case. It wasn't entirely impossible to win over all seven sisters. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Gu Junqing to conquer three of them. It could only be said that after conquering Chu Yuchan, Gu Junqing was naturally several steps ahead of Dao Tianyan. In the future, the status of the son of Luck brother, Dao Tianyan, in the sisters' hearts might not even compare to Gu Junqing, their brother-in-law. That's enough talk for now. Figure out the rest yourself. Now get up here, and let your sister have a taste of this young piece of meat. Chu Yuchan's lithe, boneless body swayed slowly, her eyes fixed on Gu Junqing, blurred and seductive. To be honest, being beaten by her two sisters in becoming a real woman had left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The teasing tone in Chu Yuchan's words caused the entire bed to sway. You've made the bed frame shake. Are you that excited? Chu Yuchan covered her mouth and giggled. My heart is indeed racing, but the bed frame is shaking because of your two sisters, my dear sister Chu. Gu Junqing forced himself to suppress his laughter. Chapter 824. The room was luxuriously decorated, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chu Yuchan parted her crimson lips slightly, a silent temptation that only added to her bone deep allure, like a peony in full spring bloom. Graceful, elegant, and brimming with charm. Brother Gu, what are you waiting for? How many golden opportunities does one get in life? Why don't you rush over and seize it firmly? Chu Yuchan gazed at Gu Junqing's perfectly sculpted physique. Ordinary men were nothing in her eyes, but his body held a massive attraction for her. Their conversation had reached its end, and she had intended for something to happen between them today. Yet, Gu Junqing didn't seem as impatient as he usually did. It felt like he was entirely unhurried, and a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Sister Chu, it is not that I want to wait, but the second sister also asked to speak with me tonight. You should return to your room, as I am afraid she might see us. Gu Junqing spread his hands helplessly, though a strange sense of amusement grew within him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Yuchan's expression shifted. She sat up from the bed, pulling her collar up to conceal the alluring sight beneath. Both she and the two sisters hiding under the bed felt a surge of tension. When they were children, it was their second sister, Ji Hanyan, who punished them whenever they made a mistake. Even though they had all grown up and achieved excellence in their careers, the memories of those childhood punishments remained vivid in their minds. You didn't ask, Sister Chu. Gu Junqing replied with a light chuckle, looking perfectly innocent. Fine, we should save this for another day. It would not be good for the second sister to walk in on this scene, so I will head back. Chu Yuchan sighed. While Ji Hanyan was aware of her relationship with Gu Junqing, being caught in bed was a completely different matter. If that happened, that brat, their seventh sister Chu Yuchan, would never let her hear the end of it. She would not even be able to look her sixth sister in the eye, as she still wanted to maintain the dignity of being the fifth sister. As Chu Yuchan rolled off the bed, the two hands gripping Gu Junqing's ankles from underneath retracted. Just as she reached the door, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the room. At the same time, Ji Hanyan's voice drifted in. Gu Junqing, are you there? Her tone possessed a unique elegance, sounding as beautiful as a flowing spring or an orchid in a quiet valley, making her voice instantly recognizable. The knocking in her voice caused Chu Yuchan to freeze on the spot. Without a second thought, she tiptoed over and dragged Gu Junqing into the inner room. Quick, quick, find a place to hide. Chu Yuchan scanned the room, locking her target onto the space beneath the bed. She quickly stooped down and began squeezing underneath. Sister Chu, there is no space left under the bed, do not go in. Gu Junqing hurriedly grabbed her waist to stop her from pushing further. Do you take me for blind? The bed frame is high, and I am not fat, so there is definitely enough space. Besides, once you pull the bed skirt down, the second sister will not be able to see me. Chu Yuchan whispered anxiously. But there is no need for you to hide, fifth sister. The second sister already knows about our relationship. He understood why Mu Painting and Shi Yuchan were scrambling to hide, as they had their own reasons. However, he struggled to understand why Chu Yuchan was in such a rush to conceal herself. The second sister said she wanted to talk to you, which must be about us sisters. I want to hear what she has to say. Chu Yuchan whispered her explanation. Fine. Gu Junqing released her with a smile, allowing her to crawl underneath. He had done his best to stop her. Even if Chu Yuchan experienced a social death later, she could not blame him. Chu Yuchan let out a sigh of relief, quickly lifted the bed skirt, and slid her head inside. Gu Junqing, what do you have under your bed? It feels soft. Surely you haven't hidden dolls, or something similar down here? Chu Yuchan asked with a frown as she found her path blocked halfway through. Cough, those are your dearest sisters. Gu Junqing's words drifted faintly into Chu Yuchan's ears, causing her to freeze in place as she crawled. Fifth sister, fifth sister. The voices of Shi Yuchan and Mu Painting rang out in succession. Shit. Startled, Chu Yuchan followed in Shi Yuchan's footsteps, slamming her head hard against the bed frame and hissing in pain. Haha. Gu Junqing stifled his laughter. Chu Yuchan was always composed, dignified, and elegant in front of others. This was the first time he had ever seen her use profanity, proving she was in a state of absolute shock and had completely abandoned all decorum. Yuchan, Painting, how are you here? Chu Yuchan's voice trembled from the pain. If her sixth and seventh sisters had been hiding under the bed all this time, that meant they had heard everything that just happened between her and Gu Junqing. Chu Yuchan's hands began to shake. Even though they were her sisters, they had heard all the shameful dialogue that had just taken place with Gu Junqing. What is even the point of living anymore? Her face flushed crimson in the darkness before slowly turning pale. Fifth sister, if I said that I was deaf, would you believe me? Shi Yuchan asked tentatively. Although she would say some shameful things when alone with Gu Junqing, hearing rush over and seize it firmly made her feel an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Fifth sister, why am I here? I am sorry, fifth sister, I must have been sleepwalking and ended up here for some unknown reason. Mu Painting said with an air of extreme confusion. If there had been light under the bed, one would have clearly seen the faint blush on Mu Painting's face from lying. Upon hearing her two sisters, Chu Yuchan felt even more humiliated. She immediately turned the muzzle of her rage toward Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing, what is going on? Why are they both under the bed? I need an explanation. Gu Junqing could barely hold back his laughter now, but he whispered an explanation nonetheless. You should ask them that question, as I have to go open the door for the second sister. You. Chu Yuchan's anger surged, but it quickly subsided. She had already heard the creaking of the door opening, and now was clearly not the time for her to continue speaking. Chapter 825. The bond between the seven sisters is extremely deep. Each of them understands the others intimately. However, the way sisters interact is fundamentally different from how lovers interact. Even Shi Yuchan and Mu Painting did not know their fifth sister was so seductive and charming when she was alone with Gu Junqing. Did the fifth sister have some hidden personality trait that Junqing had unlocked? Shi Yuchan and Mu Painting looked at each other in the dim light under the bed with a silent understanding, then tacitly looked away. Chu Yuchan looked at her two younger sisters with an unpredictable expression. If they were not her own sisters, she would have wanted to kill them to keep her secret. As Gu Junqing opened the door, Chu Yuchan could not think any further. She could only pull down the bedsheet to cover all the light under the bed, squeezing her own body inside. On the other side, Gu Junqing opened the door and found the second sister, Ji Hanyan, standing quietly at the entrance. Why are you not wearing any clothes? Ji Hanyan asked, frowning slightly at Gu Junqing's bare upper body. I am sorry, second sister, I just fell asleep, and am not used to wearing clothes while sleeping. I only just put my pants on. Gu Junqing pretended to rub his eyes and lied with a feigned sincerity. I see. Ji Hanyan nodded gently. She added with a seemingly profound meaning, there are all women in this house, so it is better to wear clothes while sleeping in the future. Yes, Gu Junqing replied obediently. For women he had not yet conquered, he always maintained a pure and upright appearance. Gu Junqing's looks also made it extremely easy for people to believe what he said. Ji Hanyan relaxed and walked into Gu Junqing's room with a graceful gait. Under the illumination of the room lights, Gu Junqing finally saw the full outline of Ji Hanyan. At this moment, Ji Hanyan was wearing a black silk robe. Her slightly curly hair was still damp with moisture. After taking off her flight attendant uniform, the intellectual beauty she usually exuded seemed to have faded away. Her whole body radiated an astonishing charm. Her plump and graceful figure was clearly revealed, like a ripe peach, making one's imagination run wild. Gu Junqing, who was used to beautiful women, could not help but swallow hard. If Shi Yuchan was an unripe kiwi fruit and Mu Painting was a semi-ripe peach, Then Chu Yuchan was a sweet, mature yellow peach. Then Ji Hanyan was a fully ripened, juicy, and succulent honey peach. One could not help but want to take a bite to taste the sweet, mature juice and tender flesh. What is the matter? Ji Hanyan turned her head slightly and asked curiously, while looking at Gu Junqing beside her. Nothing, I just slept for a while, and my mouth is a bit dry. Gu Junqing replied quickly. At the same time, he scolded himself internally. Even though he was an experienced player, who had driven many cars, why did he feel like a rookie when facing a mature and charming car like this? However, Gu Junqing knew this was also due to the attraction of the heroine's aura. Heroines not only attract the male lead but also the villain. Is that so? Ji Hanyan's meaningful gaze fell upon Gu Junqing's eyes. She looked at him faintly for a while before looking away. Come over and sit. Ji Hanyan quickly sized up Gu Junqing's room. She chose not to sit on his bed, but on the sofa directly facing it. Second sister, what do you want to chat about with me? You seemed very serious this afternoon. Gu Junqing sat beside Ji Hanyan. He could easily smell a refreshing and pleasant scent on her, not the scent of flowers or perfume, but a unique, fresh, and natural sweetness. Since Gu Junqing had already been a bit abrupt just now, he did not want to be too presumptuous. After all, Ji Hanyan's other three sisters were still under the bed. He was currently thinking about how to quickly send Ji Hanyan away. He wanted to avoid the three sisters thinking he was impatient to seduce their second sister. Let us put that question aside for a moment. I want to ask if Yuchan and her sisters came to find you just now. Ji Hanyan's flawless, jade-like face seemed to be shrouded in frost. After the sisters' night chat ended, she had gone to take a shower. With her hearing, it was easy for her to hear the movements outside. However, due to the shower, she could only hear some slight sounds of doors opening. Especially since the door to Gu Junqing's room had opened several times, she suspected that Yuchan and the others had gone to find him. Yes, that is correct. Yuchan came to talk to me for a while, and when she got tired, she went back. Gu Junqing said without changing his expression. What about Yuchan and the others? Did they go back to sleep too? Ji Hanyan asked again. They accompanied Yuchan, chatted for a bit, and then went back to sleep. Hearing Gu Junqing's words, Ji Hanyan nodded. Then, with a sudden apologetic look on her face, she said, May I use your bathroom? I am sorry, I drank too much water earlier. Of course you may. Gu Junqing replied quickly. Ji Hanyan got up and walked into Gu Junqing's bathroom. She breathed a sigh of relief after scanning it, and finding no place to hide a person, then left after staying briefly. She always felt something was not quite right, but she could not articulate what exactly. In fact, if she knew Chu Yuchan was in the room, she would not have had such a strong reaction. The key was that she wanted to see if Chu Yuchan and the others were there. She was worried that her two younger sisters might make a mistake. After all, Gu Junqing was an extremely excellent man. Being close to the action, she was afraid her sixth and seventh sisters might develop feelings for him due to their young age. However, Gu Junqing was, after all, the fifth sister's man. The sisters could not have any friction because of one man. Ji Hanyan walked out of the bathroom slowly. As she moved, her willow-like waist swayed slightly, and the noble yet charming temperament that flowed from her gestures fully displayed her graceful and eye-catching figure. Things were too rushed when the plane was in danger, and I never officially thanked you, so I wanted to chat with you tonight. After returning, Ji Hanyan said solemnly to Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing could be considered a life-saving benefactor to everyone on that plane. Furthermore, he had not only saved her, but also brought the fifth sister off the plane safely. She was actually very respectful and grateful to Gu Junqing. Second sister, what are you saying? That was just what I should have done. I needed to save myself as well, so there is no need for this. Gu Junqing replied with a light laugh. Danger on the plane? Why would she want to thank Gu Junqing? Chu Yuchan and Mu Peining, who were listening to the conversation under the bed, were completely confused. Chu Yuchan, who felt socially dead and unnaturally quiet, felt nothing. She felt that she would have been better off dying in the plane crash. At least that way, she would not have lost her dignity as an older sister in front of her two younger sisters. The moment she thought of the things she had said to Gu Junqing being heard word for word by her two sisters, she felt her life had become bleak. If other people knew that the cold, decisive, and capable Chu Yuchan from the business world would say such a flirtatious line, she would rather not be a person anymore. Chapter 826. Gu Junqing saved an entire plane of people, which was one of the reasons Ji Hanyan held him in such high regard. Because of this, the exchange between them was not serious at all. In fact, it could be said to be surprisingly harmonious. I am quite a bit older than you, so would you mind if I just call you Little Gu from now on? Ji Hanyan asked with a look of lazy elegance, her voice gentle as she spoke to Gu Junqing. Of course, that would be fine, Gu Junqing agreed with a nod. Little Gu, how did you and Yuchan meet? Although Ji Hanyan had already learned the general gist from her younger sisters, she still wanted to verify it directly from Gu Junqing. Actually, I met Yuchan first. We were classmates in the same major and class, and then I met Yuchan later. Gu Junqing began to speak slowly, explaining how it happened. Ji Hanyan nodded from time to time as he spoke, noting that it matched what she had learned from her sisters. You are still a student, so our Yuchan has really robbed the cradle, Ji Hanyan said with a sudden, coy smile. Second sister, what are you saying? Given Chu's beauty and ability, I don't know how many younger men would want to be taken by her, not to mention that Chu is hardly a young grass herself. Even you, second sister, look like you are only a year or two older than me. If you did not say anything, I would have thought you were only 18. Gu Junqing coughed lightly. He deliberately flattered Chu Yuchan to ease her anger, and then added a compliment for Ji Hanyan as well. It seems Yuchan was charmed by your sweet talk. Being praised like that, especially by a man as handsome as Gu Junqing, even Ji Hanyan could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Second sister, you are joking. I am a sincere and shy person who never says sweet nothings, as everything I say comes from the heart. Gu Junqing said this with a serious expression. The three sisters hiding under the bed gritted their teeth. Sincere? Shy? They now understood what it meant when people talked about a man's silver tongue. Furthermore, as the three sisters watched Gu Junqing hitting on their second sister, they felt a strange sensation. It was as if they were daughters watching their boyfriend butter up their parent. Since they were little, it was usually their second sister who took care of their daily lives, acting as both sister and mother. They were full of reliance and awe toward her, even the willful and playful seventh sister Chu Yuchan. However, when facing Ji Hanyan, she never dared to disobey, feeling an instinctive fear and reliance toward her second sister. All right, if you keep talking, even I will be unable to tell which way is up. Ji Hanyan laughed, interrupting Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing smacked his lips, reflecting that he rarely used his mouth to sweet-talk women anymore. He was surprised to find he had not lost his touch. Little Gu, I can tell you have a close relationship with Yuchan and Painting. I also noticed during dinner that they seem to like you very much. I wonder how you view them. Ji Hanyan asked Gu Junqing with a kindly, amiable smile. Here it comes, he thought. She really is here to ask about his relationship with Yuchan and Painting. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Yuchan and I are classmates. We have a spirit of friendship, and now there is a kind of brother-in-law to sister-in-law affection. Since I am her fifth sister's husband now, it is normal for her to be reliant and familiar with me. Gu Junqing replied with a serious expression. You really are a good brother-in-law. Chu Yuchan thought to herself under the bed, gritting her teeth. As for Sister Miu, her affection for me is likely because I am her favorite student. We often spend time together discussing projects and doing experiments, and Sister Miu is also in charge of some of my family's plans. Favorite student? Under the bed, Miu Painting sneered inwardly upon hearing this. For some reason, Chu Yuchan felt a bit of satisfaction. Her two sisters had eavesdropped on so many of her secrets, and now seeing them get shut down like this, she felt a strange sense of relief. They are my sisters, so why would I be happy about this? I should be despising this scumbag with them, Chu Yuchan chided herself. But she still could not hide the excitement in her heart. Meanwhile, Ji Hanyan said thoughtfully, so that is how it is. She had just felt that her two sisters were getting too close to Gu Junqing, and now she understood the many intertwined relationships between them. Then I have no more issues. I should not stay in your room too long tonight, so I will go back to sleep. Good night, little Gu. Ji Hanyan stood up with her graceful figure, her black hair scattering near her fragrant cheeks, and her long lashes fluttering like feather fans, as she smiled at Gu Junqing. At the same time, her eyes glanced toward the space under the bed without a trace of suspicion. Oh, and good night to the little mice in your room. Understood, second sister, Gu Junqing replied with a light nod. Afterward, Ji Hanyan returned to her own room. Once they heard the sound of Gu Junqing's door closing, the three sisters scrambled out from under the bed. Did second sister know we were there? Otherwise, why would she have added that bit about the little mice? Chu Yuchan asked immediately after climbing out, her face pale with lingering fear. Let us not worry about that for now. Gu Junqing, why did you not tell me they were here? Chu Yuchan took the initiative, looking at him with a dark expression. Painting and Yuchan told me not to tell you. I could not exactly ignore them, could I? Gu Junqing shrugged helplessly. So, you all just wanted to listen to my embarrassment, right? Chu Yuchan turned her dangerous gaze toward Miu Painting and Chu Yuchan. Fifth sister, do not blame me. When I arrived, the sixth sister was already under the bed, and she heard the embarrassing parts too. Chu Yuchan blinked her eyes, trying to shift the blame pitifully. Oh, Chu Yuchan and Chu Yuchan's gazes simultaneously turned toward Miu Painting. Miu Painting felt her scalp tingle under their scrutiny, finding it difficult to come up with a solution even with her high intelligence. You blame me? When fifth sister knocked on the door, I heard you say you wanted to see how fifth sister was being tossed around by Gu Junqing on the bed. Miu Painting quickly shifted gears, twisting Chu Yuchan's words. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuchan turned her gaze back to Chu Yuchan. Nonsense, I wanted to see the sixth sister. Chu Yuchan quickly retorted. You are afraid of the fifth sister, but are you not afraid of me? Miu Painting's eyes were also filled with danger. Gu Junqing watched the three sisters shifting blame and turning on each other, finding it rather amusing. However, he had to intervene now to smooth things over. Sister Yuchan, Sister Painting, Sister Yuchan, calm down. Let me say a few words to be fair. Shut up. You shut up. You shut up. Three icy demands came simultaneously, putting a fair amount of pressure on Gu Junqing. Oh, second sister, why did you come back? Gu Junqing suddenly looked toward the door and asked, acting surprised. Hearing this, the three sisters reacted almost like a reflex, preparing to lift the bedsheet and dive back under the bed. But after failing to hear the sound of the door opening, they realized they had been played by Gu Junqing. Chapter 827. With the second sister used as a deterrent by Gu Junqing, the argument between the three sisters finally subsided. They remained locked in a tense standoff, glaring at one another. Even Chu Yuchan, the youngest and smallest of the group, puffed out her chest to build courage, refusing to back down. Gu Junqing let out a sigh of relief. He only meant to tease Chu Yuchan, never expecting it to lead to this situation. He dared not intervene further in the sisters' conflict. Doing so would only intensify the friction, or cause them to turn their combined firepower on him. Finally, Gu Junqing cast a pleading look at Mu Peining, knowing her to be intelligent and calm enough to resolve this easily. Gu Junqing batted his eyes, feigning a pitiful expression. Mu Peining felt her heart soften when she received his gaze. Although the standoff appeared to be about shifting blame or stirring conflict, the core reason was simple. None of the three sisters wanted to leave Gu Junqing, as all of them hoped to spend his first night back with him. Solving this dilemma was both difficult and easy. The first solution would be to sleep together, but clearly, none of the sisters were ready for that yet. The second solution required someone to withdraw. She had missed Gu Junqing for a long time, and given that absence makes the heart grow fonder, she truly wanted to spend his first night back with him. Yet, even knowing this scoundrel was faking his pitiful act, she did not want to make things hard for him. Mu Peining took the initiative to step forward. Fifth sister, seventh sister, second sister is still outside, so let us stop fighting. If we are too loud, she might hear us, and I have things to do tomorrow, so I will head back. Ji Yuchan and Chu Yuchan looked surprised but said nothing. With one less rival, their chances of monopolizing Gu Junqing tonight increased. Seeing that the conflict had ceased, Mu Peining knew her goal was achieved. She walked to Gu Junqing's side and whispered where only he could hear. You need to make this up to me next time. After receiving a smiling nod from Gu Junqing, teacher Mu withdrew from the sisters' competition, tiptoeing out of the room to return to her own. With Mu Peining gone, the atmosphere between Chu Yuchan and Ji Yuchan relaxed significantly. In truth, Ji Yuchan had simply lost her nerve. Alone, she dared not face her fifth sister. Yet, she did not want to withdraw just like that. Fifth sister, I did not mean to listen to you. Before Ji Yuchan could finish, a sharp glare from Chu Yuchan silenced her, and she hurriedly changed the subject. I only meant to say it was not on purpose, but you and Gu Junqing have been abroad for so long, and have monopolized him for quite a while, so please let me have him tonight. Ji Yuchan swallowed hard, and pleaded pitifully with Chu Yuchan. Are you really talking to me like this over a man? Chu Yuchan mused, unable to keep from laughing. However, I will not yield to you tonight. You have already been with Gu Junqing, so do you really care about one day? Besides, you eavesdropped on the most shameful thing I have ever said in my life, so logically and morally, you must yield to me today. Despite the urge to laugh, Chu Yuchan glared with her starry eyes, radiating authority and refusing to budge. Fifth sister, Ji Yuchan began to deploy her signature acting technique. Usually, whenever she acted spoiled, her sisters would comply with her every wish. Today, however, her tactics seemed to fail when a man was involved. Seeing that Chu Yuchan remained unresponsive, Ji Yuchan knew her plan to spend the night with Gu Junqing was over. She left the room, dejected and drooping. Before leaving, she accused Chu Yuchan. I am no longer your favorite little treasure, you stinky fifth sister. She pulled the door open, but instead of going to her own room, she ran off to sleep with her sixth sister, Mu Peining. This girl, Chu Yuchan scolded with a laugh. Seeing that only she and Gu Junqing remained, Chu Yuchan turned her attention toward him. If you do not serve me well tonight, see how I will handle you. She walked slowly in front of Gu Junqing, lifting her beautiful face while her stunning curves made her appear like an alluring mermaid. Sister Chu, do you still not trust my ability? Did your hand not get sore that day? Gu Junqing leaned into her ear, skillfully and ambiguously biting her crystal-clear earlobe. I am going back to take a shower first, as it was filthy hiding under the bed, but I will be back soon. Chu Yuchan quickly pushed Gu Junqing away, turning her face to hide her flushed cheeks. This was her first time, and she wanted it to be a perfect memory. Gu Junqing agreed, lying on the bed to wait quietly for her return. Not long after, Gu Junqing heard the door creak. He turned his head and saw Chu Yuchan standing by the bed, watching him. Her long hair was let down like a waterfall, exposing her long, fair neck and highlighting her snow-white skin and beautiful appearance. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with bright light. Her graceful, supple figure was covered only by a thin, black gauze dress. She stood by the bedside, looking down at Gu Junqing with a calm expression, appearing cold, glamorous, and untouchably noble. A hint of amusement entered Gu Junqing's eyes, and with a sweep of his long arms, he pulled Chu Yuchan onto his body, pecking at her flawless skin. Stop, you were not in a hurry when the sisters were here, so why the rush now? With her eyes being kissed, Chu Yuchan's eyelashes trembled slightly, feeling ticklish as she pressed her hands against his chest to push herself up. I was just afraid you would die of embarrassment, Sister Chu. If I had been with you then, Yuchan and Peining would have heard the entire process of their sister in bed. Gu Junqing chuckled in explanation. Do not say it. Recalling that her intimate words with Gu Junqing had been heard by her sisters filled Chu Yuchan with anger and shame. It felt just like a teenager watching adult films in their room, when their parents suddenly burst through the door. A type of shame that made one want to roll on the ground just thinking about it. No more talk, no more talk. Gu Junqing's hand around her slender waist tightened as he pressed her down in front of him. Sister Chu, are you ready? After a long while, a steady voice came from the darkness. Chapter 828. Chu Yuchan lay on the bed, her nightdress torn into tatters and unable to cover her body. Her flawless, curved figure was exposed, with pale, jade-like skin laid bare before Gu Junqing. Having agreed to Gu Junqing's request, Chu Yuchan's heart was filled with uncertainty. She felt the panic of the impending penetration, the melancholy of being possessed by another, and the prideful resistance of someone who loved him but feared the act. When Gu Junqing suddenly thrust forward, a sharp pain shot through her, and she froze. All her conflicting emotions were shattered by the sudden pain, leaving her mind a blank slate. Ah! Chu Yuchan cried out, her neck arching back like a captured swan as her hands gripped the sheets. Soon, the pain vanished, replaced by a wave of pleasure rising from the depths of her soul. She could not help but lose herself in it. Chu Yuchan's eyes grew hazy, and a flush of desire bloomed on her cheeks. Gu Junqing's strong body and burning breath caused her to succumb entirely to their intimacy. Her toes curled, tightened, and relaxed as the room filled with the rhythmic, creaking sound of the bed being battered. Outside Gu Junqing's room, Ji Hanyan and Mu Peining, who should have been asleep, had quietly crept to his door. Sixth sister, if fifth sister finds us doing this, are we really not going to get beaten? Ji Hanyan whispered to Mu Peining. She has already monopolized our man, so what are you afraid of? It is just eavesdropping, and if anyone gets hit, it will be you. Mu Peining glanced at her dimwit sister and replied in a low voice. Ji Hanyan was shocked and hurriedly whispered, Sixth sister, you cannot dump all the blame on me. Mu Peining said nothing more, skillfully pulling out several small gadgets, a speaker-like receiver, and 2 earpieces. These are little gadgets I made in my spare time that can monitor and record. Fifth sister thinks it is embarrassing for us to hear those things, so let us listen to what she actually says during their intimacy. Mu Peining explained to Ji Hanyan in a low voice. Ji Hanyan felt a chill run down her spine. She secretly vowed that even if she offended the eldest or second sister, she would never offend this clever, scheming sixth sister. Moonlight streamed in from the side window, illuminating Mu Peining's angelic face. Yet, Ji Hanyan felt as if she were looking at a demon. Sixth sister, have you ever eavesdropped on me before? Ji Hanyan asked, trembling and hesitant. No. Mu Peining replied calmly. She did not explain that Ji Hanyan did not need a device to be heard, as her voice could travel through walls every night. Mu Peining put on the headphones and moved the receiver across the wall and door, trying to find a good angle to catch the sounds inside. Soon, when Mu Peining placed the receiver against a spot on the wall, the sound of a bed creaking like heavy rain and a woman's soft moans reached them. Their fifth sister's voice was accompanied by an indescribable, pain-mixed pleasure that was bewitching and soul-stirring. Ji Hanyan's face turned bright red, and she felt an unspeakable thrill. Stealing a glance at Mu Peining, she noticed that her expression was not normal, clearly showing that Mu Peining was not as calm as she pretended. The door creaked open, causing both sisters' souls to fly from their bodies. Ji Hanyan was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she sat on the floor. What are you two doing squatting here? A gentle voice came from behind the two sisters. Standing behind the sisters was none other than their second sister, Ji Hanyan. Second sister, we are not doing anything. It is late, and we heard some noises and thought it might be a thief. We did not find anything, so Yushin and I were just going back to sleep. Mu Peining reacted quickly, calmly retracting the equipment, while helping the pathetic Shi Yushin up. Then go to sleep quickly. Rest assured, with me here, no one can hurt my sisters. Ji Hanyan said nothing more and continued gently. Okay. Mu Peining and Shi Yushin nodded gratefully, and returned to Mu Peining's room together. Do you think second sister knows what we were doing? Shi Yushin asked, trembling with fear. I do not know. Second sister is like a riddle. You think she does not understand, but her behavior seems otherwise. Then when you think she does, her gaze seems capable of seeing right through you. Mu Peining rubbed her nose, feeling a headache. Although she did not know what the second sister knew, she was at least relieved that she had not pursued the matter, and had let them off once. It is one thing for Yushin to be mischievous, but why has Peining started acting this way too? Ji Hanyan watched the backs of the two sisters returning to their room, and shook her head with a wry smile. She had observed the changes in both sisters. Yushin's antics were expected, but even the usually calm and self-restrained Mu Peining had started acting up, and all of this was because of the man in that room. It was true that a woman's intelligence dropped when she was in love. Ji Hanyan looked at Gu Junqing's room, and a glimmer of curiosity suddenly sparked in her eyes. After speaking with Gu Junqing, the parts of her heart that had been tangled had gradually dissipated. She no longer worried about Gu Junqing's contact with Yushin and the others. She was merely curious about what kind of magic Gu Junqing possessed. Could it be that what their master said was true, and that the 7 of them would one day be possessed by one man? Ji Hanyan muttered this to herself, finding it hard to believe. Each of the 7 sisters was a peerless beauty rarely found in the world. Usually, to possess even one would be a stroke of great fortune, let alone capturing all 7. Ji Hanyan stood in place for a moment, listening to the intense commotion inside Gu Junqing's room before shaking her head and returning to her own room. Chapter 829. Ding. Host has captured the heroine Chu Yuchan for the first time. You gained 16,000 villain points. Heroine Halo -800. Son of Luck Dao Tinyan Protagonist Halo -800. Host Villain Halo plus 1,600. Ding. Heroine Chu Yuchan's favorability toward host has increased by 30. Current total favorability is 90. Undying Love. Ding. Host influenced the plot. Host gained 10,000 villain points. A series of system notifications arrived, but Gu Junqing had no time to pay attention to them. Chu Yuchan's legs were intertwined with his, wrapping around his waist like a snake. Her long, fair legs felt like they were carved from suet jade. They were smooth, soft, and boneless, leaving him enchanted. The first ray of sunlight shone through the window into the room. The room was a complete mess. A shredded skirt hung at the foot of the bed, the sheets were wrinkled, and small spots of crimson were visible. However, there was no one on the bed. The sound of splashing water could be heard faintly from the mist-filled bathroom. After a long time, the movement in the bathroom finally ended. Chu Yuchan's starry eyes were still brimming with moisture. Her dark hair was disheveled, and she leaned softly against Gu Junqing. "Big sister Chu, were you satisfied with my service?" Gu Junqing hugged her shoulder, leaning against the bathroom wall with a light laugh. Her skin, smooth as silk, was truly mesmerizing. Chu Yuchan's eyes fluttered open and closed, her petite lips parting as she panted lazily. Her cheeks were flushed with an indescribable crimson hue. "Average. Average? That is not what you said a moment ago." Gu Junqing laughed upon hearing her response. "That is only because you have been with too many women. Give me a few more chances, and I will make you beg for mercy next time." Chu Yuchan stubbornly refused to admit she was inferior to Gu Junqing, her cheeks burning red. "Then I will look forward to your next attack." Gu Junqing's hand continued to linger on her tender, smooth skin. "Carry me out. I need a good sleep." Chu Yuchan sighed, forced to admit she was no match for him in this regard. He always managed to find her weaknesses. Whenever she tried to fight back, he would immediately pinpoint where she was vulnerable. It was as if she were a balloon that had been pricked, causing her to lose all her energy. Gu Junqing grabbed a towel from the side, wrapped it around her, and picked her up. After drying her off, he returned to the room with her. Chu Yuchan rested on his arm, her body pressed against his under a thin quilt, exposing only her white, fragrant shoulder. She held his hand with one hand, while the other held her phone, playing with it lazily. Gu Junqing watched her without much emotion, simply holding her close as if he had attained complete enlightenment about life. Suddenly, Chu Yuchan noticed that her group chat had over 99 unread messages. The group was named Seven Fairies Chat Group, consisting of only 7 members. Ji Hanyan had suggested creating the group, and the title of group owner had been transferred to their eldest sister. She wondered which of her sisters was bored enough to start a chat. Chu Yuchan felt a spark of curiosity, and clicked on the chat group. Without reading the history, she scrolled to the top to check the recent messages. She found that the conversation had been started by an anonymous audio clip. Chu Yuchan found it funny, as there were only 7 of them in the group, so what was the point of being anonymous? However, after clicking on the audio, the smile on her face stiffened instantly. It was a female voice, occasionally letting out vague murmurs that were unclear. Soon after, a few low moans and singing sounds followed, along with a woman's pleas for mercy. The sounds were crystal clear. At first, Chu Yuchan was just curious and puzzled, thinking one of her sister's accounts had been hacked. How could someone send such a thing into their group? As she continued to listen, things felt wrong. She realized the voice sounded exactly like her own. After listening to it again, Chu Yuchan finally confirmed it. This was recorded during their intimacy last night, consisting of words she had uttered without even realizing it. Gu Junqing, watching from the side, felt his temples throbbing. What was going on? Was their night together recorded? He had been completely immersed in his time with Chu Yuchan, ignoring the system messages and the surroundings entirely. He suspected that Ji Hanyan was the culprit behind this. She must have been unwilling to accept that he had been claimed by Chu Yuchan, and intentionally wanted to cause social suicide for her sister. "Yuchan, I misjudged you," he thought with a wry smile. Chu Yuchan's fingers trembled as she scrolled through the messages. The explosive content had sent the group into a frenzy, drawing reactions from the other sisters. Third Fairy asked who was playing such a prank, and why they would send this at night. Fourth Fairy asked why the voice sounded so much like Fifth Sister. Third Fairy agreed, asking if Fifth Sister had found a boyfriend and commenting on how intense the situation sounded. She tagged Fifth Sister repeatedly. Second Sister chimed in to verify that Fifth Sister had indeed found a boyfriend. Third Fairy replied that they should return, since their fifth sister had been swept away by someone else. Fourth Fairy laughed, calling Fifth Sister quite open, and noting that being a CEO was different. Big Sister sent a single question mark. The conversation in the group stalled immediately after Big Sister's response. Chapter 830. Third Sister. Wow, the Fifth Sister incident actually brought the eldest sister out. Fifth Sister, why haven't you kneeled and greeted her yet? At Fifth Sister. Fourth Sister, the eldest sister is out, and you still haven't appeared. Second Sister, Fifth Sister is probably still asleep. You know what she was doing all night. Even if she saw the message, she is probably too embarrassed to reply, smiling. Eldest Sister, I will take a trip to the capital when I have time. Third Sister, since the eldest sister is going, Fourth Sister and I will go to the capital to see the Fifth Sister's boyfriend too. Second Sister, you are welcome to visit. I am living with the 5th, 6th, and 7th sisters now. Third Sister, that sounds lively. I want to come too. Fourth Sister, since the second sister said that, I guess the 5th sister's social embarrassment this time was betrayed by that little cutie, the 7th sister. Only the 7th sister would dare to do something like this by relying on the sister's pampering. 5th Sister, I will help you scold her. Eldest Sister, what is the character of the 5th sister's boyfriend like? The eldest sister's words were always as concise as ever. Ji Hanyan, who went out to the capital early in the morning to stroll and shop, looked at the message on her phone and smiled slightly. Second sister, I have examined him, and the fifth sister's boyfriend has decent character. Chu Yuchan continued to scroll through the messages with a numb expression. She could not even describe her current feelings. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to kill someone. This was not just about social embarrassment in front of Mu Painting and Chu Yuchan. This time, even all the sisters, including the eldest sister, knew about it. Although she knew this was a secret between sisters, and they would not spread it, she was still dying of shame. Chu Yuchan hurriedly blocked the chat so her sisters could not call her to make fun of her. As for the person behind this incident, she did not even need to think to guess that it had something to do with Chu Yuchan. As for the other two sisters in the house, the second and sixth sisters, she felt they were not capable of doing such a thing. Chu Yuchan's eyes burned with fire. Her body, which was originally weak and sore from being tossed around by Junqing, felt a surge of strength from an unknown source. She put on her clothes without thinking and walked out of Junqing's room with anger, heading straight for Chu Yuchan's room. After Chu Yuchan left, Junqing could no longer hold back his laughter. Even he did not expect Chu Yuchan to be able to do something like this. If all the sister protagonists came, he would have to change his strategy of breaking through the secret conquest of the seven sisters one by one. Junqing restrained his smile to think about the path forward. Then, he followed Chu Yuchan toward Chu Yuchan's room. Chu Yuchan walked into Chu Yuchan's room full of anger, but the room was already empty. A note was thoughtfully left on the empty table. The note had a few lines of sloppy handwriting. If anyone sees this letter, it means I have already left. Please do not miss me too much. If it was not the fifth sister who found this letter, you can tell her I went for closed-door study, and will not be back for a while. Fifth sister, please do not ruin your health from anger. Chu Yuchan, do not let me find you. Chu Yuchan laughed in extreme anger after seeing the letter. What happened, Sister Chu? Did Yuchan leave? Junqing asked suspiciously as he walked in. That is right. This damn seventh sister has the guts to do it, but no guts to admit it. Actually, he had just checked his phone, and had already received a report from his servants. Chu Yuchan had snuck out of the villa like a thief early in the morning with her luggage. Furthermore, Chu Yuchan sent him a message saying she planned to hide in the school dormitory for a few days, at least until Chu Yuchan's anger subsided. So, why did you go and provoke her? Junqing shook his head helplessly. Just then, a door closing sound abruptly rang out at the door. Chu Yuchan ran to the door without thinking. Although she knew it would not be Chu Yuchan, she still wanted to see who it was. When she stepped out, she saw Mu Painting leaving, while dragging a suitcase. Mu Painting froze in place when she was called out by Chu Yuchan. She had planned to run away like Chu Yuchan, but had returned to get something. She thought Chu Yuchan should still be sleeping, but she did not expect the fifth sister to get up so early after experiencing Junqing's powerful stamina. Mu Painting looked back at her fifth sister. With her familiarity with Chu Yuchan, it was easy for her to see the subtle changes that had occurred in her after what happened last night. She saw that after the lovemaking last night, her fifth sister's already peerless and beautiful face was tinged with an alluring flush. Her sharp eyes were also rippling with astonishing charm, making her look radiant and even more beautiful than usual. Mu Painting felt a bit sour in her heart. Regardless of anything, Chu Yuchan was her fifth sister. Seeing her own sister being ravaged by a man, she still felt a bit depressed. She is truly a bastard. Mu Painting complained in her heart, while glancing at Junqing, who was standing aside smiling. Where are you going, sixth sister? Chu Yuchan looked at Mu Painting's suitcase with suspicion. She wondered why it felt like Mu Painting also had the idea of running away. Mu Painting could not help but glance at Junqing aside, and had a quick thought. I am currently responsible for a project at Junqing's house, but some problems have emerged, so I plan to head to Lodo for a while. The Starlink project. Why did I not know the project had problems? Junqing was somewhat suspicious, but he did not show it on his face. Is that so? Chu Yuchan looked at Junqing, who was standing silently on the side, with sharp eyes. Yes, it was I who took the initiative to hire Sister Mu to be in charge of it, and for that, I even spent a lot of capital. Although Junqing knew what Mu Painting was hiding, he was willing to cover for her. It was worth it just for Mu Painting's initiative to withdraw last night. Then you go. By the way, have you read the messages in the Seven Fairies group? Chu Yuchan suddenly stared at Mu Painting and asked suspiciously. Not yet. I have been packing my things since I got the news early this morning. Did something happen in the group? Mu Painting showed a look of confusion at just the right time. No, well, it is better not to read it. You go ahead and get busy. Chu Yuchan let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, she would not see Mu Painting for a while, and as long as she did not see her, she would not feel the shame welling up in her heart. Goodbye, fifth sister. Hearing this, Mu Painting hurriedly dragged her suitcase and left the villa. Watching her back, she seemed extremely panicked. Chapter 831. Chu Yuchan was not confused by this, as her entire focus was now on Chu Yuchan. She even considered spending money to put out a bounty on her seventh sister. However, she thought better of it, remembering that Chu Yuchan was her own flesh and blood. She figured she would just leave it at that. The fact that Chu Yuchan had sent the details about her and Junqing to the group chat would inevitably draw the attention of their other sisters. They would surely blame her for keeping Junqing's existence a secret. She felt a wave of indignation at the thought. She shot a fierce glare at Junqing. Tell me, where did Yuchan go? Do not just sit there watching, as I know you have to know where she is hiding. Sister Chu, why would I want to watch? Do not forget that I am the one involved in this too. Gu Junqing pulled her into his arms, wrapping a long arm around her incredibly slim waist. He felt a soft sigh escape him as he touched her smooth skin. He still remembered the taste of Chu Yuchan from last night. He was particularly taken by the slim and supple nature of her waist. When she had sat on his lap and performed those repetitive movements, there was not a trace of exhaustion to be seen. He sighed again before he continued. I am also in a lot of pain. It was a difficult situation for him to manage. These sisters were either world-famous secret scientists or cold, stunning female CEOs. It seemed like an impossible feat to others that he had managed to win them all over. Only heaven knew how much effort he had poured into it. He had to save a plane that was about to crash, intercept the child of destiny, and rescue an entire plane of passengers before Chu Yuchan decided to commit herself to him. Now that Ji Hanyan was planning to increase the difficulty for him, he had a right to complain. Pain. You should just be happy about it. Every one of us sisters is a goddess famous throughout the capital, so you should count yourself lucky to have us. Chu Yuchan flushed as she lay in Gu Junqing's arms, but she still spoke with a stubborn, proud air. She did not know why, but after her experience with Gu Junqing last night, she felt as though she could never leave this man. Before that moment, she had already accepted Gu Junqing as her man. However, it had not felt as deep as it did now, as if it had reached her very soul. Gu Junqing's figure had completely entered every part of her heart and body, leaving no room for anyone else. If Gu Junqing knew what was going through her mind, he would probably agree with the famous saying that to conquer a woman's soul, one must first pass through the narrow path beneath her navel. In that case, could you let me be happy again? Gu Junqing looked at Chu Yuchan's slightly parted lips, which were as red as cinnabar, and smelled as sweet as orchids. They looked like ripe cherries, and his eyes gradually grew deep, as he leaned down to kiss her. Chu Yuchan closed her eyes instinctively, and leaned into his arms. She let him kiss her, and her mouth made wet smacking sounds. She realized that this was how it felt to be close to the one she loved. It was no wonder that Yushan had fought with her over Gu Junqing. Chu Yuchan thought this to herself, feeling completely intoxicated. The two of you should at least go inside during the day. It is shameless to be doing this in the hallway. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Yuchan immediately pushed Gu Junqing away and scrambled out of his arms. She looked at the newcomer with a pained expression. Second sister, please stop teasing me. I have already died of social embarrassment among our sisters. Enough, your seventh sister's tactics will not work on me, Ji Hanyan said with a light chuckle. She was dressed in an expensive white dress that was elegant and conservative, wrapping around her snow-white, perfectly curved body. She wore a pair of silver high heels, which highlighted her exquisite feet, perfect as if they were works of art. Her skin was snow-white, accented with a light touch of makeup. With her ruby lips, pearly teeth, and tall, curvaceous figure, she was enough to make anyone drool. Second sister, where did you go, and why did you only just return? Chu Yuchan shook off the shyness of being caught in the act by her second sister, and asked somewhat unnaturally. I just returned to Lodu, so I naturally wanted to go out for a walk. I rushed back because I wanted to see if I needed to save our sixth and seventh sisters. I was afraid they might be beaten to death by you. Ji Hanyan covered her mouth and giggled, making a small joke. She had wondered what Shi Yushan and Mu Painting were doing when they were crouching at the door of Gu Junqing's room last night. She had not expected them to be recording a little movie. Although the recording did not have visuals, she could not help but laugh when she thought about the woman who starred in it. Sixth sister. The recording has something to do with the sixth sister as well. Yes, did you not know? If I heard correctly, Painting was the mastermind, and she even provided the recording equipment. Ji Hanyan pretended to feel sorry for her and stroked Chu Yuchan's hair. Mu Painting, how dare you lie to me? Chu Yuchan was shocked and furious, and she rushed downstairs to see if she could catch Mu Painting. She could deal with Shi Yushan, but she could not fathom why the usually rational and calm Mu Painting would stab her own sister in the back. Wait, there is no need to chase her. I saw Painting running away in a panic when I returned earlier, and she did not even have time to say hello to me. Ji Hanyan wanted to call out to the chasing Chu Yuchan, but she could not catch her. She sighed with a light laugh. Youth is a good thing, full of such energy. After battling all night, she still had the energy to run. It made her wonder about Gu Junqing's capability. She questioned if he was weak, or else her fifth sister would not have had so much energy left. Seeing the suspicious look in Ji Hanyan's eyes, Gu Junqing felt confused. He wondered if his second sister was suspecting that he had been sowing discord among the sisters. Why is second sister looking at me like that? It is nothing. Ji Hanyan comforted him with a look. I have learned about the customs and cultures of many places around the world, and I am quite knowledgeable about food from different regions. I will cook a meal for you all at noon. That would be wonderful. Even Gu Junqing could not quite follow Ji Hanyan's train of thought. He did not understand how she had moved from talking about their internal squabbles to cooking dinner. By noon, Gu Junqing fell into deep contemplation as he looked at a table full of kidney-strengthening delicacies, such as goji berries stewed with red dates and bull penis. Chu Yuchan looked at Ji Hanyan in disbelief. Second sister, are you trying to kill me? Chapter 832. Oh right, Yuchan, I forgot to ask you something. Didn't that kid, Dao Tianyan, come back too? Ji Hanyan asked Chu Yuchan suddenly while they were eating. Chu Yuchan was slightly dazed for a moment before she reacted. She had been messing around with Gu Junqing for too long lately, almost forgetting she even had a younger brother like that. If you didn't mention it, second sister, I would have forgotten. Dao Tianyan said he would treat me to a meal once I returned. Do you want to come with me? Chu Yuchan gathered her thoughts and spoke after a brief moment of reflection. That works. Ji Hanyan nodded upon hearing this, then sighed. There weren't many children who survived back at our orphanage. It's all right, second sister. The past is behind us, and we sisters will always stay by your side. Thinking of the fire from their childhood, Chu Yuchan wore an expression of comfort. She hadn't been very old when the orphanage caught fire, so her memories of that time weren't very deep. However, at her age, second sister could clearly remember the situation from back then. She also understood that second sister had never truly come to terms with that event. Perhaps her love for traveling abroad was partially an attempt to shift her mood. That's right, second sister. We will definitely be here for you from now on. Gu Junqing chimed in at the right moment. As he spoke, he purposely covered Ji Hanyan's soft, delicate hand with his own. His eyes were focused intently on her flawless, jade-like face, as if trying to imbue her with strength. What does this have to do with you? We sisters will be the ones keeping second sister company. Chu Yuchan rolled her eyes slightly. She felt that Gu Junqing was just trying to take advantage of her second sister. He had only just gotten her, and was already setting his sights on her sister. A dog of a man, that's what he was, and Chu Yuchan gritted her teeth inwardly. Doesn't it have anything to do with me? Gu Junqing blinked, realizing Chu Yuchan was jealous, and reached out with his other hand to hold hers. Seeing this, Chu Yuchan cast a cold, frosty glare at Gu Junqing and sneered. Did he really think she was as easy to coax as their seventh sister, Chu Yuchan? Yuchan, you really are something. Since Xiao Gu is your boyfriend, family matters naturally involve him. To Chu Yuchan's surprise, Ji Hanyan actually took Gu Junqing's side this time. This made Chu Yuchan hesitate, deciding to temporarily forgive this dog of a man. Let's eat for now. Let's not bring up the past anymore. Xiao Gu, try the mutton stewed with goji berries that second sister made especially for you. This dish isn't simple, and it's quite effective for nourishing kidney energy and strengthening male vitality. Ji Hanyan naturally withdrew her hand from Gu Junqing's, then specifically ladled a bowl of the rich, savory mutton soup for him. Seeing this, the corner of Gu Junqing's mouth twitched slightly. Did he look like a man lacking in vitality? If it weren't for the fact that his relationship with Ji Hanyan hadn't reached that stage yet, he would have loved to let her witness firsthand the variability that allowed him to conquer so many heroines. Second sister, I really don't think he needs to drink this stuff. Chu Yuchan advised as well. Even now, her body was still aching and sore everywhere. If Gu Junqing was given any more supplements, her own life would become a bit too intense. Our seven sisters haven't added a new member to the family in a long time. Since you found such a handsome and well-mannered man, fifth sister, shouldn't you two be working on that? Ji Hanyan glanced at Chu Yuchan with her alluring, graceful eyes, then looked at Gu Junqing, speaking with a suggestive tone. Chu Yuchan fell into deep thought upon hearing this, recalling the events of last night. It seemed she and Gu Junqing hadn't taken any precautions, and he hadn't used any protection. The key was that Gu Junqing's affection for her was overflowing. Could she really be pregnant? That shouldn't be the case, right? The sixth sister and the others haven't gotten pregnant after all this time. Is he actually incapable? Based on last night's performance, that's impossible, Chu Yuchan muttered to herself. Her words were muddled, so much so that Ji Hanyan didn't hear what she said. What was that? Ji Hanyan asked with confusion. Nothing. Chu Yuchan shook her head and suddenly added some vegetables to Gu Junqing's plate. Here, eat more chives, they're good for you. Looking at the vegetables in his bowl, Gu Junqing laughed in fury. If this got out, how would he, Gu Junqing, ever show his face again? Besides, if he couldn't handle Ji Hanyan right now, surely he could handle her, Chu Yuchan? Wanting to prove himself, Gu Junqing stopped caring about his presence in front of the second sister. He used force to hoist Chu Yuchan onto his shoulder, clearly intending to carry her upstairs. Aren't you going to finish your meal first? Ji Hanyan asked softly, a gentle smile blooming on her stunning, beautiful face. You go ahead and eat, second sister. Don't wait for us for dinner, just go ahead and make breakfast for tomorrow, Gu Junqing sneered. Chu Yuchan was shocked to hear this. Her sixth and seventh sisters weren't in the villa anymore. That meant she would have to face Gu Junqing's firepower alone tonight. She had already fought for one night, and her body couldn't withstand 2 days and 2 nights of exhaustion. No, put me down, let me rest for a night. Ugh, Chu Yuchan struggled to get down, but Gu Junqing slapped her firm buttocks with one hand, and she instantly lost all strength to resist. It really works, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He had discovered this by accident last night. As long as he gave her buttocks a light swat, her whole body would turn soft like water. Perhaps the more high and mighty a queen was, the less she could resist when subjected to such humiliation. The next morning, Gu Junqing walked out of Chu Yuchan's room, supporting his slightly sore lower back. Ji Hanyan had disappeared once again. Who knows where she went wandering off to? Gu Junqing didn't send anyone to follow Ji Hanyan. Sending someone would risk her finding out and overthinking things. After all, she possessed significant martial prowess, so there was no need to worry about her safety. I should go see you now, Teacher Su-chen. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, which glinted with frost, a coldness he had never shown in front of any heroine. Su-chen was that teacher, the son of luck burdened with the perfect god-level tycoon system. He wanted to set Gu Junqing and Dao Tianyan against each other so he could reap the rewards, but unfortunately, all his actions were seen clearly by Gu Junqing. From the very beginning, Gu Junqing had never intended to let this son of luck, Su Chen, off the hook. Recently, he might have given up on the main quest involving new painting. Instead, he was focusing on wooing his younger sister, the heroine Qing Tong, and her foster mother, Yu Ruwen. However, due to Gu Junqing's previous interference, Su Chen's progress in his strategy had been extremely slow. Chapter 833. Even though Gu Junqing was not in the capital, the actions of Su Chen, this perfect wealthy protagonist child of destiny, remained under his control. However, Su Chen's actions had now become extremely low-key. Perhaps he had realized that even as a transmigrator, and the owner of a wealthy system, things were not as smooth sailing as he had imagined in this world. Frightened by Dao Tianyan, he had already given up on new painting. He was terrified that Dao Tianyan would come to assassinate him again. After Gu Junqing learned a lot of information about Dao Tianyan from Su Chen, he did not intend to let Su Chen live for much longer. The time spent free-ranging him should be enough to properly harvest Su Chen, this lush leek. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes slightly and picked up his phone to call the heroine and his sister, Qing Tong. "Hello, brother Junqing. You haven't called me in several days." Qing Tong's soft, sweet voice was tinged with a hint of grievance, enough to melt any man's heart. If she weren't worried about interrupting Gu Junqing's work, she would wish for their call to never end. "Did you miss me?" Gu Junqing replied softly. "I did," Qing Tong whispered. "Brother missed Qing Tong too. Should I come to see you now?" Gu Junqing said dotingly upon hearing this. "Really? Brother Junqing, are you back in the capital?" Qing Tong was stunned for a moment, then asked with surprise. "Yes, I couldn't wait to call you as soon as I got off the plane." Gu Junqing spoke with a sincere tone, his face calm and composed. Although the incident where the plane nearly crashed had caused a massive stir in society, and even triggered a fear of flying, Gu Junqing, as the hero who saved the plane, was naturally set up as a model to be praised widely. However, he refused to have his identity publicized, citing that he did not want his life to be disturbed, so his heroic image in news reports was always pixelated. At most, he accepted praise in the news as Mr. Gu. Therefore, he was not afraid of Qing Tong knowing he had returned early. "Thank you, brother Junqing." Hearing this, Qing Tong's heart suddenly raced for some reason, her cheeks burning hot, and she said in a tiny voice, "By the way, is your mother at home?" Gu Junqing asked tentatively. "Tell him I'm not here. Let's see what that kid says." Yu Ruwen appeared behind Qing Tong, looking at her with deep eyes and mouthing the words to her. Qing Tong stole a glance at Yu Ruwen, who was staring intently at her call. Her words became tangled, and she stuttered, unable to speak properly. She did not want to lie in front of Gu Junqing, but she also did not know how to handle her foster mother. Although she was adopted by Yu Ruwen, she had been treated very well since being brought into her care. She had also begun to gradually accept the presence of a mother in her life. "I don't mean anything by it. I was just wondering if I should bring a gift for her when I come to visit," Gu Junqing said with a light laugh, sensing something. "No need, brother Junqing." Qing Tong's tense emotions relaxed slightly as she whispered her reply. After chatting for a while longer, Gu Junqing hung up the phone and decided to head to Yu Ruwen's villa. As it happened, the villa Yu Ruwen bought was by coincidence in the same residential area as his. On the other end, Qing Tong listened quietly to the busy tone for a while, feeling satisfied just hearing the sound after ending the call with Gu Junqing. "You girl, if I weren't watching out for you, you would have been sold by that guy." Yu Ruwen sat on the sofa holding a red wine glass, full of the charm of a noble lady, looking at her with a mix of frustration and care. "Brother Junqing wouldn't do that." Qing Tong shook her head and whispered. "Usually, you don't talk back no matter what I say, but as soon as I mention your brother Junqing, you bristle up." Yu Ruwen said with a hint of helplessness. She really did not know what kind of love potion Gu Junqing had given this girl. Just as Yu Ruwen was about to scold Qing Tong again, the housekeeper suddenly came in to report Gu Junqing's arrival. "So fast? Could this brat have been waiting for a long time?" Yu Ruwen was stunned for a moment and muttered. If she knew that Gu Junqing actually lived in the same villa area as her, and that Gu Junqing was living with 4 beautiful women right now, Yu Ruwen would probably explode. "Let him in," Yu Ruwen said indifferently. The housekeeper acknowledged and opened the iron gate for Gu Junqing. Soon, a man with a cold, lofty, and elegant temperament, with delicate facial features, walked in. A smile hung on Gu Junqing's radiant, baby-smooth face, which allowed him to easily gain the trust of others. Even Yu Ruwen could not help but admire him inwardly. This man was indeed impeccable in appearance, so it was no wonder Qing Tong was so infatuated with him. Even her adopted son, Su Chen, could not enter Qing Tong's heart at all. However, having seen countless people, she always felt that Gu Junqing was not as simple as he appeared on the surface, and he looked like a scheming man at first glance. Gu Junqing also focused his gaze on Yu Ruwen and found that she looked very healthy, perhaps because of Qing Tong's companionship. Her black, straight hair, which usually draped over her shoulders, was tied into a casual ponytail. Her already fair and radiant complexion, set off by her expensive royal blue dress, looked so tender and white that it seemed ready to drip water. Although she was in her 30s, her figure and appearance were well maintained. From head to toe, this woman exuded a noble, beautiful, and luxurious aura, along with an air of aloof arrogance. Yu Ruwen's snow-white arms swayed as she held a glass of seductive red wine, looking at Gu Junqing, who was staring at her, with a smile that was not quite a smile. Men, no matter how well they pretend, they still stare blankly when they see a beautiful woman. Yu Ruwen, in an excellent mood, drank the red wine in her glass in one gulp. At this time, Qingtong also came up to greet him, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at Gu Junqing with gentleness. Her ink-black hair hung like silk down to her waist, her skin like white jade, her eyebrows like crescent moons, and her face as charming as a peach blossom. She stared at Gu Junqing, looking lost and a little shy. Perhaps due to Yu Ruwen's lavish care during this time, the once thin Qingtong had gained some weight, beginning to exude a peerless charm. A heroine is indeed a heroine, none of them are inferior, Gu Junqing thought to himself with satisfaction. Originally, Qingtong's charm value could only reach 90, which was about the passing line for a heroine, but now it had reached at least 95. Qingtong, Aunt Yu, these are special products I brought back for you from the Eagle Country. Gu Junqing smiled as he handed the gift in his hand to Qingtong. Now, under Yu Ruwen's gaze, Qingtong hurriedly took the gift and set it aside, wanting to hold Gu Junqing's arm, but was a bit too shy to get that close to him. You're thoughtful, sit down. After being called Aunt, Yu Ruwen's hand holding the wine glass stiffened for a moment, and she gritted her teeth at Gu Junqing in her heart. Chapter 834. Inside the villa, near a mahogany entryway carved with dragons and phoenixes, a massive feng shui aquarium housed several arowana fish. The hardwood floors were covered by a large silk rug. The dining area, coffee tables, and chairs were made of premium wood that emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. The living room was adorned with money trees, wealth trees, lucky bamboo, and several pots of emerald green orchids. The walls were hung with expensive paintings and calligraphy. The brushwork was elegant and fluid, and the artwork possessed a profound artistic conception, all exquisitely framed. Yu Ruwen sat on the soft, comfortable sofa with her legs crossed. She held a wine glass in one hand, watching Gu Junqing with a dangerous gaze. Being called Aunt by Gu Junqing had irritated her. Although she knew her age, in her 30s, was significantly older than his, it still bothered her, especially considering the relationship between her adopted daughter and Gu Junqing. He really did have to address her as Aunt. Yet, hearing it so blatantly made her feel as if her long-lost youth had suddenly come back to haunt her. After all, she had once been a young maiden in her prime. However, at that tender age, she had been forced to take over the entire Yu family. She had never even dated, which remained a deep regret for her. In truth, she was not overly hostile toward Gu Junqing. She was merely jealous that her adopted daughter had met such a wonderful brother. It was that classic feeling of having walked in the rain, and now wanting to tear apart everyone else's umbrella. Yu Ruwen took an elegant sip of red wine before setting it on the table. She quickly composed her emotions. Qingtong talks about you every single day. She even thinks about calling you during meals to ask if you have eaten. You should have a good chat with her this time. Yu Ruwen cast a charming glance at Gu Junqing before parting her vivid red lips to speak. Mom, mother, please don't say that. Qingtong's porcelain-like face flushed crimson at the words. She shyly tugged at Yu Ruwen's arm. She was so embarrassed she felt like crying. How could her mother tell brother Junqing such things? Well, thank you for thinking of me, Qingtong. Gu Junqing smiled as he looked at her. Qingtong nodded softly, her pitiful eyes shimmering with tears from shyness. You are hopeless. Yu Ruwen ruffled Qingtong's hair, feeling a mix of frustration and affection. Although she said that, Gu Junqing noticed the doting look in her eyes as she watched the girl. It was clear that Yu Ruwen had truly cast herself in the role of Qingtong's mother. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, so this is what they call becoming a mom before even getting married. By the way, do you also know Chu Yuchan from Chanyu Company? As the atmosphere softened, Yu Ruwen suddenly asked in a detached tone. Gu Junqing looked surprised at the question. Aunt Yu, you know Sister Yuchan as well. Naturally. We are both counted among the golden flowers of the capital, and we both hold high positions. The busybodies in the capital often compare us, so how could I not know her? Yu Ruwen explained while stroking her adopted daughter's hair. It was a small world. Gu Junqing had not thoroughly investigated Yu Ruwen's interpersonal network, but he wondered. Aunt Yu, why do you ask? Gu Junqing inquired with curiosity. Because we have a major grievance between us, and you helped her resolve a corporate crisis when you went to the Eagle Country, Yu Ruwen said, sounding quite indignant. Her relationship with Chu Yuchan was the opposite of close friends. It was more like oil and water. As her greatest rival, she naturally knew the moment Chu Yuchan's branch in the Eagle Country ran into trouble. She had paid extremely close attention to the matter, frequently dispatching people to collect the latest intelligence. For instance, when Chu Yuchan held her product launch in the Eagle Country, she sent people to investigate the situation and live stream it back home. She had learned that Gu Junqing knew Chu Yuchan while watching that very live stream. At the time, it seemed someone was causing a huge scene at the product launch. She had almost popped champagne in celebration when she saw that. Shortly after, the stream had cut off. However, in the instant before it stopped, she seemed to have caught a glimpse of Gu Junqing's face. His features were so stunning that it was impossible to forget once seen. And the follow-up was that with Gu Junqing's help, the crisis at Chu Yuchan's company was perfectly resolved. So Aunt Yu actually dispatched corporate spies. Gu Junqing chuckled at the explanation. This is called knowing your enemy. Tell me, what is your relationship with Chu Yuchan? Yu Ruwen stared sternly at him. Ahem, that doesn't seem to have much to do with you, Aunt Yu. Gu Junqing replied with a chuckle, showing no offense. What do you mean it's not related? It's highly related. Just as Yu Ruwen was about to continue, the housekeeper walked in and whispered a few words into her ear. Madam, Sichen is here. Let him in. Yu Ruwen nodded slightly and ordered. The housekeeper nodded and went to open the door for Sichen. We will talk about you later. Yu Ruwen glared at Gu Junqing, then patted Qingtong's hand to comfort her. She could tell this girl was about to put in a good word for her brother Junqing again. So Chen walked into the house wearing a handsome, mature suit, his expression brimming with triumph. Sister Yu, do you think I can play the role of your boyfriend in this outfit? Su Chen's voice echoed before he even entered. Although Su Chen had also been adopted with Yu Ruwen's financial support, he was not much younger than her. Consequently, he usually just addressed her as Sister Yu. Playing the boyfriend? Gu Junqing arched a brow, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. Just as he was about to ask, Su Chen strode in wearing his crisp suit. He seemed not to have noticed Gu Junqing's presence. He walked straight up to Yu Ruwen and spun around to let her get a clear look. Not great. Yu Ruwen frowned in disappointment as she looked at him. In reality, Su Chen was quite presentable, but if she hadn't seen Gu Junqing, she might have been more satisfied. Now, however, he clearly didn't make the cut. Not great. Then I'll go change. Su Chen felt a bit discouraged, but said nothing more. He had accepted a tycoon mission, and if he could successfully pose as Yu Ruwen's boyfriend at the Yu family meeting, the system reward would be extremely generous. Ha, Gu Junqing? Why are you here? Just then, Su Chen finally noticed Gu Junqing, his eyes widening in shock. Long time no see, Teacher Su, Gu Junqing said with a smile. It had been a long time, my big, green leak. Chapter 835. Are you too close? Yu Ruwen asked, glancing at Su Chen, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Her eyes held a trace of confusion. Su Chen had no time to answer her question. He was staring at Gu Junqing, whose expression was beaming. Had he really solved the Asura Society so quickly? In the original story, the Asura Society later became the world's #1 organization under Dao Tianyan's leadership. Su Chen was filled with shock. He had originally thought that even if he told Gu Junqing all of Dao Tianyan's intelligence, it would take Gu Junqing months to resolve the Asura Society, or perhaps he would not be able to do it at all. This way, Gu Junqing might have been able to distract Dao Tianyan. But things had ended so quickly. And to make matters worse, Gu Junqing had appeared right in Yu Ruwen and Qingtong's home. He had worked so hard to make the mother and daughter drop their guard against him. Had he ruined it all? A dark shadow flashed across Su Chen's heart. We are naturally close. Su, here, was a professor who taught me in university, right, Professor Su? Gu Junqing said with a light laugh, acting as if he did not notice the wariness in Su Chen's eyes. That's right. Su Chen replied with a stiff, forced smile. Yu Ruwen felt that their relationship did not look like that of a teacher and student. However, since both of them seemed unwilling to talk about it, she could not be bothered to ask. Go sit over there. Bring him a stool. She instructed the housekeeper to fetch a chair for Su Chen. Su Chen accepted it with a forced smile, but he still sat uncomfortably. He felt that Gu Junqing's gaze had been different ever since he returned from the Eagle Country. Aunt Yu, what is this about posing as a boyfriend? Gu Junqing asked, looking confused. Do you think it was easy for me to take over as the head of the family when I was a woman? The elders in the family were afraid that I would take the Yu family's property to my husband's family after marriage, so they made me sign an agreement. Yu Ruwen explained coolly. I must hand over all rights after I get married and have children. Isn't that a good thing? You don't want to get married anyway, so why are you looking for someone to pretend to be your lover now? First of all, who told you I didn't want to get married? Yu Ruwen glared at Gu Junqing, feeling a bit speechless. She had experienced too many cold realities of the world, and was disgusted and indifferent toward human affairs and even emotions. If she could truly find a pure relationship, why would she not be willing to accept it? I just feel that no man is worthy of you, Aunt Yu. You are as beautiful as a celestial being, and even time cannot take away your beauty. I just subconsciously felt that you would not be interested in ordinary men. Gu Junqing replied with a chuckle. He was not actually spouting flattery. Yu Ruwen was truly one of the golden flowers, whose reputation rivaled Chu Yuchan's. Her stunningly beautiful features, smooth and delicate skin, and noble, luxurious temperament made her radiant, like a youthful woman. Her plump, moving figure exuded an astonishing, mature charm with every movement, as if it were trying to burrow into one's heart, leaving it ticklish and particularly alluring. Su Chen, on the side, felt hidden resentment, but he quickly chimed in. I feel the same way. You certainly have a sweet tongue. No wonder Qingtong is always thinking about you, Yu Ruwen said, raising her eyebrows slightly. Her mood improved a little. The reason I need to find someone to pose as a lover is that some people are getting restless and want my position. Others do not want me to leave, but I just happen to not want to do this anymore. To resign smoothly, it is easier to just find someone to pretend to be my husband so I can leave in peace. In a good mood, she began to explain carefully to Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing just smiled. He did not think Yu Ruwen actually intended to resign, and he suspected these words were just for show. Only Yu Ruwen knew how much of it was true or false, but he certainly did not believe it. If she truly wanted to let go, she would not have cultivated so many trusted aides. So that's how it is. Even though he knew her words were not entirely true, Gu Junqing nodded as if he had just realized something. Sister Yu, shall we leave? Didn't you say the party is about to start? Su Chen was already sitting anxiously on the other side. Watching Yu Ruwen's favor for Gu Junqing grow as they chatted made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. It felt as if he were watching someone else trying to woo his own mother. Although he was only adopted by Yu Ruwen, he dared not admit that he had developed a sense of possessiveness over her. Yu Ruwen and Qingtong were his family. Gu Junqing was like an outsider trying to push him out and squeeze into their home. Is it starting soon? Yu Ruwen turned to ask Qingtong, who had been silent since Su-chen entered. Yes, it is starting soon, Qing Tong whispered from the side. She basically acted as Yu Ruwen's secretary now, which was how Yu Ruwen trained her. Your clothes will not do. Go change. Yu Ruwen's attention was drawn to Su-chen, and after looking him up and down, she frowned slightly. Su-chen's attire was actually quite expensive and suited him well. It was just that with Gu Junqing standing there like a rare gem, she felt Su-chen looked out of place everywhere. Aunt Yu, how about this? Since it is all a pretense anyway, why don't I pose as your boyfriend? At this moment, Gu Junqing suddenly stood up and said with a light laugh. Yu Ruwen became interested. She looked at Gu Junqing's tall, upright stature and handsome, peerless face, then licked her lips. He was a little milk dog after all. Taking Gu Junqing out would be quite impressive, even if word got around. Besides, was it not popular lately to keep little milk dogs or young, fresh meat as companions? What do you think, Qing Tong? Will you lend your brother Junqing to mom for a while? Yu Ruwen liked the idea more as she thought about it and began to ask for Qing Tong's opinion. I am fine with it. As long as mom and brother Junqing agree, I have no objection. Qing Tong naturally agreed with a nod. What a good girl, Yu Ruwen said, stroking Qing Tong's hair with a gratified expression. No, I don't agree. Su-chen turned bright red with anxiety and quickly stood up to shout. Sister Yu, Du Junqing is my student. I know he is usually very busy, so how could he have the time to pose as your lover? And there is the issue of his identity. What if those old fogies in the Yu family find out? Whether it is for public or private reasons, Gu Junqing is not suitable. Let me do it, and we will not need to trouble him. Su-chen tried to persuade her earnestly as she looked at him. His heart felt as if it were on hot coals. Posing as Yu Ruwen's boyfriend was a mission issued by his system. If he completed it, his system would have enough godly rich points to level up. Perhaps then he would have a chance to turn the tables and rise to power. Chapter 836. Yu Ruwen fell into deep thought after hearing Gu Junqing's words. She did not think his background was the issue, but she questioned if it was appropriate for her to be with a man barely 20 years old. While showing him off as a young, doting lover might feel prestigious, she worried about the gossip. She feared being mocked for robbing the cradle, especially by spiteful women like Chu Yuchan. Chu Yuchan had mocked her several times in secret. She often called her an old woman, insisting that a woman her age not being married meant she had a messy private life. If she could, she would really love to rip Chu Yuchan's mouth apart. Gu Junqing, come out with me for a moment. I have something to say to you. Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yu Ruwen did not immediately agree. He quickly called Gu Junqing to follow him, as there were things he could not say in front of her and Qing Tong. Very well. Gu Junqing followed behind Su-chen, his eyes glinting with a hint of treachery. He wanted to see exactly what Su-chen intended to say to him. The two walked to a secluded corner where no one was around. Su-chen stopped, turned, and looked at Gu Junqing with a complex expression, before speaking first. Gu Junqing, you returned so quickly. Have you truly resolved the situation with the Asura Society? Teacher Su, do you not believe in my ability to handle the Asura Society? Gu Junqing replied calmly. It is not that. I am simply worried about whether there might be any remnant forces left behind, which would be troublesome if Dao Tianyan were to find out. Su-chen offered a dry laugh, but his heart tightened. He watched Gu Junqing's relaxed demeanor and realized that solving the Asura Society did not seem difficult for him at all. Was Gu Junqing truly just a young master from a wealthy family? In this world, when has a villain ever been the one to dismantle an organization the protagonist spent years building? In Su-chen's long-held view, Gu Junqing was merely a wealthy second-generation villain waiting to have his face slapped. Yet, the development of events was shockingly dramatic. Whether it was Dao Tianyan or the Asura Society he founded, their presence in the original story could only be described as terrifying. When he read My Seven Beautiful Sisters, he had never seen Dao Tianyan suffer a defeat. Logically, Dao Tianyan should have had a standard dragon overlord-style progression. Was this the butterfly effect caused by his transmigration? The biggest background power of the original protagonist had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Furthermore, Dao Tianyan's most important sisters had actually surrendered themselves to Gu Junqing. Although Dao Tianyan had tried to assassinate him, leaving Su-chen with hatred in his heart, he still felt pity for him. His power was destroyed by Gu Junqing, and even his sisters were falling to him one by one. This forced Su-chen to be extremely cautious regarding Gu Junqing. He was genuinely terrified that Gu Junqing would also seduce Yu Ruwen and Qing Tong. There were already signs of that happening. Remnants. Teacher Su, you do not need to worry about that. Gu Junqing said coldly. You did not call me out here just to ask about this, did you? I called you over to discuss the opportunity to pose as a lover with Yu Ruwen. Can you let me take your place? Seeing that Gu Junqing did not want to discuss how he solved the Asura Society, Su-chen decided not to press the issue. He went straight to the reason he had asked him out. Teacher Su, are you not the adopted son of Aunt Yu? Why are you so obsessed with this opportunity? Do you perhaps have feelings for her? Gu Junqing stared intensely at Su-chen, acting as if he were surprised by his own speculation. Naturally not. It is just that sister Yu took me in and raised me. The Yu family might be trying to oust her from power, and I only want to help her. Trust me, I can definitely help her handle this matter. I hope you can let me take this opportunity so I can properly assist her and repay her kindness. Su-chen quickly explained, looking at him with an extremely sincere gaze. If you want to repay her, you should stop standing in my way. My experience with these kinds of family matters is 100 times greater than yours. Gu Junqing said dismissively. Su-chen wanted to say more, but Gu Junqing clearly showed his impatience. Suchen, I agreed to come out with you so you could recognize your own standing. You are merely a teacher. What qualifications do you have to deal with the affairs of a great family? Gu Junqing glanced at Suchen with contempt and spoke in a deeply humiliating tone. Gu Junqing, you? Suchen said, filled with shock and rage. He had not expected Gu Junqing to tear off the mask and confront him directly. When they were dealing with Dao Tianyan, they had been partners exchanging information. He never expected him to turn his back on him the moment the Asura Society was gone. Did I say something wrong? Are you not just an ordinary teacher? You once claimed to have some mysterious power behind you, but in reality, you are a nobody. Otherwise, why would you have been fishing for information about the Asura Society just now? Gu Junqing continued to look at Suchen with disdain, as if observing a clown. I have no time to listen to your nonsense. I am going back inside. Gu Junqing turned and walked into the house, leaving Suchen standing there in a daze. A nobody? Rage filled Suchen's heart, and he let out a bitter laugh. He was the owner of a system, not a nobody. Gu Junqing, for 30 years you have been in the East, and for 30 years you have been in the West. Do not let me find an opportunity. What kind of person are you? Just a useless rich kid relying on your family. If it were not for me, Dao Tianyan would have crushed you into dust. Suchen grew angrier the more he thought about it. He was the owner of the mighty god-tier tycoon system, and a transmigrator from another world. Logically, he should be the one with the protagonist's destiny, yet he was being called a nobody by a wealthy young master. Wait, if Gu Junqing really is the villain, then perhaps he is not the villain of the original novel, but the villain of his own story. That would explain why the world had changed so much. Is it possible that he was actually the protagonist of this world? I understand now. Gu Junqing is essentially the boss on my path as the protagonist. As long as I defeat him, I will have the capital to rise up. For some reason, Suchen's brain short-circuited for a moment, and his heart suddenly felt enlightened. He finally understood why the original plot had changed so drastically. Perhaps he was the true protagonist now. Gu Junqing would eventually become his stepping stone. Just you wait, Gu Junqing. Once I rise, I will make you regret the words you said to me today. Suchen gritted his teeth, staring at Gu Junqing's back with a gaze as ferocious as a starving tiger. Ding. The system has detected a new main storyline mission, and is issuing it to the host. Mission requirement: defeat Gu Junqing, force him into bankruptcy, and make this rich kid taste what it is like to hit rock bottom. Mission rewards: 34 luxury villas, 532 luxury cars, 1 private jet, 300 points of combat power, and 100,000 god-tier tycoon points. Mission progress 0. It is here. The main storyline mission has finally been issued. Gu Junqing really is the villain, and I am the protagonist. Suchen shouted in his heart. Chapter 837. After realizing that he was likely the protagonist of this world, Suchen's gloomy and angry mood improved significantly. Thanks to the memories of his past life, he knew that a protagonist needed to suffer tribulations before rising to power. The fact that he was repeatedly struck by Dao Tianyan and Gu Junqing only meant that he was currently undergoing those trials. As long as he endured this period, he would surely rise again. Whether it was the villain Gu Junqing or the original child of destiny, Dao Tianyan, they would all become stepping stones for his rise to power. I still need to fight for the chance to pose as Yuruwen's boyfriend, Suchen muttered to himself. With that thought, he held his head high and confidently walked into the hall. Inside, the charming and stunning Yuruwen was discussing with Qingtong, who should play the role of her fake boyfriend. Qingtong, do you think Gu Junqing or Suchen would be better suited to play my fiancé? Yuruwen asked, still feeling hesitant. This was no small matter, as it concerned her future status in the Yu family and her reputation. Mom, Suchen is the child you adopted and supported. If this matter were exposed, it would severely damage your reputation, so I think it is better to let brother Junqing do it, Qingtong whispered after a moment of thought. You are right. Although I have hidden Suchen's identity, there is no guarantee it won't be discovered, Yuruwen sighed. She had initially thought that since Suchen was an adopted child and a trusted confidant, letting him play the role of her fiancé wouldn't be an issue. But now, after hearing Qingtong's words, she felt it was truly inappropriate. If discovered, her reputation would be completely ruined. She would certainly lose any chance of controlling the Yu family. The entire family might even slip out of their hands. Just as Yuruwen was about to speak, Gu Junqing and Suchen walked in one after another. Gu Junqing wore an inscrutable smile, as he could feel that the fortune on Suchen's body seemed to have been activated. Perhaps Suchen had been shaken by the time Dao Tianyan intercepted him. He had completely given up on struggling, hoping only to rely on the godly rich system to live a life of extravagant sloth. This caused his fortune to go dormant, showing signs of dissipating. By deliberately provoking Suchen this time, he intended to make his fortune gather and flourish again. Only then could he fully harvest Suchen's fortune. What did you two talk about outside? Yuruwen asked casually, glancing at Suchen with surprise. For some reason, she felt that Suchen was different after talking to Gu Junqing, as if his spirit had improved significantly. Of course, she did not pay too much attention, assuming they had just discussed who would play her fake fiancé. We were just having a casual chat, Gu Junqing said with a light chuckle, as he took over the conversation. Aunt Yu, have you decided who will play your fake fiancé? That's right, Sister Yu. I have no problem with whoever you choose, but I would like to add a word, Suchen said confidently. Although Gu Junqing's image and temperament are indeed better than mine, I have many more years of experience. My adaptability and communication skills may not be weaker than his, so I hope you will consider me further. Su Chen spoke with confidence. After his conversation with Gu Junqing, he had become composed and sharp, no longer as cautious as before. He knew that if he were truly the child of destiny, he would certainly possess the deep, blessed fortune of a protagonist. No matter how difficult, nothing could defeat him, so he was no longer afraid of Gu Junqing's influence. He believed that every difficult situation was just heaven tempering his will. Being humiliated by Gu Junqing a few times only strengthened his resolve to become stronger. Mr. So is right, ain't you? You really must choose carefully, otherwise I will be forced to submit to the overbearing power of President Chu. Gu Junqing sighed suddenly, appearing quite emotional. Oh, how so? Would Chu Yuchan really make things difficult for you? Yu Ruwen asked, a look of confusion on her delicate and alluring face. Although you and Sister Chu do not get along, aunt you must admit that her beauty is not inferior to yours. Chu Yuchan, could she be the fifth sister among the seven? Was she at odds with Yu Ruwen? A shadow crossed Su Chen's mind at these words. Although it is just those gossips ranking the so-called flowers of the capital, Chu Yuchan's beauty is indeed highly sought after. Yu Ruwen replied indifferently. Even though she did not want to admit it due to their feud, her beauty was on par with her own. To disparage her would be to disparage herself. Exactly. Countless people want to marry Sister Chu. To avoid the trouble of marriage proposals, she wants me to pretend to be her fiancé as well. Gu Junqing chuckled, shaking his head helplessly. Impossible. Chu Yuchan is Shi Yushan's fifth sister, and Shi Yushan is so close to you. How could she let you be her fake fiancé? Su Chen asked, full of skepticism. You are Aunt Yu's adopted son, and she doesn't mind you playing the role. Why would Sister Chu mind me? Gu Junqing replied calmly. Su Chen choked on his words, anger rising in his heart. If he didn't fear Dao Tianyan's martial power, he would have run to tell him that his sister was about to be snatched away by Gu Junqing. Yu Ruwen's eyes flickered, and she began to believe Gu Junqing's words. She found his reasoning extremely credible. Her own search for a fake fiancé was, in part, a way to avoid the constant stream of unwanted suitors in society. Upon learning this, a hint of excitement stirred in Yu Ruwen's heart. If she succeeded with Gu Junqing, wouldn't that mean she had snatched away Chu Yuchan's man? Even if it was fake, people outside wouldn't know that. If others talked about it, they would only say she was more charming and capable than Chu Yuchan, and that she had stolen her man. The mere thought of this result made Yu Ruwen's heart surge with excitement. For someone at her level, ordinary wealth was like dirt, and showing off in front of her rivals was one of the few sources of pleasure. She decided that she definitely wanted Gu Junqing as her fake fiancé. If she wanted to keep a younger man, so be it. If she couldn't even handle a little public opinion, she would have been unworthy of being the head of the Yu family for so long. Su Chen. Yu Ruwen suddenly turned her gaze toward him. Su Chen felt a tightness in his chest, a bad premonition rising within him. This time, I intend to have Dao Tianyan play my fiancé. You should continue to keep your identity hidden. With this simple sentence, Yu Ruwen crushed Su Chen's hopes. Chapter 838. Sister Yu, are you really not going to reconsider? Su Chen was still unwilling to give up. He was not willing to accept such a failure. Pretending to be Yu Ruwen's fiancé would not only complete the system's mission, but also pave his way to success. Yu Ruwen had controlled the Yu family for over a decade. Her influence in the capital was deep, and her network was extensive. If he acted under the guise of her fiancé, others would accommodate him out of respect for her. In the capital, connections are everything. Without them, even money cannot buy you progress. He failed to understand this last time, which is why his company crumbled under Dao Tianyan's pressure. Yu Ruwen's jet black hair flowed down her sides. Her slender, well-proportioned figure rested lazily on the sofa, revealing her charming curves. There is no need to reconsider, as I have already decided. Yu Ruwen glanced at Su Chen lazily and spoke in a flat tone. However, you can follow us with Qingtong, and I will introduce you as my trusted subordinate. She had invested significant capital in Su Chen, who had recently opened a promising company. At the time, many business tycoons in the capital had praised him highly. She had hoped her investment would yield returns, and that Su Chen would finally be able to assist her in business. Unfortunately, Su Chen had somehow crossed the wrong person. Overnight, he was targeted by multiple factions. Su Chen had hidden away, failing to show up even as his company collapsed. Even if she had wanted to save it, she lacked the time. However, Su Chen's capabilities were decent enough that he was still worth her continued support. Hearing Yu Ruwen's firm, non-negotiable words, Su Chen knew his plan was ruined. Although he could still leverage Yu Ruwen's power as a subordinate, it was ultimately a far cry from the position of a fiancé. Furthermore, there was one more critical point. Ding, host mission failed. System level downgraded. The reward of 1 dime per second of survival has been reduced to 1 cent per second. Seeing the notification from his perfect tycoon system, Su Chen felt a sharp, painful pang in his heart. Everything else was secondary. Only the system was his essential means of rooting himself in this world. He had not expected a downgrade, which meant 10 times less cash. What is it? Do you have any objections? Yu Ruwen noticed the look on Su Chen's face and felt displeased. No, I would not dare. Though his heart ached, Su Chen dared not show his dissatisfaction in front of Yu Ruwen. How could he possibly be inferior to Gu Junqing? Su Chen shifted his gaze to Gu Junqing, directing all his resentment and hatred toward him. In his heart, Gu Junqing's hatred level was now second only to Dao Tianyan. So, does that mean Teacher Su is dissatisfied with me? Gu Junqing noticed Su Chen's gaze, remained seemingly unaffected, and chuckled. who I am dissatisfied with, they know clearly in their own heart. Chen twisted the corner of his mouth into a fake, forced smile. All right, I know you come from an extraordinary background, so I need not teach you the etiquette for the banquet. Put on the outfit I have prepared for you, and we shall depart. Yu Ruwen coldly interrupted their passive-aggressive conversation, and turned to Gu Junqing. Very well. Gu Junqing helplessly spread his hands, and accepted Yu Ruwen's suggestion. Housekeeper, take him to change his clothes first. Yu Ruwen slightly lifted her chin to gesture. A quiet housekeeper bowed, and led Gu Junqing to the changing room on the first floor of the villa. Gu Junqing quickly changed into a soft, expensive white shirt, and a black suit. His indifferent, cold face, skin so smooth and fair it would make women jealous, perfect handsome features, tall and straight physique, and an expression that looked down on the world made him seem like a supreme god. As he walked through the elegant, misty backlight, people felt a sense of intoxication, as if it were unreal. Even Yu Ruwen, who was in her 30s and had seen it all, was momentarily stunned for a long time. He stood like a mountain peak in the distance, majestic like a crumbling jade cliff. Yu Ruwen's home had 3 small housemaids who served her. They usually never bothered with their master's affairs unless called, treating themselves as invisible. When they saw Gu Junqing walk out, the well-trained maids were actually stunned. They had never seen such a handsome man. Chen, being a man, was the first to react. He noticed the glazed looks of the women around him, and felt a surging tide of jealousy. Seeing that even Yu Ruwen seemed dazed, Chen felt even worse. He knew Gu Junqing's identity was not simple, much like the villainous rich second-generation heirs in the novels of his previous life. Such people usually enjoyed playing with women. But what was wrong with these women? If they were not in public, they would probably have thrown themselves onto Gu Junqing. You shallow women who only care about looks. True handsomeness lies in the spirit, like mine. Gu Junqing is just a beast in human clothing, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chen roared crazily in his heart. Aunt Yu, are you satisfied? I hope I won't embarrass you when you take me out. Gu Junqing said with a chuckle. His magnetic, elegant voice echoed in everyone's ears. This finally brought the women back to their senses. The few housemaids all lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed, and they dared not look again. Brother Junqing is so handsome. The usually reserved Qingtong could not help but exclaim with starry eyes. Thank you, Qingtong. Gu Junqing thanked her with a smile. It is all right, as long as you do not embarrass me when we go out. Yu Ruwen's face flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. She coughed lightly and spoke with a feigned nonchalance. Then I shall take that as a compliment from you, Aunt Yu. Gu Junqing leaned forward, placing his long, slender fingers on Yu Ruwen's perfect chin, and lifting her face slightly. The line from her chin to her neck formed a beautiful curve. This frivolous action of Gu Junqing shocked almost everyone in the villa. The maids and the housekeeper subconsciously closed their eyes, frantically chanting in their hearts, I am blind, I am deaf. Is he flirting with mother? While stunned, Qingtong felt a hint of admiration. She didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of Yu Ruwen, yet Gu Junqing actually dared to flirt with her in front of everyone. This was simply too impressive. Gu Junqing, what are you doing? Chen roared angrily, his body subconsciously moving to swat Gu Junqing's hand away. Enough. Yu Ruwen's voice was cold. Chapter 839. Yu Ruwen was furious at Gu Junqing's flippant behavior. As the head of the Yu family, a prominent clan in the capital, she had just been teased by a mere youth, a humiliation she could not let stand. Indeed, though Gu Junqing was around 20 and acted quite maturely, she still viewed him as nothing more than a green boy. However, she wanted to see why Gu Junqing was acting this way. When she saw Chen about to throw a punch, she called out to stop him in time. Of course, it was unlikely that Chen could have landed a hit on Gu Junqing anyway. After receiving the warning from Yu Ruwen, Chen reluctantly lowered his hand. He could only watch helplessly as Yu Ruwen and Gu Junqing maintained that intimate posture. He even felt that, at such a close distance, their breathing must be mingling. At that thought, his heart began to ache with a bitter, sharp pain. Do you know what you are doing? Yu Ruwen stared at Gu Junqing with eyes like clear gemstones, though a fearful, angry red glint seemed to flicker within them. Of course I know what I am doing. Gu Junqing leisurely withdrew his hand from Yu Ruwen's chin, stood up slowly, and shrugged his shoulders before continuing. Aunt Yu, am I not pretending to be your fiancé? If I cannot even touch my own fiancé, how will anyone else believe that I am your fiancé? Besides, we need to practice beforehand so that we do not slip up. Yu Ruwen remained silent for a moment after hearing Gu Junqing's earnest explanation. While that was true, having a youth over a decade younger than her perform such flippant actions was still difficult to accept. That is twisted logic. You are only pretending. What do you think you are doing? Chen retorted loudly. This is between Aunt Yu and me. What does it have to do with you? Gu Junqing said, sounding slightly impatient. You. Veins began to bulge on Chen's neck. He wanted to retort, but was silenced by a cold, emotionless glance from Yu Ruwen. Normal contact is fine, but it cannot be too excessive, like what you just did. Seeing that the scene had quieted down, Yu Ruwen took a deep breath, her chest visibly heaving, and said in a cold voice. To be honest, Gu Junqing's act of leaning down earlier had caused even her, a veteran of the business world, to feel her heart skip a beat. She had actually thought Gu Junqing would dare to kiss her. If not for the composure she had maintained for years, she might have lost her cool. All right then. Gu Junqing smacked his lips, looking somewhat regretful, and shook his head. Aunt Yu, should we be leaving now? Let us go. Yu Ruwen rose from the sofa, her slender figure moving with grace. Her expression returned to a calm, indifferent coldness that was quite intimidating. By the way, Aunt Yu, what about the issue of how I address you? As your fiancé, I cannot keep calling you Aunt Yu. Gu Junqing blinked and asked again. Yu Ruwen's indifferent expression crumbled once more at these words. She replied sharply, call me whatever you want, or just call me Mom if you have to. That will not do. If outsiders hear that, they might think we are playing a twisted game, and I have no idea what they would think of you, Aunt Yu. Gu Junqing stroked his chin, a strange smile appearing on his face as if he had thought of something profound. Yu Ruwen was speechless. Besides, the seniority would be wrong. Oh right, sir, you need to change how you address me too. Why don't you call me Dad and let me hear it? Gu Junqing suddenly turned his head towards Chen with a gentle expression. Of course, we can keep things separate. You call me Dad, and I will call you Teacher so. Ding, the host has enraged the male lead, Chen, causing his mentality to collapse, rewarding the host with 5,000 villain points. Gu Junqing, I will fight you, I will fight you. Chen's face turned the color of liver from anger. Even if his temper were usually good, and he acted mild and harmless, he was now flushed red, his neck veins bulging, and his eyes bloodshot, as he prepared to fight Gu Junqing to the death. Stop, 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 quit arguing, Yu Ruwen said angrily. Are you not a teacher and student? Why have you suddenly become like fire and water? He is still your student, is it necessary to fight him? This matter has nothing to do with you anymore, why overthink it? Yu Ruwen pointed at Chen and scolded him. Chen remained silent, unable to understand the situation. Had Gu Junqing not been the one to provoke him first? Why was Yu Ruwen scolding him? After scolding Chen, Yu Ruwen turned her gaze to Gu Junqing. And you, are you insane? What is the point of targeting your own teacher for no reason? Actually, it is not that I am targeting Teacher Su, it is that Teacher Su has always been targeting me. Gu Junqing spread his hands helplessly. Gu Junqing, you are making false accusations and turning black into white. Chen was furious. Although he had already torn off the mask during their private conversation, he did not want to completely offend Gu Junqing. After all, judging by his attire and demeanor, it was clear that his family background was extraordinary. He was still at a critical point in his rise, and did not want to provoke him further for the time being. He just had not expected that even though he avoided him, Gu Junqing would repeatedly provoke him instead. It was no wonder that those villains in so many novels from his past life were so detestable. The more Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at Gu Junqing. He swore that once he rose to power, he would make sure Gu Junqing suffered a terrible fate. Gu Junqing noticed Chen's malicious gaze and merely sneered in his heart. Enough. Yu Ruwen was becoming impatient. They hadn't even left the house yet, and the two had already argued several times. If they weren't tired of it, she certainly was. No one is watching you argue here at home, but if you embarrass me outside, you will have hell to pay. Yu Ruwen said in a deep voice. Qingtong, keep an eye on them later, and do not let them argue anymore. Yu Ruwen glanced at Qingtong, who was standing to the side, looking small and pathetic, and whispered an instruction. Okay. Qingtong nodded softly. Mistress, the car is ready. The housekeeper walked in and said respectfully. Then let's go. Yu Ruwen left the villa first, preferring to not have to look at them. Qingtong looked back at Gu Junqing stealthily before following closely behind Yu Ruwen. Hey, Aunt Yu, you still have not told me about the address. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly and asked loudly. However, seeing Yu Ruwen's back as she walked away without turning her head, he knew he would have to handle the address issue on his own. Gu Junqing sighed with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 840. The night was deepening, and the moon was shaped like a hook. The city was aglow with neon lights, remaining in the midst of bustling prosperity. As night shrouded the entire city, without a trace of sunlight, the city's nightlife began to brew within the darkness. Just then, an eye-catching luxury car pulled up outside a five-star hotel. The rear door opened, and a pair of crystal high heels first came into view. The 10 neatly aligned toes, more delicate than flowers and clearer than jade, stepped lightly onto the ground beneath slender, fair legs. A woman with exquisite features stepped out. Her nose was straight, and her bright eyes were filled with an imposing majesty. They looked like deep autumn waters, revealing a hint of arrogant aloofness. Every gesture she made exuded the elegant and dignified temperament unique to a mature, beautiful woman. Her attire was exceptionally elegant and charming. The black skirt tightly wrapped around her graceful body, creating a sharp contrast with her fair and delicate skin. How could there be such a charming woman? My bones feel numb after just one look. I need to get her WeChat and see if I can ask her out. A passerby's eyes went wide as he saw the woman get out of the car, and he subconsciously wiped the drool from his mouth. Are you crazy? That is Yu Ruwen, head of the Yu family. You want to provoke her when your little company is nothing to them. The passerby's companion grabbed him, preventing him from acting recklessly. What? That is Yu Ruwen? It is no wonder she was rated as a golden flower with that appearance. The man said in disbelief. Then why is she here today? I heard one of the Yu family elders is celebrating a birthday. The whole hotel has been booked by the Yu family. The companion whispered, as expected of the Yu family. I heard booking this hotel costs at least $1 million. The man sighed, and his interest in Yu Ruwen faded. He knew he was not worthy of a woman who could buy his company dozens of times over. Wait, look, who is that man? Why is Yu Ruwen holding his arm? The man stared at Yu Ruwen, showing disbelief when he saw her holding a man's arm. How is that possible? Yu Ruwen is known as the Ice Lady and never has a male companion on any occasion. Holy shit. The companion did not believe it at first, but when he looked over with an amused expression, he let out a shocked exclamation. Yu Ruwen did not care about the gazes of others. Being in the spotlight was inevitable, and she was long used to the pros and cons of her position. Auntie Yu, should we be a bit more intimate? Gu Junqing hooked his arm, creating an arc for her to hold, and said with a chuckle, in your dreams. Yu Ruwen rolled her eyes slightly. Although she felt awkward, she was now backed into a corner. She finally tucked her gentle, long arm into Gu Junqing's. Si Chen, following behind them, showed a look of envy and jealousy. If Gu Junqing had not stolen the spot, he would be the one Yu Ruwen was holding. He could have felt her soft, fragrant body. But now, he could only watch from behind as Gu Junqing enjoyed the fortune. Qingtong hesitated for a long time, but decided not to accompany Yu Ruwen to the banquet. She was still afraid of such crowded occasions. Seeing that Qingtong would not come, Yu Ruwen had to take Gu Junqing and Si Chen along. She originally hoped Qingtong could keep them from arguing. Gu Junqing smiled contentedly as he felt the soft touch on his arm. He only needed to know that Si Chen was having a hard time seeing this. The three walked to the hotel lobby and saw several staff members and greeters. The hotel staff and a female greeter from the Yu family were shocked to see Yu Ruwen walk in holding a handsome man. The Yu family staff saw their head of the house arrive. Despite their surprise, they hurried to greet her. Head of the house, you are finally here. No one dared to eat because you had not arrived, and the elder is getting impatient with a very ugly expression. The female greeter's words did not move Yu Ruwen. Although the Yu family was full of undercurrents, and many had devious thoughts, she was still the master of the house, and no one dared to disrespect her. I know. You may go now. Yu Ruwen nodded slightly, indicating she understood. The female greeter bowed respectfully and stepped back, as she was part of Yu Ruwen's faction, though even she did not know when the head of the house had found a male companion. She knew that Yu Ruwen never brought male companions to any banquets. Is this the head of the house's boyfriend? The female greeter stole a glance at Gu Junqing while stepping back, only to find him looking over and smiling politely. So handsome. The female greeter blushed, her heart jumping with excitement. You represent my image right now, stop flirting with others. Yu Ruwen pinched Gu Junqing's arm as she spoke, leaning in to whisper severely. He knew Yu Ruwen just wanted to warn him, and didn't mean much else. I know, Auntie Yu. I only flirt with you. Gu Junqing replied with a light chuckle. Yu Ruwen shot him a glare. Sometimes she truly did not know how Gu Junqing's face grew so thick. She was over 10 years older than him, which meant they were at least 4 or 5 generations apart, yet he dared to keep flirting with her. This is too shameless, she thought. Although she knew this was an act, she could not bring herself to flirt back. To outsiders, however, it really looked like a couple whispering to each other. For instance, Si Chen, who was trailing not far behind them, thought exactly that. He looked at Gu Junqing's back with hatred, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to eat his flesh and crush his bones. Gu Junqing was whispering so intimately with Yu Ruwen. This caused Si Chen an unspeakable sense of discomfort. He could only tell himself that Yu Ruwen was just a foster mother, and there was no blood relation, so her intimacy with Gu Junqing had nothing to do with him. After this frantic suggestion, Si Chen felt slightly better. Chapter 841. Si Chen was determined to keep a close eye on Gu Junqing today. Holding arms was the absolute limit of what he could tolerate. He was truly terrified that Gu Junqing and Yu Ruwen might engage in something more intimate. The banquet hall was packed with guests, the atmosphere bustling and vibrant. Servers wove through the crowd, carrying drinks and dishes. At the center table sat an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s. His temples were gray, his crown was bald, and only a few thin strands of hair remained. Perhaps due to a life of luxury and excess, his face was round and greasy. His belly protruded high, looking much like a Maitreya Buddha. The people around him seemed to be offering endless sycophantic birthday wishes. Yet, there was little joy on the old man's face, only a somber, gloomy expression. Today was his birthday, a joyous occasion by all accounts. However, because Yu Ruwen had not arrived on time, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks, which soured his mood further. It seems Yu Ruwen no longer wishes to stay in her position, the old man thought to himself, his heart filled with malice. The family head has arrived. At that shout, the bustling atmosphere of the banquet hall instantly fell silent. Whether they were secretly plotting, or genuinely respectful of Yu Ruwen, everyone turned their eyes toward the entrance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Junqing and Yu Ruwen walked in arm. Both Gu Junqing and Yu Ruwen were accustomed to grand occasions, and neither showed any reaction to being the center of attention. Yu Ruwen was actually quite satisfied with Gu Junqing. She felt that if Si Chen had come in his place, he would not have been as composed as Gu Junqing. Family head, chairwoman, Sister Yu. Yu Ruwen walked toward the head table with an indifferent expression, nodding to those who greeted her without distinguishing between genuine and fake respect. The onlookers were extremely curious about Gu Junqing, who was on her arm. Yu Ruwen never brought a male companion, so why today? They wondered if this was her boyfriend, and if she really intended to step down. Doubts and speculations swirled in many minds, though they dared not ask directly. When they reached the head table and saw the old man, Yu Ruwen's indifferent expression softened into a faint smile. Uncle, happy birthday. Seeing the old man's ugly expression, she took the initiative to speak. Niece, you can disregard my face, but many here are your capable subordinates. You cannot disregard theirs. You, the family head, arrived so late that everyone has been starving without daring to touch their chopsticks. Yuruwen's uncle sighed and shook his head with an expression of regret. As soon as he finished speaking, the guests in the room felt a chill. The dull atmosphere grew even more stifling. Everyone cast furtive glances at Yuruwen, some smirking, some shaking their heads, some looking embarrassed, and others worried. With one sentence, he has made me the target of everyone's criticism. This old bastard is relentless, so eager to make me lose popular support and force me from my position. Yuruwen narrowed her icy eyes, her expression turning increasingly cold. Her uncle was not from her direct lineage, but he was a generation above her. When she was first propped up to the position of family head, this old thing had been full of dissatisfaction. After all this time, he remained relentless, deeply jealous of her status. This old man had extensive connections in the Yu family, with many listening only to him, and not respecting her authority as family head. Therefore, even she found it difficult to deal with him. I understand. Thank you for your instruction, uncle. This junior was in the wrong. Yuruwen thought of something and spoke with a flat expression. Despite the words of apology, her aura completely overshadowed the old man. Instead of an apology, her posture felt more like a superior looking down from above. If you know you are wrong, then shouldn't you be punished slightly? The uncle felt a surge of anger and spoke coldly. That is naturally expected. How about we punish her by having her drink 3 cups? Surprisingly, before Yuruwen could speak, Junqing, who was by her side, took over the conversation. That is not out of the question. But who are you? What qualification do you have to interfere in our family affairs? The uncle squinted, staring at Junqing's face. I am Ruwen's fiancé. Her business is naturally my business. Do you have any other questions? Junqing dropped a bombshell with a light smile. This sentence shattered the quiet, stifling atmosphere, causing almost everyone to erupt. What, the family head's fiancé? The family head has a fiancé? Are you joking? But this guy is so handsome. It is not impossible for the family head to be moved. The whispering around them did not affect the 3 of them. However, Yuruwen was truly shocked by Junqing's casual use of her name. Her grip on his arm weakened, and she stared blankly at his face. To outsiders, Yuruwen looked as if she were gazing lovingly at her lover. But no one knew that Yuruwen was cursing Junqing's audacity in her heart. How does he have the nerve and courage to call her Ruwen? Sichen, meanwhile, was burning with rage, ready to explode. You are Yuruwen's fiancé? Why should someone as handsome as you be her fiancé? At this, a woman with plain features sitting next to the uncle screamed, and stood up in a rage. The surrounding guests seemed to have little opinion of this screeching young lady. Xiao Ling, sit down. This woman was the uncle's own niece, named Yu Ling. He doted on her, giving her whatever she wanted. He wanted to seize Yuruwen's position precisely to secure a good future for Yu Ling. Although the uncle shared a bloodline with Yuruwen, he belonged to a different branch, so he felt no moral burden in suppressing her. I know. Yu Ling pouted and sat down, though her eyes remained fixed on Junqing's face, filled with obsession. Fiancé? But you look like you are only around 20, just an immature brat. I know Ruwen's age. Is there such a large gap between you? The uncle asked with a hint of skepticism. Junqing felt a flash of anger at the remark, but quickly hid it. Although the Yu family was massive and one of the famous business families in the capital, he did not take them seriously. That was even without considering his maternal grandfather's Xia family. Given the current size and capital strength of the Gu family, buying out the Yu family 10 times over would not be a difficult task. However, he did not want to suppress them with his status, as that would make things too easy to resolve. It would not be very helpful for the goal of conquering Yuruwen. All he wanted was to conquer Yuruwen and plunder Sichen's luck. However, now that he had been offended, he did not intend to let it slide. Junqing glanced at Yu Ling's obsessive gaze, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 842. Age is not the problem. Being young has its benefits, and at least I do not rely on my age to act superior like some people. They do not know that kind of behavior only shortens their lifespan. Junqing responded coldly to Uncle Yu regarding his offensive remarks. He glanced at Yuruwen and added intimately, do you agree, Ruwen? Yuruwen, who had been stunned, slowly reacted. A faint pink shade appeared on her cheeks. It was not from shyness but from irritation. She was being called by her childhood nickname over and over in public. Crucially, this man was much younger than her. Noticing the whispering of her subordinates, and the elders and juniors of the family, even Yuruwen felt her face burn. She pinched Junqing's arm with her delicate fingers, signaling him not to be so bold. She knew, however, that Junqing was trying to vent for her. She had no choice but to pick up the conversation. Junqing's words are not without merit. I knew an elder who was just like that, relying on their age to act superior and meddle in everything. Yuruwen paused for a moment before staring straight at Uncle Yu. Do you want to guess what happened to them in the end? What happened? Uncle Yu did not react in time and asked subconsciously. They died. Yuruwen's voice carried a hint of chilling coldness. Uncle Yu's gaze also turned cold instantly, and he fell silent. He knew Yuruwen was implying something about him. The secret rivalry between them was becoming more intense, but he was not ready to completely break ties with her. Today is the elder's big day. Housemaster, let us avoid talk of life and death, as it is bad luck. Everyone, look away and enjoy the celebration. A clan elder stood up to play the peacemaker and ease the tense atmosphere. Members at other tables hurriedly turned their heads and started chatting with each other. They knew better than to provoke these powerful figures. One wrong move could easily result in them becoming collateral damage. Come. The house master and this young brother should sit here. The clan elder diligently pointed to a seat near the center for Yuruwan and Gu Junqing. As for Suchen, he looked like a mere attendant. He was not qualified to sit at the central round table, so the member ignored him after a quick glance. Then we shall graciously accept. Gu Junqing sat down, smiling while holding Yuruwan's hand. Oh right, Suchen, you can toast everyone on our behalf for those 2 penalty drinks. Gu Junqing took the opportunity to mess with Suchen, casting him a glance with a faint smile. You were the one who agreed to the penalty drinks, and you want me to do it? Suchen was anxious and spoke in a voice only they could hear. Go. Yuruwan thought for a moment before speaking calmly. She did not want to burn bridges with Uncle Yu just yet. Otherwise, given the evenly matched strength of the 2 factions, whoever won would only be left with a declining Yu family. Fine. Seeing that Yuruwan had spoken, Suchen could only nod in frustration. It seemed like Gu Junqing got all the glory, while he was left to clean up all the messes. How could such a thing exist in this world? In the end, Suchen had no choice but to toast the entire room 3 times in his capacity as Yuruwan's trusted aide. Because he drank generously, he actually earned enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Uncle Yu's expression softened quite a bit upon seeing this. Although it was not a direct apology from Yuruwan, he knew that making a house master apologize and suffer through penalty drinks was impossible. Little brother, why do you like sister Yu? It looks like she is much older than you, and you are so handsome. At this moment, Yuling, Uncle Yu's niece, came over to talk to Gu Junqing. Her words were filled with slander against Yuruwan. Uncle Yu had no children of his own and treated Yuling like a daughter. That was the only reason he wanted to fight for power with Yuruwan. This upbringing had fostered Yuling's arrogant personality. She did not even take Yuruwan seriously. In the face of love, age is not a problem. Gu Junqing replied coldly. But I do not think you are a good match. She is not worthy of you, and she is just a vixen. I think we would be a perfect fit. My figure is great, and I am definitely more proactive in bed than her. Do not think just because she is the house master of the Yu family that she is noble. I am not bad either. Yuling struck a pose she thought was seductive. She loved chasing handsome guys, and had used her status as Uncle Yu's niece to get close to many celebrity stars on television. However, it was only now that she realized what true, unmatched handsomeness looked like. At first sight, she had fallen for Gu Junqing's looks and his sturdy build. Gu Junqing's body made her drool. Yuruwan noticed the commotion and raised an eyebrow upon hearing what Yuling said. She sneered. You have the nerve to call me a vixen after saying something so shameless? It is insubordination. According to the family rules of the Yu family, I could sell you to a brothel, and your family would not dare to say a word. Yuling could not win the verbal argument and angrily ran to her uncle. Uncle, Yuruwan said she wanted to sell me to a brothel. Uncle Yu had been drinking with someone who came to offer a toast and had not paid close attention to the commotion. However, looking at Yuling's expression, he could roughly guess the situation. He patted Yuling's arm, telling her to calm down and return to her seat. He then stepped forward to inquire about Gu Junqing's identity. Niece, I have not asked yet. Which family is your boyfriend from? He looks like he comes from an extraordinary background. How did you 2 meet? Uncle Yu stroked his beard, probing. Me? I come from an ordinary family. We met at a banquet, and it was love at first sight. Gu Junqing did not wait for Yuruwan to answer. He took her delicate, white hand, and looked into her eyes with what seemed like deep affection. Yuruwan felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps rose on her arm. She had no idea that Gu Junqing was such a good actor. An ordinary family? Uncle Yu wondered what this meant, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. If Gu Junqing really was from an ordinary family, it meant he provided no help to Yuruwan's position. Furthermore, he could test if he could convince Gu Junqing to change sides. His niece happened to like him so much. As for the love Gu Junqing claimed to have for Yuruwan, he held it in complete contempt. Love was worthless in the face of money and profit. Whatever Yuruwan could offer, he could offer the same, and perhaps even more. Chapter 843. Yuruwan's gorgeous face, stunning figure, and wealthy background, combined with her high-ranking position, gave her an air of graceful, imposing nobility just by sitting there. She had countless suitors. Even here at the banquet, many men snuck glances at the elegant Yuruwan, feeling nothing but envy for Gu Junqing. Little did they know, despite her calm and elegant exterior, Yuruwan was speechless. She almost wanted to throw decorum aside and scream. An ordinary family? Yuruwan shot a speechless look at Gu Junqing. She felt he was being completely shameless. If Gu Junqing were considered an ordinary family, then there were no elite noble clans left in the world. Did he really think she did not know his background? She had chosen him to replace Suchen as her fake fiancé partly to leverage the influence behind him. She just had not expected him to hide his identity so deliberately. This realization left a trace of complex thought in her mind. Why not leave your contact info, young man? We can keep in touch, Uncle Yu said, stroking his beard while feigning kindness. His receding hairline and paunch stripped away any semblance of sagely wisdom, leaving him looking nothing but greasy. Seeing how much Yuling seemed to like Gu Junqing, he wanted to test the young man's limits. Whether he used money or sex, he did not care. Asking for the contact info in front of Yuruwan might plant seeds of doubt in her. He knew better than anyone that she could not tolerate a single flaw. If you have business, come to me. Why bother him? Yuruwen asked, her patience wearing thin as she saw her uncle would not give up. She was truly exhausted by the constant bickering. Their power struggle had caused the Yu family's growth to stagnate for quite some time. Oh, you are getting anxious. I know you are in a rush, but settle down, Yuling giggled. Young people really have no patience. Can I not discuss things with him? Uncle Yu shook his head and patted Gu Junqing on the shoulder, adopting the guise of an elder offering advice. I watched Ruwen grow up. I know her personality well. She has been headstrong since she was a child, and while she is a bit controlling, she is caring. You should be patient with her. It is true. My personality is a bit softer, not as headstrong as my sister. I often wonder if I could be like her, Yuling said with a weak, sorrowful expression. The two of them sang in harmony. While they appeared to be praising Yuruwen, the underlying tone was obvious to everyone, leaving Gu Junqing speechless. It was no wonder Yuruwen could not deal with them. With such passive-aggressive behavior, it was truly difficult to handle. He could see a deep rift forming between Yuruwen and her uncle. They were on the verge of tearing off their masks and engaging in a full-blown war. I am going out for some air. Refusing to deal with these two, Yuruwen rose abruptly and headed toward the balcony. Oh, do not run away. Did I hit a nerve? Yuling giggled, refusing to give up as she watched Yuruwen leave. Yuruwen spun around, her icy gaze locked onto Yuling with a stare that chilled the soul. In an instant, Yuling was cowed by the aura, feeling a piercing chill that left her unable to utter a word. Su Chen, who had been drinking and toasting at other tables, saw this and his eyes lit up. He had been monitoring the situation between Yuruwen and Gu Junqing all along. It looked like Yuruwen was provoked. This was his chance. Using the excuse of needing air after drinking, Su Chen brushed off those offering toasts and headed toward the balcony. The balcony was semicircular. Once the door was shut, the noise and chaotic atmosphere from inside were muted. Yuruwen leaned against the railing, her graceful figure accentuated. She inhaled the fresh air, exhaling her frustrations, before her brows knitted together slightly. Her distress was not due to the taunts. It was more about her confusion regarding Gu Junqing's ambiguous attitude. As she pondered, the door suddenly opened. She turned to see Su Chen and frowned. What are you doing here? Yuji, that bastard Gu Junqing. Why didn't he step up to protect you when those two annoying people were bullying you? I think he is a coward. If I were the one playing the fake fiancé, I would never let you be bullied, Su Chen said, his face full of indignation. Seeing Yuruwen sigh, his heart ached. He had initially thought his feelings for her were merely reverence and filial piety. But now, seeing her vulnerable side, he felt both excitement and pity, sensing that his filial devotion was beginning to change. He wanted to protect her. Yuruwen frowned at his words. Was it really so difficult to get a breath of fresh air? Besides, did he think she was being bullied? It was laughable. If she were that fragile, she would never have reached her current position. Still, she found his display of loyalty somewhat gratifying. At the very least, her investments in him had not been a total waste. However, she was still lost in her own frustrations and had no desire to address his comments for the moment. She simply turned away to look out the window, ignoring his angry remarks. Seeing her bathed in moonlight, which accentuated the softness on her flawless face, Su Chen's heart raced. He grew more excited, marveling at the opportunity fate had given him. If he could comfort her now, perhaps Gu Junqing would never have another chance to compete with him. He even wanted to step forward and pull her into his arms to comfort her. He did not know how she would react, but after having a few drinks, the alcohol clouded his judgment, and he stopped caring about the consequences. Just as he reached out to embrace her, a menacing voice halted his actions. If your hand moves 1 more inch, be careful, it might get cut off right here. Gu Junqing walked in, holding his wine glass with an elegant, harmless smile. His eyes were piercing, as if he could see through everything, and he stared directly at Su Chen. He seemed completely unbothered by the violence in his own words, radiating an aura of noble elegance. Chapter 844. Upon hearing Gu Junqing, Yuruwen finally noticed Su Chen opening his arms. Her brow furrowed, and her gaze grew cold. What do you think you are doing? Yuruwen frowned, her eyes filled with coldness. I have no ulterior motives. I just see that you are very upset, and I thought I could offer you a reliable shoulder to lean on, Su Chen said sincerely. His expression was so genuine that Yuruwen's expression softened slightly. No need, Yuruwen said indifferently. Only Gu Junqing knew of Su Chen's impure intentions. He swirled the red wine in his glass, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Aunt Yu, why don't we have a talk? Gu Junqing suggested with a chuckle. Very well, Yuruwen replied with a nod. Su Chen watched Gu Junqing intently from the side, wanting to hear exactly what he had to say. This was a perfect opportunity. If he played it right, he could make Yuruwen despise Gu Junqing. Then, he would be the man closest to her. Once Yuruwen truly felt tired, it would be much easier for him to get close to her. Su-ir, you should not listen to adult conversations. Go inside and toast the elders, Gu Junqing said to Su Chen with a smile, not wanting him to stay. Gu Junqing, I am your damn father. Su Chen's anger soared after being insulted again. He did not know why, but he felt that Gu Junqing was his destined nemesis. Previously, he had been cautious to hide his uniqueness, which allowed him to often play the pig to eat the tiger. However, since meeting Gu Junqing, his composure kept breaking. He felt as if he were becoming irritable and losing his sense of self. I want to be alone with him for a moment, she said, helplessly pinching the bridge of her nose. The two of them argued the moment they met. It always ended with Su-chen getting offended. She had thought that since Su-chen was a teacher, he would be cultured and well-spoken. But after meeting Gu Junqing, Su-chen could not stop cursing. She felt it was entirely because Gu Junqing was too irritating, and if she could, she would want to punch him too. Fine. Sister Yu, if this guy does anything out of line, you must call me, Su-chen said, glaring viciously at Gu Junqing. He felt that if he wanted to rise, the first thing he had to do was get rid of Gu Junqing. Perhaps he could check his system to see what treasures could perfectly solve this problem. Once Gu Junqing saw that Su-chen had left and only he and Yu Ruwen remained, he leaned against the railing in the same posture as her. Aunt Yu, you certainly know how to pick a spot. The air and the scenery here are much better than the smoke and smog inside, Gu Junqing said with a chuckle. He swirled his wine glass, looking at Yu Ruwen's mature and alluring profile. Why did you not help me just now? Yu Ruwen asked directly, staring at him with deep eyes. She did not want to beat around the bush. Sister Yu, what are you talking about? When have I not helped you? Gu Junqing asked, blinking in confusion. Why were you unwilling to reveal your identity just now? Yu Ruwen did not care about the sarcasm from Uncle Yu and Yu Ling. She only cared about why Gu Junqing refused to disclose who he was. At first, she had not intended for Gu Junqing to pose as her fiancé. She would have preferred to trust Su-chen, whom she had promoted herself, rather than the brother her daughter had recognized. However, upon reflection, she realized that if Gu Junqing became her fiancé, his status would certainly be enough to suppress Uncle Yu and the others. Let us set that aside for a moment. Observing the situation today, the members of the Yu family actually maintained respect for you. Tell me the truth, you could have dealt with your uncle with the receding hairline long ago, could you not? Gu Junqing said, holding his glass with an enigmatic tone. Yu Ruwen remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Let me guess why you did not get rid of them sooner. I have two theories. The first is that they hold a significant amount of power within the Yu family, and you fear that removing them would cause the family to decline, Gu Junqing said, placing his glass on the balcony and holding up one finger to Yu Ruwen. The second possibility is that as a woman managing such a massive family, many of the elder members are dissatisfied. They obey your commands only on the surface while defying them in secret. Therefore, you feel that even if you dealt with them, the issue of the Yu family being disunited would remain unsolved. Am I right, Aunt Yu? Gu Junqing chuckled. His voice was soft but went straight to the heart. Yu Ruwen remained silent, nodding to acknowledge the truth. So you were actually trying to use me. If I am your fiancé, once they discover my background, they would certainly not dare to oppose you as my fiancé, Gu Junqing said, shaking his head as if pained. You have calculated against me, yet you still blame me for hiding my identity. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruwen's pretty face changed color. Her eyes stared intently at Gu Junqing as if she had 1,000 words to say. So you are unwilling to help me. I actually want to help you, Aunt Yu. But you kept so much from me and even deceived me, which makes it very difficult for me. I was almost used for no reason, Gu Junqing sighed, picking up his glass again. Since you think I am using you, why did you rush to act as my fiancé? Do you not have your own interests to pursue? Facing Gu Junqing's accusation, Yu Ruwen's face, which was beautiful enough to make one dazzled, sank. You are right, Aunt Yu. Naturally, I have my own interests to pursue, Gu Junqing chuckled. Since we both have interests and neither of us is a saint, why do you condemn me on moral grounds? Yu Ruwen's almond eyes, which were naturally charming, narrowed slightly, overflowing with a chilling coldness. Although she had indeed used Gu Junqing, having it pointed out so directly made her displeased. My intentions were good, so how can you say I am not a good person? Gu Junqing said with a shake of his head and a chuckle. Just as he was about to explain, Yu Ruwen raised her hand to interrupt him. Do not speak yet. Since you have guessed my intentions, let me guess what you want to do, Yu Ruwen said, looking unconvinced. She had managed the Yu family for many years, yet she had been seen through by such a young man. I have also guessed two of your motives. The first is that you know I do not approve of you and Qingtong, so you want to use this to curry favor with me, and get me to agree to your relationship with her. Yu Ruwen raised a fair, slender finger and spoke indifferently. At the same time, she watched Gu Junqing's expression closely. She had assumed this guess was correct, but to her confusion, a look of surprise appeared on his face. I only see Qingtong as a little sister. Chapter 845. I really do just think of Qingtong as a younger sister, Gu Junqing said, looking entirely innocent. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Does your conscience not ache when you say such things? Yu Ruwen was so angry she almost laughed. Looking at how Gu Junqing and Qingtong usually interacted, and the longing gazes they shared, it was impossible to believe they were just siblings. Sorry, I lost my conscience a long time ago, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. I actually took the time to look into how you and Qingtong met. If not for Qingtong's beauty and my influence behind her, I doubt a wealthy young master like you would have been so righteous as to help her. Yu Ruwen looked at him with disdain. Most people view the wealthy second generation as lazy, reckless, and obsessed with women. She had met many of them, however. While the internet portrayed them all as villains, the truly problematic ones were usually from nouveau riche families. She had read a report stating that 70% of nouveau riche families lost their wealth by the second generation. By the third generation, 90% had squandered everything. Those from established, influential families, however, usually became capable leaders. They benefited from an exceptionally refined education. This was one of the reasons these families endured for generations. Someone like Gu Junqing, hailing from a top-tier clan, always acted with a specific agenda, whether for fame, fortune, or romance. If there was no benefit, he would never act with the reckless righteousness of a naive boy to save someone. Men like him were intelligent. High intelligence was the hallmark of a refined egoist. Aunt you, your inside is sharp. But I am different. If you check my record, you will see that I have saved planes from crashing and rescued people from sinking cruise ships. How does that make me a calculated egoist? Gu Junqing sighed and shook his head in feigned exasperation. He was indeed interested in more than just the bodies of Yu Ruwen and Qing Tong. He was also hungry for their luck, though the two goals did not conflict. Once he had them, their luck would naturally follow. Ha! Yu Ruwen gave a dry laugh and rolled her eyes, clearly not buying a word of it. Let us assume you are correct for a moment. What is the second possibility? Gu Junqing asked with interest. Secondly, I discovered that your Gu family in Luodu has been purchasing vast amounts of metals, alloys, and high-tech patents. My family's business operates in that very sector. She paused, fixing her gaze on his face. So, you are actually after the Yu family's business. Gu Junqing looked at her in surprise. This woman was truly remarkable. He clapped his hands, looking at her beautiful, captivating face with admiration. Was I right? Yu Ruwen wore a look of confident reserve. She felt certain her deduction was correct. Completely wrong, Gu Junqing replied calmly. If this were before his trip to Eagle Country, his Starlink project might have needed the Yu family's help. However, after dismantling the Asura Society and seizing their high-tech infrastructure, he no longer required the Yu family. The confident smile on her face vanished. Impossible, she stated firmly. Honestly, I am a simple man. You do not need to complicate things, Aunt Yu. Though I know you will not believe me regardless. Gu Junqing spread his hands helplessly. Never mind, I will head inside now. He picked up his wine glass again, looking bored. Tell me, what will it take for you to help me? Name your price. Seeing his movement, Yu Ruwen abandoned her theory. She bit her lip, looking slightly desperate. It was not just her uncle's family pressuring her now. It was the majority of the elders, who refused to accept a woman leading the clan. Her influence in the family was waning, which was why she had been secretly raising talent like Qing Tong and Su Chen from orphanages to assist her. She had ways to solve this, but they involved scorched earth tactics. Even if she won, the family would lose its foundation, leaving them vulnerable to old enemies. Can I ask for anything? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, turning around with a playful look. Anything. Even if you want me to accept your relationship with Qing Tong, it is open for negotiation. She assumed this was his primary goal, so she brought it up. She kept her wording vague, refusing to commit entirely. Gu Junqing shook his head with a smile. He swirled the red wine in his glass in front of her and chuckled. Aunt Yu, my request is simple. You just need to finish this glass of wine. Are you serious? A gentleman never goes back on his word. Her eyes brightened, though she remained skeptical. Of course, Gu Junqing nodded. Are you certain? Just this little glass? I could drink a few more bottles if you wanted. She looked at the remaining third of the wine, finding the request too simple. She even felt a pang of guilt. That is not necessary anymore, and I fear you would refuse. Gu Junqing shook his head, his tone laced with deeper meaning. Why would I refuse? Fine, give me the glass. She let out a sigh of relief. She had been terrified he would ask for something unacceptable. However, just as she reached for the glass, Gu Junqing downed the rest of the wine. Before she could react, he reached out, placed his hand on the back of her head, and wrapped his other arm around her slender waist. He pulled her in firmly, and she stumbled helplessly against his chest. By the time she realized what was happening, she felt his face leaning in. His lips, tasting of wine and mint, pressed against her own. Yu Ruwen froze completely. She had never imagined that this man would dare to treat her so brazenly. Or perhaps, she had never imagined any man would dare. This request was not so simple after all, she thought, her mind spiraling with chaotic, unexpected emotions. However, those thoughts were quickly swept away as he transferred the wine from his mouth to hers. She drifted into a daze, overwhelmed by a sensation she had never experienced before. Chapter 846. No, stop, MMPH. Yu Ruwen was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted. Her hands braced against Gu Junqing's shoulders as she tried to push him away. However, Gu Junqing pulled her slender, soft body closer with great force, and all she could hear were her own whimpering sounds and the rustling of clothes. He pressed against her curvy, burning body. Only after passing all the red wine from his mouth into hers did he finally release her. Yu Ruwen's face was flushed from the kiss, and her chest heaved rapidly. Gu Junqing, you asshole. After regaining her freedom, her eyes still filled with shy indignation, she subconsciously swiped at his face. But her wrist was caught by Gu Junqing. Yu Ruwen struggled a few times, but discovered she was no match for his strength. She tried to strike with her other hand, but he intercepted it quickly. In her desperation, she threw caution to the wind. She bent her knee, hidden under her black skirt, and used all her strength to drive it into his vital parts. Gu Junqing gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Unless he was in the middle of a fight, he usually did not guard that area. Otherwise, there would be no pleasure when having intimate relations with female executives. Fortunately, his reaction speed was far superior to hers. Sensing her movement, he pressed his body forward, pinning her against the marble railing. This left her with no room to kick. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, though not because he feared her strength. It was a primal male instinct, the instinct to protect his most vulnerable area. Even knowing she could not actually hurt him, he still felt a momentary psychological jolt. "Aunt Yu, are you trying to end my family's bloodline?" After securing her, Gu Junqing looked into her eyes, which were inches from his own, and said helplessly, "Who told you to violate the rules and assault me like that?" Yu Ruwen's eyes were still burning with anger. She was genuinely furious. "I just wanted you to finish that glass of wine, Aunt Yu. I never said how you had to drink it. Since you have finished it, our agreement has been met." Gu Junqing chuckled, leaning in to whisper near her ear. Yu Ruwen was so angry she almost laughed. If he had said earlier that she would have to drink it from his mouth, would she have agreed? But now that the kiss had happened, she had nothing left to say. "Since that is the case, let me go. Then you have to promise not to kick me again, Aunt Yu." "I won't let you go unless you say it." Gu Junqing smirked as he lowered his head to her neck. "I won't kick that spot anymore." She was not used to such intimate contact, and as she felt his breath on her neck, she trembled and spoke in a rush. "Fine." Gu Junqing released her and stepped back. Yu Ruwen's anger had mostly dissipated, but seeing his smug expression, she could not help but kick his foot. Seeing that she was not aiming for his vital area, Gu Junqing did not block it and let her kick him to vent. "Aunt Yu, you just said you wouldn't kick me." Though he felt no pain, Gu Junqing put on a pained expression and looked at her, feigning grievance. "I only promised not to kick that spot. I never said I wouldn't kick you." Seeing his pained expression, the frustration of being molested finally dissipated. She used his own logic to retort. "Aunt Yu, you really don't like to lose, do you? Have you lost your mind? How dare you kiss me?" Ignoring his complaints, she stared at him with a difficult expression. "Aunt Yu, aren't we engaged? It was just a kiss. There is no need to overreact." Gu Junqing blinked innocently. "It is fake, completely fake." Her chest heaved with anger, accentuating her figure, which looked incredibly alluring against her slim waist. "But I want to turn this fake relationship into a real one." Gu Junqing dropped his playful smile and spoke with utter seriousness. "Gu Junqing, that is not a funny joke." Yu Ruwen felt a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing this. "I am not joking." Yu Ruwen studied his serious expression and realized he was not lying at all. This made her feel even more nervous and strange. To describe it, it was as if her son's friend had just confessed to her. "Impossible," she said firmly. "Why is it impossible? How can you not know? The age gap between us is huge. I am over 30, old enough to be your mother in a few years. Do you still want to live with any dignity if people find out?" "The problem is, Aunt Yu, don't people already know?" Gu Junqing said with a light chuckle. Yu Ruwen knew it, but she also knew her relationship with him was a sham, so she did not care what others said. But if it were real, it would be a different story. It was like when someone attractive calls you ugly, you do not get angry, because you know they are jealous. But if you are truly ugly and everyone says so, you would be angry because it is the truth. "But Aunt Yu, I really like you. Love knows no age or race, and it is not my fault that you are so beautiful, that I have become captivated by your charm." Gu Junqing spoke with deep affection, his words sweet as honey. Yu Ruwen was not deeply moved, as she had been through too much to be swayed by a few words. However, she was still pleased to be complimented on her beauty. "We are really not suitable. How about this? I approve of you and Qingtong. You two can see how that develops on your own." Yu Ruwen sighed. Oddly enough, the anger from being kissed had vanished entirely. "So, Aunt Yu, you like playing the role of the charming mother-in-law. You are so improper." Yu Ruwen rolled her eyes at him. "But Aunt Yu, I don't think you dislike me. If you can prove it, I will give up my designs on you." Gu Junqing said seriously. "How do I prove it?" Yu Ruwen shook her head slightly, feeling a strange sense of relief in her heart. "Let us kiss again. If your heart rate does not accelerate, then it proves you do not like me, and if it does, you have to be my real girlfriend." Chapter 847. Let's kiss one more time. "If your heart rate doesn't speed up, Aunt Yu, it means you don't like me. If it does, then you have to be my real girlfriend." Yu Ruwen rolled her eyes at Gu Junqing's words. "Do you think I'm stupid? If you want to take advantage of me, just say so. Do you think I'm some naive 20-year-old girl?" She was truly speechless. Anyone would have an elevated heart rate if they were kissed, right? Besides, how is she supposed to measure that heart rate? Yu Ruwen grew alert and crossed her arms, just in case Gu Junqing tried another sneak attack. "There is no need to be so defensive." Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow at her guarded posture. "I am defending myself against you." Yu Ruwen gave a cold snort. After that surprise attack, she had become wary of getting too close to him. If it weren't for the fact that he seemed to have something to explain, she would have gone back inside long ago. Being inside was annoying, but at least there were no lechers there. Or rather, no lechers who dared to act on it. "Aunt Yu, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Let's have a heart-to-heart." Gu Junqing sighed as he looked at her defensive stance. "Actually, you must be very tired. At 20, which should have been a time of youthful innocence, you took over such a massive family business. You sacrificed your youth and all your energy to the Yu family. You struggled to maintain the crumbling family, yet after you built it back up, those people wanted to oust you just because you are a woman. Aunt Yu, are you really content with this? Are you really willing to leave the family you gave everything for?" Gu Junqing's words were like a siren's song, pulling at the most tense string in the depths of her heart. His words gradually reduced Yu Ruwen to silence. Scenes from 10 years ago seemed to flash before her eyes. It was a snowy winter, and the weather in the capital was unusually cold. Back then, under the protection of her brother and father, she was the pampered little princess of the Yu family. However, after their passing, not only did her situation become awkward, but the entire family faced internal and external strife. Even a decade later, she could still see her father holding her hand on his deathbed as he handed the Yu family over to her. He was gasping for air as he cried and said, "Ruin, the Yu family is in turmoil. Your brother is gone, and now I can only leave it to you. I am sorry." From that moment on, she cast aside all her whims and poured her heart and soul into the family. But now, it seemed the family was falling into that same situation again. Yu Ruwen sighed inwardly. It seemed she could only rely on Gu Junqing to try and change things. She could not let the hard work of her father, her brother, and herself go to waste. She snapped back to reality and found Gu Junqing waiting silently beside her. "Can you really help me?" Yu Ruwen calmed her racing emotions and spoke, as if she had made a firm decision. "I can help you. You don't have to agree so quickly, Aunt Yu. You can try to accept me slowly." Gu Junqing's eyes flickered, and he spoke with a light laugh. He felt a rush of excitement. After all, Yu Ruwen was technically the adoptive mother of Sichen, the son of luck. Such a complex relationship was undeniably stimulating for Gu Junqing. "Fine, I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether you can impress me." Yu Ruwen was a decisive person. Once she made up her mind, she would not change it. She looked at his handsome, almost ethereal face and nodded slightly. Actually, she also wanted someone to rely on. Although Gu Junqing was indeed young, his status, power, and appearance met all her criteria. Moreover, there was another layer to consider. Chu Yuchan seemed to have a complicated relationship with him too. That woman was someone she considered both a friend and an enemy. Considering everything, Yu Ruwen decided to give Gu Junqing a chance. "Aunt Yu." Gu Junqing looked at her exquisite, dreamy face and her rose-like lips with burning eyes. It must be said that she took excellent care of herself. The silver-white high heels peeking out from under her black skirt made her elegant figure appear even more swaying and graceful, causing a surge of blood to rush to one's head just by looking at her. "What are you looking at?" Yu Ruwen had been deep in thought, but when she heard his husky voice, she felt something was off. She quickly looked up and found him staring at her lips with a burning gaze. Even she, who had seen so much in her life, could not withstand such intense eyes. "Aunt Yu, may I kiss you?" Gu Junqing's voice was hoarse. Are young people always this restless? Yu Ruwen thought helplessly. Suddenly, she remembered what a close friend had once told her. She hoped to meet the most passionate man at the age she needed him most. Wasn't that exactly what was happening between her and Gu Junqing? Her cheeks instantly turned as red as wine. A sweet, hoarse sound escaped her rosy lips. Gu Junqing reached out his right hand to gently embrace her shoulder. He pulled her soft, alluring body close to his side. "Aunt Yu," Gu Junqing whispered, and he lowered his head, bringing his intoxicating scent toward her. His other hand did not stay idle, wrapping around her waist as he moved in to kiss her red lips. MMPH. Yu Ruwen was still not used to kissing someone. She could only let out a whimpering moan through her nose. Her heart beat so violently it felt as if it were about to jump out of her chest. This made her feel shy. Despite being much older than him, the initiative was entirely in his hands, and she could only passively accept him. Gu Junqing's hand did not stop, either. It wandered over her body wrapped in the black dress, crossed her slim waist, and began to move downwards. "Brother Sichen, you are generous. Let's have another drink." At that moment in the banquet hall, after everyone had mostly finished eating, they began to move around to toast and network. As the trusted right-hand man of the head of the family, Sichen received respect from many, who wanted to curry favor with Yu Ruwen. Sichen was a son of luck, after all, and possessed an indescribable charisma. Furthermore, since he had gained Yu Ruwen's favor, many believed he would be a rising star, and even wanted to marry their daughters off to him. However, Sichen had no interest in that. He was single-mindedly focused on finding connections to make a comeback in the future. He began drinking with many guests. A long time had passed, and he was confused as to why Gu Junqing and Yu Ruwen had not returned from the balcony yet. Suspicion grew in his heart, so he declined the offers from the other guests. He began to walk toward the balcony with unsteady, stumbling steps. Chapter 848. Sichen had just accepted Yu Ruwen's instructions to drink on her behalf. He was already feeling a bit tipsy. Noticing that Yu Ruwen and Gu Junqing still had not returned from the balcony, a wave of suspicion washed over him. He slowly approached the doorknob, preparing to open it and take a look. A rustling of fabric and the sound of soft gasps reached his ears. Confused, Sichen hesitated to open the door, instead straining to hear what was happening outside. Smack, kiss. Then, a sound that would send anyone's blood rushing to their head followed, clearly the noise of an intimate kiss. Sichen's drunken mind snapped into sobriety. It felt as if a giant hammer had struck his chest, and his heart hammered wildly. He gently pushed the door ajar, peering through the narrow crack with his eyes locked on the source of the noise. Even with the sounds warning him, he felt prepared for what he might see. Yet, when the scene finally came into view, his legs went weak and disbelief filled his eyes. It was as if a bolt of divine lightning had struck him, leaving his mind empty and his soul wandering like a ghost. Under the moonlight, his foster mother, the stunning and graceful head of the family, Yu Ruwen, was held tightly in Gu Junqing's arms. Their faces were pressed together as he kissed her perfect, fragrant lips with fervor. To his absolute despair, Yu Ruwen's eyes were slightly closed. Her snow-white hands rested against Gu Junqing's shoulders in a gesture that seemed more like a caress than a rejection, showing no signs of being forced. Watching his foster mother kiss his enemy, A surge of incomparable jealousy rose within him, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Ding. Host has caused the protagonist Suchen's mindset to suffer damage, rewarding the host with 3,000 villain points. Ding. Host has caused the protagonist Suchen's mindset to lose balance, rewarding the host with 5,000 villain points. Ding. Host has caused the protagonist Suchen's mindset to collapse, rewarding the host with 7,000 villain points. Gu Junking's senses were extraordinary, and he naturally detected that someone was watching. Combined with the system's notification, he immediately knew the intruder was Suchen. A mischievous thought crossed Gu Junking's mind. Was this not a perfect opportunity to farm villain points? Thus, he refrained from alerting Yuruwen to their audience. Instead, he pinned her against the balcony with his body, using his imposing posture to block all lines of sight, while continuing to ravish her lips. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this, Suchen muttered, his expression one of pure sorrow. Was he not the protagonist? Shouldn't all the women around him belong to him? Why was Yuruwen being taken away by someone else? Suchen found the scene almost impossible to believe. It must be that Gu Junqing used his fake fiancé status to force Sister Yu into submission. It has to be that. Madness began to creep across Suchen's face. He threw caution to the wind, kicked open the door, and charged toward Gu Junqing with his fists swinging. The sound of the door opening startled Yuruwen. Seeing Suchen rushing at them from over Gu Junking's shoulder, she quickly pushed him away. Suchen, stop. Yuruwen cried out in alarm. Sister Yu, I know he must be bullying you. Don't worry, even if it kills me, I won't let him bully you again. Suchen's eyes were bloodshot. The overwhelming rage in his heart had robbed him of his ability to think clearly. He swung his right fist toward Gu Junking's face. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. As he saw his fist about to connect with Gu Junking's face, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. It was definitely this face that had seduced his foster mother. He would make sure to smash it to pieces. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Not only did the boy not surrender and kneel to call him father, but he actually dared to fight back. Gu Junqing simply extended his palm. Suchen's fist landed directly in the center of Gu Junking's hand, causing Suchen's expression to shift. He couldn't fathom how Gu Junking's reaction speed could be so fast. Furthermore, hitting Gu Junking's palm felt like slamming into solid steel. Not bad, Gu Junqing said indifferently. Suchen's strength had clearly been enhanced by the system, giving him several times the power and stamina of an average person. While he might be invincible against ordinary people, to Gu Junqing, this was no more threatening than a child's tantrum. Protagonists of this perfect rich man trope usually didn't possess much real power. At best, they were just better at fighting than the average person. Compared to someone like him who had embarked on the path of cultivation, this was no different from playing with a toddler. Suchen took a deep breath and threw another punch, unleashing a flurry of blows. His fists whistled through the air, each strike more vicious than the last as he targeted Gu Junking's vital points. Yet, every single punch was caught precisely in Gu Junking's hand. The more Suchen fought, the more anxious he became. He realized that Gu Junqing was treating him like a child, which only added to his humiliation. Impossible. How could a rich young master possess this kind of power? Suchen roared internally. Sorry, I'm done playing with you. As Gu Junqing caught another of Suchen's attacks, he kicked him directly in the chest. Struck as if by lightning, Suchen went flying back into the room. This turn of events caused Yuruwen to gasp in shock. She hadn't been able to intervene in the fight. She had been worried about Gu Junqing getting hurt, but she never expected him to be so capable in a brawl. Are you hurt? Yuruwen checked on Gu Junqing first, her voice laced with concern as she noticed the blood on him. Gu Junqing found it amusing. Suchen hadn't hurt him in the slightest. Instead, Suchen was the one who had vomited blood after being kicked away. He hadn't expected Yuruwen to ask about his condition first. Just as he was about to say he was fine, a thought struck him. He feigned an expression of pain and weakness. I'm injured. I didn't expect that guy Suchen to use poison. Poison? Yuruwen asked, her expression a mix of shock and skepticism. Yes, right 3 inches below my navel. It's starting to swell up badly. Aunt Yu, could you help me suck the poison out later? Gu Junqing said, acting as if he were fading. If Yuruwen couldn't tell that Gu Junqing was teasing her, she would have been the head of the family for nothing. If you're poisoned, go see a doctor. As far as I'm concerned, it would be better if the poison just killed you. A look of indignation flashed across Yuruwen's face. Even at a time like this, Gu Junqing still insisted on joking with her. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to see how Suchen is doing. Yuruwen felt a headache coming on. Why had the two of them suddenly started fighting? He must have been drunk out of his mind. Didn't you smell the alcohol on him? Seeing me kissing you was obviously too much for him to handle. Gu Junqing spoke nonchalantly, as if he had read the confusion on Yuruwen's face. That's still your fault. It's a good thing it was only Suchen who saw us. A hint of bashful annoyance colored Yuruwen's face. Chapter 849. It's your fault. Why didn't you look to see if anyone was around? Yuruwen looked slightly annoyed. She had been caught off guard when Gu Junqing kissed her the first time, but she was surprised to find herself losing control when their lips met later. She had been completely lost in the moment, forgetting where they even were. Gu Junking's scent was like poison to her, enticing and addictive. It's all my fault. You were quite passionate yourself, ain't you, and didn't notice the surroundings either. Gu Junqing teased. Piffed, who was passionate. Hurry up and check on Suchen. Yuruwen shot him a playful, reproachful look. Don't worry, I know how much force to use. At most, he just has a few broken ribs. Gu Junqing said, trying to reassure her. There were too many prying eyes around, so he couldn't kill Sichen right there. However, Sichen was likely half crippled now. You call that at most. Yu Ruwen was stunned, a look of shock on her elegant, fair face. She had assumed Gu Junqing was just a physically weak playboy, and she had no idea he was capable of fighting like that. He had kicked the man so hard he broke several ribs in one go. Gu Junqing's strength is terrifying. Sichen crawled up through the flying wood chips. Gu Junqing had kicked him hard enough to shatter the door, and a sharp, burning pain swept through his chest. Seeing the suspicious and anxious crowd gathering, he felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why Gu Junqing wasn't afraid of Dao Tianyan. He possessed truly extraordinary strength. His own body had been enhanced by the system, and he could easily take on 7 or 8 strong men. He had always wondered why Dao Tianyan, who had a deep feud with Gu Junqing, didn't try to ambush and kill him. Perhaps Dao Tianyan had already tried, but even a king of the dark world like Dao Tianyan might have been unable to do anything against Gu Junqing. Little brother, so what happened here? Uncle Yu asked, looking worried and angry on the surface, while secretly thrilled. Sichen was Yu Ruwen's man, and he had been kicked out by her own fiancé. This meant that the team inside Yu Ruwen's circle was not as unified as it seemed. He could try to turn him, perhaps even throwing her internal affairs into chaos. That would make seizing the head of the family's power much easier. Blood spilled from the corner of Sichen's mouth, and the pain in his chest made it impossible to speak. Gu Junqing, holding Yu Ruwen's slender waist, walked in from the balcony and ignored Sichen with a look of contempt. Watching Gu Junqing hold Yu Ruwen's noble form, the emotional pain in Sichen's heart overwhelmed his physical agony. Family head, this is my birthday party. Isn't this kind of scene inappropriate? Uncle Yu stepped out, his eyes glinting. He wanted to make Yu Ruwen lose face in the Yu family. Dozens of people were already gathered around, whispering to each other. They didn't know what was happening, but it looked like a good show to them. Exactly, Yu Ruwen. Although you are the head of the family, you are responsible for your people fighting at a birthday party. If you don't take responsibility, no one will look good. Uncle Yu's niece, Yu Ling, stepped out impatiently. It didn't matter why they were fighting. She had finally found dirt on Yu Ruwen, and she wasn't going to let it go easily. Yu Ruwen was known as the perfect goddess in their circle, and any blemish on her would be magnified. She planned to make Yu Ruwen give up something at the very least, like shares or factories. Yu Ruwen's expression was cold, and her eyes were indifferent, as if she were looking at 2 clowns. It's just a bit of playfulness, right? Everyone, go back to what you were doing. Gu Junqing's voice, as if from a dream, reached Yu Ling's ears. Subconsciously, she looked into his eyes. As soon as she met his gaze, her mind fell into chaos. Right, it was just playfulness, Yu Ling murmured to herself. She turned around and went back to her business. What happened to Yu Ling happened to everyone present. They seemed indifferent to Sichen's condition, drinking or chatting as they pleased. Gu Junqing was slightly satisfied with this. This was a supreme hypnosis technique he had learned from a psychic master in the Asura Society. It used illusions, hypnosis, energy induction, and psychological guidance, combined with sound waves driven by his special foundation establishment energy. It was enough to achieve a hypnotic effect on people in a short time. Even the knowledgeable Yu Ruwen couldn't accept this. Gu Junqing had made Yu Ling and Uncle Yu obey him with just one sentence. If Gu Junqing had revealed his true identity, she wouldn't have been surprised. But in their eyes, Gu Junqing was supposed to be just an ordinary man. Sichen, bracing himself on the floor, was stunned by the bizarre scene. Even he had never seen such a thing. Under one sentence from Gu Junqing, everyone at the scene had obediently returned to their business, and he, covered in blood, seemed to have been forgotten. The surroundings were strangely divided into 2 scenes. On one side, the shattered wooden door covered in debris, and on the other, the brilliant hall filled with people who were oblivious to them. When some people saw him slumped on the floor, they would smile knowingly, as if they were watching children playing. What did you do? Why are they listening to you? Yu Ruwen asked in surprise. I have a natural ability. One word can make people obey. Perhaps this is what commoners call the aura of an emperor. Gu Junqing shrugged, appearing slightly puzzled himself. All right, Aunt Yu, it's getting late. You should go back and get some sleep. Gu Junqing looked into Yu Ruwen's eyes, and a strange mental wave spread out. Yes, I will leave first then. I'll leave Sichen to you. Yu Ruwen's eyes sank for a moment, before she quickly regained clarity. However, she still listened to Gu Junqing's words and turned to leave the banquet. It is as I suspected. My hypnosis doesn't have much effect on the female lead and supporting female characters, who possess great luck. It's difficult even for the supporting characters, so the effect on the female lead might be even lower. Gu Junqing shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. If it had been highly effective on the female lead, his ability to conquer them and harvest the male lead would have been immeasurable. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.